Magandang buhay sa lahat. Of course, hindi nasabi ni Jan that I'm now undergoing a reservist program under the Philippine Air Force sa Arsen 1. No? We're doing the field exercises on October 23. So the lectures gave me some background on what would you be expecting from me. And of course, sasaludo muna ako kasi nandito si Lieutenant Colonel Almira, sir. Good morning, sir. Cadet Sasot. Okay, and of course, and right now, sir, medyo I'm wearing the hat of a lecturer. So, I think you have 5 groups and team leaders. I would assume is on the chain of command, no? Kung sino yung pinakamataas, yun ng team leaders. So it does not necessarily on the latter part of the course. It does not necessarily mean that the team leader or the group leader would be providing the presentation, no, of the case study. You would rather elect from one of you who would do the protocol of submitting or presenting your group analysis or report. I hope that two things. I hope that you will enjoy. I hope that you will get many ideas and suggestions from how projects are evaluated, particularly on the issue and concern of project engineering and project analysis. No? Okay, I took up my master's in business administration, major in financial management under the Ateneo Registra program. Of course, sinabi ni Jan, I'm a civil engineer. Graduate po ako ng Far Eastern University. And of course, once upon a time, I established a maritime school kasi bossing ko si Juan Mig Bondok, yung mga edad na 40 pataas na yan would probably know kung sino si Juan Mig Bondok, no? Nagkaroon ako ng private business with them. I established the Benedictine International School, which is a grade school and high school, no? Basic education, no? And of course, this would give you, no? My sharing would probably give you more on how things are evaluated, both on the business and of course on our talent, no, as engineers. Okay, mukhang tahimik lahat. Meron ba akong kinakausap? How are you? Kamusta po?
Good morning.
Yeah, hiwa-hiwalay ho tayo, no? Ganito na ho talaga ang mundo ngayon, no? Para tayong in the event you don't know if yung kausap nyo ay computer o hindi, no? Recently, I downloaded an artificial intelligent application sa phone. And pag nakakalipang kausap. Anyway, the topic given to me, the module given to me is value engineering. And value engineering is synonymously connected with value analysis. Okay. First things first, let's define ano ba itong value engineering. No? So, and what is not, no? So most of the current idea is that value engineering or value analysis is cost cutting. No, sir, it's not cost cutting. It's not design review. No, you don't reinvent the wheel. Of course, it's not project elimination, no? It's not the way of assessing which project is major or not. It's not scope reduction, kung ano yung mga detailed scope of work sa ating mga projects. We don't cut them, we don't discount them. And of course, it's not quality reduction because we focus on customizing everything on the basis of pleasing our client or the user. And of course, it's not detailed cost estimating. Common sense will tell you that. And it's not redesigning things. Sabi ko nga, it's not reinventing the wheel, no? So, of course, value engineering is an organized study review of the function to satisfy the user's needs and quality product service at the lowest life cycle cost through applied creativity. Okay, that's value engineering. Now, let me dissect this into precepts or yung mga important factor, no? Kasi definitions are definitions, no? But we need to, ano pa importante dito sa definition na to? One, it says it's an organized study and review of the functions of a particular project or a particular product. So hindi po tayo tumitingin sa specific na product na kung maganda siya or appealing. So ano ba ang nagagawa nito? Like for example, this video con, no? The function of this is for me, no? Is for us to do this this seminar na hindi tayo nagkikita-kita. So definitely that's the function. And of course, the definition tells that it's an organized study review. Hindi po ginagawa ng iisang tao. Hindi ho ginagawa ng dalawang tao. Ginagawa ho ng multidiscipline teams. Like for example, if you are constructing a building, of course you are the general engineer, and definitely you need an electrical, mechanical, plumbing, no, sanitary engineer, and of course you need some business, no, aspect related kasi you need to know the economics, you need to know the rules and regulation of particular government or particular place wherein the structure will be constructed. So hindi ho siya ginagawa ni ang value engineering at the study and review of a project, hindi lang ho ginagawa ng isang tao. Kailangan nyo ho mag-call a friend. And so definitely you need some backup. You need to do the research. Yung research dapat you have to validate this to a skilled or qualified profession. So the next precepts of the definition is the function. Okay, so sabi, it's a function-oriented approach to identify, of course, the essential function of the system, product, process, or service. Ang value engineering po, hindi lang ho pang engineer. It's also for business purposes. Kasi nandiyan po yung value engineering or we review the system and procedures of a service. Kung call center yan, kung EGNEDA yan, doing some economic planning. Kaya nga ho nauso itong ating mga ISO. So if reviewing our system, we are conducting some value engineering and value analysis, no? So we're also looking at what are the costs. Yan ho ang pinaka bottom line yan. What are the costs associated with those function? Dito sa sa aking lecture, para common ang ating understanding kung ano ang what I am pertaining to. Let's look at a mousetrap as a product. So yung mousetrap, pag kinasam mo, so there are several mechanism, no, para mahuli yung daga. And you need a bait, or you need a spring, or you need a triggering device para it will work, it will function. So each of the part of the mousetrap, we call it has a separate and individual functions. Okay, the last piece, of course, we evaluate these product and services to the life cycle cost. Ano ba ho yung life cycle cost? Para hong tao yan. We're doing the womb to tomb analysis, from birth to death analysis, and of course pwede mag-resurrect kasi yung produkto from time to time, or a service or a certain equipment from time to time pwedeng i-revive. Like for example nothing was not no technology had replaced the turntable. Yung plaka yung plaka na 45 and yung long playing, no? Of course, it's still the needle and the turntable. So, nilagyan lang in-improve lang, nilagyan ng mga boosters, nilagyan ng mga MP3, so definitely it's the same thing, turntable. But of course, the tape, yung dating Walkman, now maliliit na lang. No, meron ka mga recorder kahit sa salamin, may recorder ka that you can do audio and video audio and of course video recording. And the last precepts of the value engineering is again through applied creativity. So there is a creative thinking on the way. Of course, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Pag sinabi nga, if it is functioning, if it's not broken, why would you repair it, di ba? But we need to do what would be convenient, or what would be applicable for us user, or the customer, or the one who will be using the product. Like for example, who will be using the F-16? Sino ba yung mga piloto dyan? So who will be using yung bagong procure ng aeroplano sa Brazil, something like that. So definitely, and what are their current skills? Like, do we need a jet? Like I think it's a propelled machine, the airplane right now. Kasi nga naman yung terrain natin parang hindi suitable yung mga jet engines. And of course, what are the alternatives? In creative thinking, we look at the alternative ways how this product, how the function will perform. Again, pumapasok at bumabalik tayo sa aspect ng what is the function ng service, what is the function of a product. Yun ang mindset. First things first, yun ang una po nating iisipin. Yung function ng project, yung function ng product. Okay? So let me move forward. So these are the terms, or these are some definition of terms associated with value engineering. Value engineering is officially called by the Society of American Value Engineers International as value methodology. Definitely, kaya value methodology kasi po, yung value engineering, tinatay up din po yan sa value analysis. The value engineering, which comes first, chicken or the egg? The value engineering comes first, then the value analysis comes later. So it can be done in both preliminary or beginning of the thinking or beginning of the design, yung value analysis and value engineering, and both methodology, both both have the same scopes and steps. So yung value analysis, that was first term during the manufacturing. So ina-assess what would be the cost cutting and what would be the most appropriate for a particular product. How would you serve this? How you will produce this by mass production. Again, no, yung mga siguro mga 40s and 50s dyan, ay 53 anyway. So, yung mga kadekada ko na what is this na manginginom ng San Miguel beer, if you notice po, yung dating San Miguel beer until now, yung kanyang marking is kasama dun sa bote. At yung bote ho, kung mapapansin nyo, may parang konting embossed sa taas ng printing saka dun sa baba. Why? Kasi po during production ho, yung mga bote ho umiikot yan, di ba? Ganyan-ganyan po yan. So definitely nagkakaroon ng friction at maaring maalis yung label. So even the bottle nung bote na yon ay pinag-isipan mabuti. And noong araw the printing of the colored label, ngayon label na lang tinitikit na lang doon sa bote or wine yung kahit ano yan, kahit branded wine, red label, black label, dinidikit na lang yung mga label, hindi na ho nakakasa o hindi na nakahulma doon sa bottle. So that's the way we improve things. Kasi the function of the label is to capture what is it. Ano yung nandun sa bote? Pale Pinsent ba yan? Light beer ba yan? Or whatsoever. So if you capture that function in a way that you have cut the cost or you cut the manner it is being produced, yun po yung sinasabi, the manner and the review and the organized thinking or the creative thinking of this is what you call value engineering and value analysis. Okay? Gising pa ho ba tayo lahat? Maaga pa, no? So, pasalamat po ako. Nakikinig pa rin kayo ngayon until now. So, value assurance and value improvement enhancement. Of course, sabi nga nila, no, different folks, different strokes. Pag nasa Europe ka, pag nasa America, nasa US ka, no, in the Western countries, they call it value engineering and value analysis. But pagdating sa Europe, medyo nagkakaroon ng medyo, siyempre gusto nila may sarili silang term, no? So they call it, lalo na yung TUV, no? This is a quality assurance accreditation. Ang tawag naman nila dyan is value assurance and value improvement enhancement. So the value assurance often indicates the application of value analysis during the design or procedure preparations. The objective of which is to ensure that high value item when realized for manufacture or construction or when placed in service. Then value improvement or value enhancement, it refers to the existing items to create one better value. Okay? So may mga jargons pa rin tayo, no? Of course, kailangan I need to explain this kasi later on dire-diretso na ho ako sa aking presentation or sa aking explanation of the discipline of value engineering. Of course, as defined earlier, value management is synonymous or this is being called as value engineering. But of course, it is also called value control and it's sometimes called value control. Value management recognizes that value principles are a management tool applicable to a variety of problems, only one of which is cost. Sabi ko nga ho, ang bottom line natin dito, yung function na to may cost o yung project na to may cost. That's the cost in terms of value for money or yung need natin had been satisfied. Remember, it's in economics, no? Resources are not abundant, no? They are limited. Lalo-lalo na ho sa government procurement or lalo-lalo na sa ating budget because we are dependent with the national budget. Medyo i-advertise ko lang, no? Actually, the procurement, yung procurement ng what is this, ng mga tables, chairs, furnitures sa NEDA boardroom or the 6th floor, kinuha yun sa principle or suggestion ng Philippine Air Force na ilagay po sa 9184 yon. Okay? Okay, let me test you kung ginagamit nyo yung sarili nyong produkto. Kasi kayo ho ang gumawa nito, no? And you proposed this, then it was approved by Congress. So ano ba ho itong procurement system na tinutukoy ko? Can anyone tell me kung ano po ito? Kung meron ho tayong alternative mode of procurement, ano po yun? Ano po kaya ho doon yung na-invento ng Philippine Air Force because of the supply ng ating parts ng ating mga helicopter? Anyone? Para lang alam ko po na nakikinig kayo so far. Ano po itong procurement methodology that nanggaling mismo ang brainchild, ang architect, ang engineer, nanggaling sa Philippine Air Force and ginagamit na po ito natin kasama sa 9184. Anyone? It start with the letter O. No? It's a two word. The first word starts with the letter O and the second starts with the letter A. Ano po ho kaya yun? Okay. Can I call? Wala ba ho magbo-volunteer? Can I call one participant? Okay. Nandiyan pa ho si Engineer Noli Umali?
Wala po sir currently.
Currently, no? Okay. Sino bang nasa admin dito? Yung mga taga-procurement. Wala ba hong taga-procurement dito? Like for example, si Second Lieutenant Patricia Marie Soriano. Siguradong nandyan.
Wala pa po siya ngayon sir.
Ha?
Wala pa po si Miss Patricia po.
Maswerte akong pumili, no? So, 50% are in, I think. Ano ba ang ating participation sa class?
Nasa 90% na po tayo sir, almost 90%.
Almost 90%. Okay. Okay. Siguro naman makakachamba na ako ngayon, no? Si Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Rapacon, nandiyan ba ma'am? Ma'am, nandiyan ka ba?
Ay, nag-advise lang po siya sir na may a-attendan po siya. Pero
sige.
nandito na po.
Okay. Sino bang dyan? Para alam ko may kausap ako. Okay. Saan ba yung screen?
I-check sir yung participants list.
Okay. I'll checking it now. Nakayuko sila lahat eh. Hello, sir. Okay. Anong rango ni... Lieutenant Colonel, sir. Sir. Lieutenant Colonel Alnela Catabona. Alam niyo ba ho yung na-invento ng Philippine Air Force na ginagamit ngayon ng procurement?
Sir, try to find out, sir. Hindi pa masyadong aware, sir.
Sige.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Pasensya na, sir.
Sa anong department kayo?
Dito lang kami sa lower unit, sir. 520 Airbase Wing po, sir. Kami po, sir, yung administrator, sir, ng pag may mga project dito sa Villamor, sir.
You need to know this. You need to know this, Colonel, kasi ginagamit namin to for maintenance na pala hindi na kami hindi na kami araw-araw, hindi na kami dumadaan pa sa alternative mode, no? Parang one-time procurement to eh. Tapos kinukuha na lang namin yung mga item. So sige po, would you recommend anyone kung sino makakasagot nito?
Sir, if I may, pwedeng tsambahan, sir. Hindi ba to shopping to, sir? Shopping?
Okay lang naman. Sige sir, so tsambahan mo.
Hindi pa to shopping, sir? Shopping?
Ay, hindi po shopping to. Ang
Okay,
shopping po kasi is limited to 500,000, di ba? So paano, malalaki ang pyesa ng helicopters eh. Minsan it costs more than 1 million, no? So shopping and the other one is not applicable, no? So I think 4 years or 5 years ago, the Philippine Air Force proposed this to GPPB. Tapos aprubahan naman ho. O sige, hindi ko na ho kayo papahirapan. Yung ordering agreement po. Yung ordering agreement was invented. Kayo po ang nag-invento nun, mga sir. Ma'am, sir, kayo po ang nakapag-invento nun. And we use that, kung nakapunta na kayo sa boardroom, we use that to renovate the 6th floor. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng world-class facilities sa NEDA. And we're using that for the maintenance supplies of the building. Ganito po kasi ang system nun, no? Total, nandito tayo sa value engineering and value analysis. Ganito po kasi ang system ng procurement nun. Meron po kayong regular items, quantities, na it's good for the maintenance for a year. Siyempre ho, hindi naman ho pwedeng ipa-deliver lahat yun. Why? For 2 reasons. Unang-una, baka ho yung mga simento tumigas o yung mga pintura, kung wala din tayong storage. So you facilitated the ordering agreement na meron ho tayong parang, I don't want it to call a forward contract, meron ho tayong mother contract na doon ginagawa ang procurement. Then every time we need these materials, doon na lang ho natin ino-order o doon na lang natin kinukuha sa supplier. Okay? So those are the tools for value control. Kasi unang-una, you control the inflation. Kung tumaas ho yung semento, kunwari na-procure nyo ng March, yung semento na 100, then kailangan nyo yung semento by July. So, na-epeg nyo na yung price ng semento sa 100 kasi under the ordering agreement, hindi ho pwedeng tumaas ang presyo ng mga supplies under a contract. Pwede ho nilang ilagay yung contingency, pero definitely nakapeg ho lahat yun. So those are the things and services na it's a good example of value analysis and value engineering sa services. Okay, let us move forward. Salamat po doon, Colonel. So these are the lexicons and terms associated with value engineering. 1, basic function. Ano ba ho yung pinaka-basic? Ano ho yung primary purpose of a product or service? Sabi ni Colonel kanina, ni Lieutenant Colonel Arnel, sa maintenance sila ng mga facilities. So sa mga facilities like conference room, ano ba ang basic function niya? Of course, kagaya ho dito sa kwarto, ang purpose ho niyan is magkaroon ho tayo ng venue for our meetings, for the participations ng ating mga seminars or where we meet our minds, no? So that is the basic function of a conference room. So yun muna ho. Then the secondary function ng conference room? Anyone, what is the secondary function of a conference room? Mr. John Arnie, Sir Arnie, John Arnie Bonnet, ano palagay mo is the secondary function ng conference room?
Good morning, sir. Sir,
Morning, sir.
To have conference, sir.
Hindi. Ano pa? Yun na nga yung primary function po ng ating conference room. What would you think would be a secondary function ng ating conference room?
Pwede rin mag-held ng venue, sir, basta magkaroon ng mga social gathering, sir. Pwede rin siya maging venue.
Okay. Kunwari may mga birthday, no? Very good, Sir John Arnie. Kunwari may mga birthday, kaysa nasa mga workstations tayo, we can use the conference room as a function or venue for the birthdays. So ano pa yung third function ng conference room para malinawagan tayo sa value engineering approach? Kung meron tayong basic function, meron tayong secondary function, ano pa ho yung maiisip niyo na third function? I'm looking at Sir Dexter Chavez. Come on down, sir. Ano pa ho ang naiisip niyo pang function ng ating conference room?
Yes, sir. Pwede siguro siyang tambayan, sir.
Naku, lagot ka dyan, ha? Di ba
There's
yung
a function lang, sir.
Hindi na, let's rename it. Hindi po tambayan naman. Reading area. Ayan. Yung mga newspaper, yung mga magazine, pwede tayong doon magbasa ng FB kung gusto nating itago yung ating kausap o mag-Viber, right? So there are basic function, yung pinaka-basic with the primary function, may secondary function, and you can name a lot. You can name a lot of what can we do with the conference room. Salamat po, gising na po tayo. Good morning. Dito pala maganda, no? Maglo-roll call ako, mga ma'am, sir. Sir, ma'am, sir. Okay. Another lexicon words and term associated with value engineering is design aim cost. O, sino ba ho yung mga engineer dyan? Taas ang kamay. Sino yung nag-estimate sa ating mga building, sa ating mga infrastructure? O, tumayo na si Sir Ulysses Pascual. Anyway, design in cost. A discipline for holding a designer responsible for a specific cost ceiling. Okay? Cost ceiling for the production or construction cost of a product or facility. This approach is used to control manufacturing kasi nga ceiling eh. We're talking about price ceiling or budget ceiling or construction cost during the process. Okay. Yung design in cost po, meron hong joint circular ang Department of Budget and Management as well as the DPWH and COA how we will handle or what would be the appropriate cost estimate of a particular structure. For example, building. Magtatayo po tayo ng building. Who can give me some estimate how will we do or construct the building by square meter? Ano ba ho ang range ngayon? Pagkakaalala nyo o per square meter, construction, building, shell lang po. Ano po ang current estimate? Hindi na ho ako tatawag, mag-ano na lang po tayo, initiative na lang tayong sumagot. Ano po kaya yung per square meter ngayon ng construction, shell lang, of a building as per approved by DBM and DPWH? Anyone?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir Kirby.
As for today, sir, we are using yung range po namin is 25 to 30,000 per square meter.
Oo, mababa yan, sir. Mababa yan sa public voice saka sa DBM. Nakakatayo pa ho kayo ng building niyan.
Yung po yung ginagamit po namin, sir.
na ginagamit nyo. Eh di
Yes, sir.
paano ho yung pag humingi ho kayo ng budget sa ano po? So, kayo po yung responsible doon as kung yun ang ginagamit nyo. Paano po kung kulang? How about if this cost estimate is would not be sufficient to construct a particular project? Okay. Okay, for your information, siguro sir, yung binigay mo sa aking unit price per square meter, probably 5 years ago pwede po yan. Currently ho, for your information, Sir Kirby Bautista,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
currently po nasa ano na po tayo? Nasa 30,000 to 50,000 per square meter na po tayo. Depende po sa ating foundation at depende din po sa, kasi pag earthquake resilient po ang building like what we're doing here at NEDA, medyo mataas dahil mas malalaki po yung biga niyan, yung column niyan, mas masinsin. And we're using high grade structural steel. So definitely kaya ho nabanggit ko dito kasi yung sa 9184 ho kasi kung sino po yung nag-estimate at pag nagkulang po yun, meron hong administrative sanction dun sa nag-estimate in the event ho na nagkulang yung kanyang estimate or nagkulang yung ating approach sa particular project. So kaya nga po the value engineering approach, ito po yung sinasabi natin that hindi ho pwedeng gawin ng isang tao. You need to validate this to professionals, to other agencies. Pwede ho magtanong sa ahensya or who's in charge. No, like for example, ang ating nagmamando ho kasi sa mga building construction is the Public Works and Highways. So definitely ang DBM ho under the joint circular may tinatawag pong budget call. Bago tayo mag-propose ng project, may mga requirements like hazard certificates, kung saan ho nakalocate yung mga projects. There are hihingi ang what is this, ang DBM ng preliminary plans, cost estimate, and this cost estimates has to be validated by DPWH or a accredited or professional detailed engineering firm, no? Something like that. Pwedeng iba pa-validate nyo kahit sa CMDF kung totoo yan, kung hihingi kayo ng assistance with them. So, itong value engineering and value analysis po, as I'm repeating it, repeating it, hindi ho pwedeng isang tao lang po ang gumagawa. You need lahat ng resources, all information need to be gathered. Okay, pero Sir Kirby, huwag ka mag-alala. Sa COA, pasado ho yung 25,000, hindi ho kayo masususpend, hindi ho kayo madi-disallow. Kayang-kaya nyo supportahan yan. Tuwan-tuwa pa ho ang national government sa inyo because of that. And of course, that would be appropriate for single-story building. No? Wala hong mali dyan, basta we can support our estimate. That can be validated and that can be we can go to the bank and say that ito ho yung cost estimate ko, ito yung kailangan kong pera para gawin yung certain structure. Okay. Other lexicon words, again, yung function, no? Ito yung performance of characteristic that a product or service accomplish. Like for example nga po yung mousetrap. Or yung, for example, yung microscope, o yung ilaw na lang per se. Ano ba ang function ng ilaw? May mga lux po yan. So, yung mga wattage po depends on the area of the room and need ng particular place. Like for example nga po, itong conference room. Kailangan siguro yung mga lux nito, mga 200, di ba? Ang lux niya para we can read. No? Paano sa mga ano po kaya? Sa mga bar, sa mga watering hall, sa mga session hall. No? Yung conference room natin, i-dim natin ng konti para ano sabi ni Sir Dexter, Para naman doon tayo mag-sergeant pala. Doon tayo mag-conduct ng socials, no? Medyo babawasan natin yung ilaw. So the secondary of the function has already been accomplished dahil medyo binawasan mo yung ilaw. It's appropriate now for social gatherings. Hindi mo naman kailangan kasi lahat yung ilaw for our social gatherings, di ba? So first things first, in everything we do, yung function muna ng particular product, design or services ang tinitignan. Then this is a very, very unique methodology in doing the value engineering or value analysis. Yung function analysis system technique, or what we call PAS. Later on the module, I'll be talking about the PAS, and of course I'll be giving some parang layman samples lang, no? Kasi nga I think hindi naman lahat ba kayo engineers na I think hindi naman siguro, and the others are more on administrative, more on technical, the technical personnel of our pinakamamahal na Philippine Air Force. So PAS is a method of analyzing, organizing, and graphically displaying the interrelation of the basic and secondary function of a system. So it's how we correlate or how we interrelated the function, no specific parts, specific components of a project. Okay. So other lexical words and terms associated with value engineering is the life cycle cost. Ito na ho yung pinaka-meat and ingredient. No? Meat and ingredient ng ating module. Without this analysis, without this technical know-how, I think hilaw ang pagpasok nyo or dito sa klasiko. You need to know this. Sorry mga bossing. You need to know this by heart kung ano yung life cycle costing na yan. Huwag kayong matatakot. Madali lang po yan. Kahit sa Excel, kayang gawin. No? But of course, I will do the manual para alam niyo yung manual bago kayo mag-Excel. Okay. The life cycle cost is the total cost of the item's ownership. No? This includes the initial acquisition cost. Like for example, yung right of way, planning, design, construction, operations, maintenance, and modification, replacement, demolitions, and financing taxes, and disposable as applicable. So yung life cycle cost, ito na po yung from womb to tomb ng project. From the construction to the when will this be constructed, hanggang kailan lang to magpa-function. Like for example, we bought an helicopter. Of course, may number of flying hours yan. Alam natin that for a particular hours, we need to replace some parts. For a particular hour, we need to do some maintenance. So, yun po yung life cycle, no? From the procurement or from the acquisition of a product or from the engagement of a service up to the completion of the project or the completion of the service. Yun po yung life cycle cost. At pwede hong bumalik pa ho yun dun sa preliminary, no? Dun sa unang-una. Wherein pwede kasi i-upgrade yung particular product. Like for example, the electric fan ngayon, no? Mamaya, example ko yun. Medyo in-upgrade nila yung model or yung function ng mga particular components ng electric fan para it will serve more on the user or it will serve more on the air circulation sa yung kanyang velocity and of course yung energy efficiency. We avoid unnecessary costs for a particular function. Like for example, kanina, conference room. Ano mga unnecessary costs sa conference room? Kailangan ba ng carpet ang conference room? Probably kung nagbabounce yung sound or otherwise medyo maingay kasi yung iba pag nagko-conference or meeting ayaw na tak 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 yung sa sapatos pag ano di ba yung mga boots natin ayaw na madinig yung tapping of the shoes kaya ang nangyayari naglalagay ng carpet para maiwasan or to minimize the sound of somebody walking or during the meeting hindi ma-distract yung mga ka-meeting. But is the carpet the only solution or the only good idea to lessen the sound? So, siyempre may mga alternatives and basically yung mga unnecessary costs parang we avoid them. And the cost worth, of course, magkano yung carpet, magkano yung tiles, magkano yung laminated wood. If that particular material will serve the purpose, what would be the cost and the value of that function? Kasi yung carpet may maintenance po. Tama ho ba yun? So may maintenance yan, may vacuuming, magbabacuum, may cleaning. So magkano yung cost niya against the maintenance? Siguro pag maglalagay ka ng less maintenance materials, it would already suit or appropriate for a particular function of the conference room. Diba? For that particular conference room. So ganun po tayo nag-analyze, hindi po tayo, we think out of the box. We generate ideas from others. Huwag yun yung kukontrain. Sige lang, kahit anong sabihin yan. Kahit mangungulit yan. Kasi you can get some thoughts about it. No? Now, when to use the value engineering? Kailan ba ho nagsisimula ang value engineering? As I told you earlier, the value engineering, no? The value engineering starts at the concept level. Yung unang-una, magdi-design ka pa lang. The value engineering has to be administered. Bakit? Kasi nga we avoid cost. We don't like yung hilaw na approach to a particular project, or we don't like things that will go out of hand. No? Yung mga procurement ng ating mga construction materials, ayaw naman natin na it will not be appropriate for our project. Okay, when to use the value engineering? If there is a high opportunity for cost savings, nakikita natin that we need to invent or we need to adapt some things like for example, cost saving na ngayon. So yung mga air cons from conventional, we use air cons with inverter motors. But of course, ito na naman, no? The ratio of the function and the cost has to be analyzed. Okay? Kasi nga, there are limited budgets. Then, it's very too late to use the value engineering kung nag-implement ka na ng project. You will not use value engineering during the mid section of or the mid stage of doing a project. Most likely you will use value analysis kasi yung value analysis ongoing yun eh. No? Ongoing yung process ng value analysis from the beginning to the end of the project. Okay? Aha. Saan na ako? Mukhang naulit ko yun. So how to define value analysis? How do we define now value analysis and value engineering? There's a distinction between them, no? Hindi po ano yan, hindi po pareho yan. May pagkakaiba. Pero very often, these terms are called synonymous. Pero which comes first, the chicken or the egg? During the Second World War, of course, the U.S. government has scarce resources there are scarce resources to its war effort, no? Nandyan kasi nagagawa sila ng mga eroplano, tanks. Of course, they need supplies for the bullets, etc., etc. And General Electric Company was summoned by the U.S. government uh, for the sharing of their materials. Kasi yung GE, siyempre may mga electricals yan, may mga metals yan. So, it delayed some of their production kasi nga it's for the war effort. This is the time that the father of value engineering and value analysis had composed the methodology, no? Si Mr. Lawrence de Miles. So, nag-isip siya ng substitute components or parts na pwede niyang i-substitute in producing the refrigerators or in manufacturing, for example, GE, General Electric, in manufacturing yung mga light bulbs. Okay? So, yun yung birth, yun yung simula ng ating value analysis. So, ESEF, so nag-identify siya ng step-to-step approach, how to identify a particular functions or particular systems. So nagkaroon ng methodology, and of course, si Lawrence de Miles is an engineer. No? Kaya nakita niya yung proseso. So ang kanyang mga parameters is quality, less maintenance, and of course accepted ng client, no? Ng customer o ng end user. Okay, in 1954 also, ito po yung ginamit din ng US Navy Bureau of Ships, no? The same technique para sa cost avoidance. So those are the uses ng value engineering. Okay, you can see or you can read its slide. So I don't need to elaborate. And of course, sabi ko nga, the Philippine Air Force had contributed something to the Republic Act 9184, and that is the ordering agreement. Value engineering po yun. Naisip nyo that you have to do a better procurement on supplies that are regularly procured, na hindi mo na kailangan i-store or otherwise nandoon sa supplier, then you will order it lang kung kailangan na lang. So those are the things that you have contributed to the principles of value engineering. Dapat pinagmamalaki niyo po yan. Sa inyo galing yan mga sir and ma'am. So what is the difference between value analysis and value engineering? As I told you, it's a chicken and egg thing. No? The value engineering is on the design stage. Then specifically, it involves a team of engineers. No? Kahit na merong technical knowledge or technical know-how on how to produce a product or services. Hindi ho pwedeng isang tao lang ho yan. Hindi ho uso si Superman o si Darna o si Wonder Woman if you're doing some value engineering. You need a team. Kaya po kami dito sa NEDA, when we constructed the multipurpose building and when we renovated the 6th floor, kung sino man po sa inyo ang nakapunta na sa National Economic and Development Authority, we had to compose or we need to get some competent personnel to form the committee. Sa 6th floor renovation committee ang tawag. Dito naman sa mga building, we call it the building committee. Then another committee is created right now to do the interiors of NEDA, and they are called the project monitoring committee. So na value engineering, hindi ho trabaho ng isang tao. Wala akong ganun kagaling. And identifying yung produkto, you need a team. Para ho sa ating reconnaissance, di ba? Meron tayong lead, meron tayong tail. So all of this personnel has each function. Yung nakahawak, yung ating captain, yung may hawak ng Armalite, So alam ang response pag tayo inambus. May natutunan ako sa lecture ng Philippine Air Force. Yung training na binigay nyo sa amin. Okay? And of course, the value analysis, ito po, it constitutes from the beginning to the end of the project. But of course, hindi ho habang project, nagba-value analysis ka, no? On the latter stage of the project, dapat tumigil ka na rin. Maayos na ang plano, approve na ang change order and extra work orders. Okay. Value analysis indicates application of the product into manufacturing or construction. So the workers and subcontractors, kasi nga it's being implemented also during the construction, not unlike the value engineering, talagang on the beginning lang, on the conceptualization stage. And of course, may change the present stage of product kasi sa building construction kasi there are some things like to suit actual field condition. Okay? So project ko, yung last project ko sa Public Works, DPWH, yung papunta ng Wawa. Sino ba ho dyan ang nakapunta na ng Wawa Dam sa Montalban? Yung mga mahilig sa hiking, no? So, yung tulay ho, yung maliit na tulay doon, yun po yung last project ko sa DPWH. And on my private capacity, moonlighting, yung mahabang tulay papunta ho doon sa resort. Pina-design din po sa akin yun ng private company. Okay? So, definitely, during that construction or during the construction, the bridge has a substructure or on piles, no? Ibig sabihin, papaluan ng pilote. Alam niyo on piles, no? Papaluan pilote para magkaroon ng stable structure. But when I'm doing the bridge, nung nag-open pit ako, lumabas po. Hindi naman class A na marble. Kasi Montalban nga ho yun eh. But it's a marble. Yung medyo powdery ang dating. Pero matigas po yun. So why would I'll drive pile when the foundation is already stable? No? Hindi ko, kahit paluan ng pilote yun, hindi ho papasok yung piles doon. So we need to redesign the substructure of the bridge. We need to design everything from the approach and of course, ang superstructure hindi na namin ho ginalaw. Superstructure, we are calling the girders, yung slab ng tulay. Hindi na ho namin inayos yun. No? Hindi na namin ginalaw. And you call that value analysis. No? So bakit, again, the function. What is the function of the files? Do we need do you need to drive the files in order to construct the foundation? For that particular case or particular project, hindi na ho kailangan. Yun po yung ating discipline on analyzing or analyzing some ano. Kasi kawawa naman yung gobyerno pag pinaluan nyo ng pilote, no? Tapos sasabihin nyo, pumasok na pilote 20 meters pa. Siyempre, hindi nakikita ng COA yun. Kung yung 20 meters yun, 10,000 per, sabihin natin 50,000 per linear meter, di ang mahal ng pilote, di ba? So definitely, when I was in the DPWH kasi, batang-bata akong engineer 5 years lang po ako doon. So medyo, medyo idealistic tayo noong mga panahon na yon, no? So when I went to NEDA, of course, bitbit ko yung discipline pa rin ng being an ideologist. Okay? Sorry. So ito po, no? So sa process, may beginning, middle, and end. Sa services, sa construction, sa manufacturing, merong simula, merong gitna, at merong huli. At doon sa beginning, merong sinasabing end of the beginning, di ba? Medyo may mga poet, the beginning of the end. The end of the beginning. Yun lang ang ibig sabihin noon. katapusan na ho ng ating conceptualization, katapusan na ho ng ating preliminary engineering. That's why you call it the end of the beginning. So hanggang doon na ho yung value engineering. Well, the value analysis goes beyond the end of the beginning. And dito ho, until doon sa beginning of the end, dapat ho nandun yung value analysis. Kung sa end part, matatapos na lang ho siya sa beginning ng last stage ng construction or manufacturing. Ganun po yun. So I think, paulit-ulit ko sinasabi, the difference between value engineering and value analysis. So this module, both has similar process, both steps in doing the procedure. Kasi nga, organized review. Pareho ng steps and methodology ang value engineering and value analysis. But we call it value analysis when we go far beyond the conceptualization. Okay, I'm doing the talk 1.5 hours. Ano ba ho ito? Meron ba ito kayong mga coffee break? Diyan? Di ako na-orient. Dire-diretso ba tayo until 12 o'clock?
Ay, hindi po sir, siguro by 9:30 po or ngayon po sir, pwede po if you intend to have a break po sir.
Sa participants natin, anong gusto nyong break time natin? Para hindi ganito, no? We're doing the planning, no? So sige. Do you agree that we do a break around 9:30 for Kobe? That would be a 15-minute break. Then sa lunch natin, of course, automatically that would be 12 to 1. Then yung ating snacks would be 3 o'clock. Siguro mga 2:30, no? 2:30 to 3 o'clock. Would that be okay sa inyong lahat, mga sir, ma'am, ng schedule of our break para medyo makapag-relax naman tayo ng konti. Okay, I'm seeing hands. Okay daw kay Sir John, Arnie. So, is the majority agreeing with my proposal of the lunch and lunch break saka snacks? Okay, I'm seeing hands. Si Sir Alvin din, nag-approve. So, yung iba kasi wala silang video. So, I'm assuming naman siguro na pwede na yun. So, let me, it's 9, it's, anong oras na sa inyo? That would be, John, anong oras sa iyo para synchronize tayo?
9:18 sir.
Sir, John?
It's 9:18 po sa orasan ko po sir.
9:18. So, let's call it a break. Call my attention kung 9:30 na dyan.
Okay sir, noted po. Thank you sir.
Salamat John. Okay. So, ito yung functional elements of value analysis, no? You will notice the value engineering champions are on the inner part of the circle. Hindi ko na po masyadong elaborate to kasi we're not doing the value analysis naman din. We're doing the value engineering, but as I told you, pareho lang naman sila ng steps. And of course, we're looking here at the service, no? Yung value analysis in transportation. Of course, bakit may promotion doon? Of course, if you will be proposing or you are the proponent of the project, you need to promote this. You need to tell management or tell the decision maker ano yung pinaka-objective? What function does it serve? No? Kung kayo yung value analysis o value engineer ng particular project, engineers ng particular project. So, what is the viability, no? Yung viability and awareness, no? So, definitely hindi parang ano yan you're marketing a product, minsan po, wala pa yung project, chinichismis na. Para kung merong mga oppositionist doon sa project, malalaman mo na. O kaya, for example, we're doing the daycare. We're building a mother-friendly facility. Wow! Ganda niyan. Kailan yan? O, di ba? You already promoted a particular function ng ginagawa mong building o gagawing building. Kasi kung wala naman gagamit, wala. Like for example, right now, COVID tayo, nobody will use the daycare, nobody will use the conference room, yung ginawa naming multipurpose o Bulwagan Hall. Kaya it's now it's being converted to be an admin and operations building na nagkakaroon na ngayon ng mga renovations. Kasi yung renovations naman are temporary. Pag tapos na ho tayo sa pandemic natin at medyo nakaluwag-luwag tayo at kailangan na naman natin ng large venue for our meetings, for our social gatherings, for everything else, like for example, yung mga mother, pwede na ulit magdala ng kanilang mga anak sa opisina. And of course, doon sa building na ginagawa namin, meron din ho kaming fitness center, no? Merong ganon. So right now kasi, because of the new normal or the new things, the way we do things, and nandun ho yung value analysis. Yung function ng building, hindi na ho suited ngayon. So, nagkakaroon ho ng renovation. Yun ho yung purpose ng ating bakit tayo nag-aaral ngayon. To have the discipline and to be a decisive decision maker on several things. Like yan, no? The management decided, o sige gawin na lang natin ganon. Then we have to do some, we need to set up, we need to construct it in a way na it could serve safety and health, no? And so ang concept ngayon is health and safety para minimize ang spread of the virus, and at the same time meron tayong mga air filters or proper air circulation, so etc. So kaya po ililipat yung admin doon sa multipurpose building is i-renovate din ho isa-isa yung mga interiors ng building kasi kailangan properly ventilated, yung mga aircon mo, proper unlocationing. So magkakaroon ng konting pagbabago. Hindi mo konti, major na pagbabago. And we need funds for that. So what is the meaning of overall cost? No, for a manufacturer or for the producer, ang overall cost is the summation of elements of the cost required to produce service such as labor, materials, and overhead. So, yun yung overall cost niya. Paano niya i-produce yung sasakyan? Sa service naman, paano mo i-deliver ang consulting services? Like for example, itong CMTF, how would they deliver their training programs via webinar or customize it for the Philippine Air Force, etc., etc. So the overall cost of maintaining, no, or subscribing to a webinar facility, yun yung pinaka overall cost nila, and of course yung bayad sa mga lecturers, sa materials and reproductions of materials, and of course whatever, kung ano pa, no? So for the customer, sa atin, sa inyo, ang overall cost nyo is the product or service na binibili nyo o binabayaran nyo. Like for example, yung laptop. Pag pinili mo yon, of course, ano ba yung function ng laptop? For gaming ba? For office? For internet? For video call? Of course, pag sa Zoom or you will use the laptop for Zoom facilities or conference facilities, kailangan may camera yan. Kailangan mabilis-bilis na konti ang Wi-Fi niyan, signal, something like that, to accept Wi-Fi signals. So yun yung pinaka-appreciation natin dun sa overall cost. We pay for what will satisfy our Okay, mukhang that's the signal for Jan. Hindi pa na. Meron nga pong okay, so those are the things na kailangan natin. So how would sa atin naman, how will we satisfy the end user? Something like that. Yung function ba, kaya niya binili yung particular product na yun, nasilbihan. And the value, the maximization of the value is, of course, a ratio between the maximization of the performance of a particular product or service over the cost. Laging ganun no? Why would you buy a Mercedes? What will you buy? A Mercedes-Benz or a Toyota or a Ford? Simply, it depends on the limit of your budget or yung function ng particular specific item na binibili natin. Why would you buy a Fortuner? Di ba? Nakatira ka ba sa area na binabaha? Kaya kailangan mo na mataas or just okay lang Fortuner kasi para may dating ako pagbaba ko, pogi ako, di ba? Extra pogi points. Mas maganda kung bibili ka ng BMW or other Lexus or something like that. So yung value as we appreciated it is a relation of the cost to the performance or the function of a particular product or service that we want. Ganun lagi ho kasi yung appreciation yun. Yun yung psychological cause and effect of how we deliver our product and services. Okay. Good value is ang sinasabi, good value kung mababa ang cost, di ba? Yung reliability ng cost. Bisan yung cost mababa, sabihin, made in China, ay China yan. Delikado ka dyan. Yung mga phones made in China, mahina. Actually, if you notice it, mahirap sila sa data, no? Pero malakas sila sa Wi-Fi. But getting some data yung kumbaga wala kang Wi-Fi, everything else, medyo mahina sa kamabagal at mahirap mag-install ng application. Kaya most of the teenage and most of the millennials are getting branded phones, no? Hindi sila kumukuha ng siyempre may mga iPhone kuno dyan, Japix or whatsoever. So yung value of things is they associate it with the performance of a particular product. Value is always increased by the decreasing cost while maintaining essential function. So, ito, no? Yung value daw increase while the cost is decreasing. May naisip ba kayong ganun na yung value ng particular product or item ay tumataas pero bumababa ang cost? May naiisip ba? Can anyone suggest? What is that? Yung value ng particular product, you appreciate it more, pero nagulat ka, mas bumaba yung cost. Anyone? Yung hamburger. Non-inflationary yung hamburgers, di ba? Yung Jollibee saka McDonald's. Hindi tumaas yung value kasi yung value, yung function niya, just to satisfy, makakain ka. Nandun pa rin. Pero tumataas lahat ng mga value ng halaga. Pero if you notice, they are promoting it as a package na medyo minimal ang cost. So those are the things that they are doing in terms of marketing strategy, no? So yun yung example, no? Value may also be increased if the customer needs wants is willing to pay. Like you can buy a BMW, if you can buy a Rolls-Royce, if you can buy a Toyota Fortuner o yung mga nasa high-end. Or otherwise, Kia Pride is okay na sa'yo. No? Kasi gusto mo lang naman from point A to point B. So that's the manner of how a product is being appreciated. Depende kung ano yung need or function or performance na kailangan ng specific end user. Okay? So dyan, 9:30 Pwede na ba? Matagal pa ba? How many minutes
Ah,
more?
9:29 sir. Siguro sir, we could take a break na po.
Okay, so let's see each other ng 10 o'clock. So, I guess, medyo energetic pa kayo ng konti. Wala tayong icebreakers, you know? So, medyo magtaas-taas kayo ng kamay ng konti. Okay? Salamat.
Oo. Yun po, as requested by Engineer Sasot, let's have a 30-minute break. You could have your coffees or some light snacks, pati mag-stretching na din po. Medyo magiging challenging po kasi siguro yung magiging workshop po natin, yung group workshop natin. So yun po, we could relax just a little bit po. So see you po ng 10 a.m. po. Thank you very much. Hi, good morning everyone. Sorry to cut your break time short po. Let's be back po pala ng 9:45. Nagkaroon lang po ng pagkakamali po kanina. Sorry for the ano po kanina, for the instruction. Engineer, na-announce ko na po sa kanila kaso nga lang po, parang lumabas po ata yung iba, sir. Ay, sorry sir, naka-mute po kayo, sir.
Sorry. Sige lang. Sige, sinabi kasi natin 10 o'clock. Yung ibang slides naman kasi I can just browse through it. Nababasa naman nila.
Okay po, sir.
Salamat dyan.
Salamat din po, sir.
Hello, John. Can we start?
Yes, sir. It's almost 10 na po. We
Okay.
can resume na po.
So, assumption ko din, everyone is... Iba talaga, walang video, no?
Yung iba po kasi, sir, nag-advise sa akin na medyo mahina yung internet po nila, sir.
Okay. Oh, mahina, mahirap talaga. Kahit nung sa training namin sa military orientation sa boardroom, kailangan talaga yung mga hirap na hirap din yung participants sa mga regional offices to contact us o to sumama dun sa training na yun, sa classroom training.
Yun po talaga, sir, yung limitations ng ng virtual, sir.
Actually, may nire-recommend sila other than Zoom kasi masyado nga daw Okay, so sandali. Should we start? Magandang umaga po ulit. Most of the slides I will breeze through it kasi I already explained it over and over again during the earlier part of the lecture, no? So ranges of application of value engineering. So as I told you before, it applies to every project, services that has a process or function. Kung may proseso yan, may steps, may procedures, value engineering can be applied. No? Hindi po value engineering ang tawag is pang-engineers lang yan. No? Most of the management path like re-engineering, hindi ibig sabihin is tayo lang o yung mga engineers o yung mga may technical know-how lang ang gumagamit. It applies to all, and that is the term that you use when you review you do an organized review from the start or the design concept. So value engineering can be applied at any point of the design or process. Again, specifically on the point of design, it cannot be applied during the midterm of the construction. Kaya nga hanggang yung principles nun, hanggang doon na lang. But of course, it's synonymous with value analysis. Value engineering is a problem-solving technique. Like for example, when we are about to construct the multi-purpose building, so definitely everything would boils down what would be its function. No? Na-identify the function is for conference, for mother blended facilities, and employees' welfare. Kaya tama yung sabi kanina ni Mr. Jan sa social hall, social gatherings. Yun ang secondary function ng mga facilities na yan. Then value engineering can be used as a technique for developing design criteria. Okay, in the design criteria kasi, when the function is already been identified, nandun na pumapasok is what will be included. Kung ito yung function of a particular project or particular service, what would be included in that function. So doon pumapasok yung technique na yun. Okay? So naghang pa yung aking computer. So reason for poor value, bakit daw mababa ang appreciation ng end user sa isang product or services? Or a particular project hindi masyadong maunlad or otherwise it's not being, for example, like it's a water elephant, no? It's a white elephant. Like for example, of course, it's a matter of office politics. Politics, hindi office politics. Politics lang. Yung use natin ng Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. Di ba naging issue yun and concern why Many are saying it's very dangerous, and many are saying is kung ginamit natin yan, if the Philippines use that, probably we don't have any problem regarding electrical power right now. So when the Bataan of the power plant is being conceptualized on the design stage, siguro naman they did some review and analysis, no? Doon ang mga plano ko, di ba uso ang cut and paste na rin, no? So there are plans similar to that to other countries, pero they're utilizing it right now and it's very safe. And now the government is looking at it as if we have to use it. Probably wala na tayong enough source to generate electricity on a lower cost. So the reason for full value or the end user not appreciating a product or service is that yung mga designers yung nag-organize ng review, poor ang coordination. Like for example, for a building, how many aircons ang kailangan for a specific area or specific function of the room or need of the end user, no? If you're using per square meter for the information of everyone, no? Yung horsepower is associated with the square meter ng room. Normally, ako ang aking rule of thumb is that if there are large participation or large many people that will be using a room, ang divisor ko is 9, no? Ang ratio of divisor ko. So the square meter of the room divided by 9, yun ang horsepower na dapat, total horsepower ng aking air conditioning unit. Now, in the event naman na air cooling lang nagtitipid, my divisor will be 15. So that's the rule of thumb. Nagagamit ko lagi yan in any aspect of the design. No? So yung problema lang kasi is that assumption ko yon because I'm a civil engineer. Pero definitely you have to coordinate, no, yung mga bagay-bagay na to a mechanical engineer and the electrical engineer who will do the planning for the electrical and the mechanical works. So ikaw on the conceptualization, alam mo lang how many horsepower or how many tonner of air conditioning or how many units of air conditioning units are needed for a specific area or a specific factor. Okay? So failure to network with customer for definition of needs and wants. Sa value engineering, mga sir and ma'am, bawal ang nakasimangot na tao. Bawal ang suplado. Bawal yung hindi mo makausap. No? Definitely sa value engineering, kailangan yung mga tao na may PR ng konti, marunong maglaro, marunong makisama, at pasensyoso. Kasi you will be asking the support of your team. You will be asking for their skills. Parang pag nag-deploy tayo, alam natin na we are dependent on the person on our left and our right, on our front and our back. Kasi those person or personnel or soldiers will save our lives, di ba? Yun ang kasama sa training. Dapat may tiwala ka. If you will organize a team, hindi pwedeng hindi ka maniwala sa sasabihin ng mechanical engineer. Hindi pwedeng hindi ka maniniwala sa sinasabi ng sanitary and planning engineer. And of course, the purpose of which, while you're doing it, is that you need to satisfy the customer. Ano ba ang need? Ano ba ang purpose ng project na yun? Okay? First things first, ang lahat ng ginagawa natin is for our users or the end user. Hindi para sa atin. So, the design based of habitual thinking or mistaken beliefs, like yung sinabi ko kanina, it's my rule of thumb. Pero definitely, if there are consequences that needs to be adapted or appropriately designed for a particular room, function, or building, kailangan alisin mo yung habitual thinking na yon. you need to, sabi ko nga, you need to be confident na anyone who will assess it, it will be said na professionally done. Kasi you are being paid to be professional eh. Ano yan? Nag-open ka ng cellphone and your laptop. Ganun talaga yan. Anyway, yun, no, yung mga habitual thinking, tama na yan, okay na yan, no? Pwede na yan, ba? Maganda yung beret hat ni Lieutenant Colonel Arnel. Maganda yun, sir, yung beret hat. Okay yan, sir. Hindi okay yan, sir. Functional yun. Functional yun, sir. Functional. Hindi naman nakakasilaw po. Anyway, pero maganda yan, sir. Anyway, those are the habitual thinking and mistaken beliefs. No? So, minsan there's not enough time for project formulation or design. Like when we're conceptualizing this multi-purpose building, we have only 20 million to work with. 20 million, ang gagawin namin ng 20 million kung ang divisor is 30,000 per square meter or 35,000 per square meter. And we have an area of 30 meters by 15 meters, no? So it's about it's more than 500 square meter in area to occupy with, no? And of course, yung committee kasi also have their work sa office. They are assigned to other projects. So need talaga to sit down. Ang hirap na ngayon that we cannot sit down na ganito. Kaya may isang project kami na hirap kami tapusin, and that is the Public Service Continuity Plan and our contingency plan. No? Kasi we are all in virtual. So walang face-to-face. Mahirap yon. So sa new normal, I don't know how you will conceptualize things as a team. Siguro some innovation. Kasi you have to bet. You have to bet, and you have to assess kung nambobola lang yung ka-committee mo o nagpapakitang gilas lang. So you don't have an eye contact. You cannot see the body language. You cannot see hindi mo nakikita pinapawisan to habang kinakausap ka. Something like that. No? So very virtual, ang mahirap. No? So there should be enough time for the formulation or designing a project. And of course, yung failure to utilize the latest technology. Like for example, right now, if you're doing a conference room or if you're doing a office facility, probably you're looking at one, you need some air filters, you need some air circulations in the room so that you can avoid the spread of contaminated airborne diseases. You need to think of the safety of your personnel. If they can be isolated, alam naman natin yung social distancing, how many meters from apart. No? So, of course, technology, we're talking about not only IT, no? Hindi, pag sinabing technology, mga sir and ma'am, hindi ibig sabihin na ganyan IT, information technology. Meron ding technology as to the skills, as to yung gather mong information, or otherwise, yung technology na nakuha mo through this training. You call it technology. Yung mamaya that malalaman nyo about life cycle. The use of value engineering review and process is also called technology. Diba? So, another reason for poor value is negative attitudes. Ay, hindi pwede yan. Ay, bakit siya nung inassign? Bakit si Sir Carlito ang inassign? Dapat si mas tropa natin yun. Hindi natin katropa yan Something like that. So those are the things that that would deviate from our purpose. Kailangan siguro meron ding may kontrabida dun sa grupo. Hindi lahat bida. Di ba? Ang isang pelikula, pag walang kontrabida, hindi maganda. Have you noticed it? Comedy ang dating. Kahit comedy yan, may character doon, di ba? May laging kumukontra. Pero definitely in any group, tandaan nyo, yung diversity of thoughts and opinion counts. So, yung mga negative attitudes, don't call it negative. Think of it as a positive argument or positive inputs to an objective. Okay? So, i-flash ko na lahat to para mabilis tayo. So, more reasons for poor value. Communication. No? I'm telling this over and over again. We have to communicate sa design stage. Kahit sa value analysis, pag yung foreman may nakitang hindi maganda, has to report to the project engineer. I recall when I'm doing the Dingalan Aurora Langawan Bridge, ewan ko kung sino na yung lahat ng pinapuntahan ko mga projects when I was a junior engineer or young engineer. Ang hirap puntahan. I went far as Baler Aurora, Disogon Kasiguran, Dingalan Aurora, as far as sa Batangas, yung pinakamalayo sa Batangas, Talahib Pandayan. Siyempre bago ako noon bata ako noon, kung saan ako pinadadala. Buti hindi ako kinuha, hindi ako hinostage sa mga NPA at ginawa akong asawa ng mga babae. No. Anyway, buti walang nangyaring ganon. But on the instant that merong ganong threat like sa Dingalan na Aurora, I turned over the project to the engineering brigade ko. Nakalimutan ko na yung number nila na nasa Nueva Ecija. Approach na lang naman yun We were being threatened it's by administration, kami ang gumagawa, public works. Kasi nga walang contractor na may gusto yung project, we're doing the project. Then we were being threatened by, alam niyo na, yung mga pogi. So, tinapos ko lang yung tulay, yung approach. When I did the parapet wall, I already turned over the project to the Philippine Army Engineering Brigade station at Nueva Ecija. So yun, still communication is important, no? Kailangan you need to establish rapport, hindi lang sa local government. Dapat meron kang awareness of the neighborhood. Kung magtatayo ka ng bahay mo, sabihin mo muna sa mga kapitbahay mo kung ano yung tatayo mo doon. At siguro magpainom ka ng konti, hindi, loka lang. You need to establish a report of communication for the project to be successful. So lack of consensus to stakeholders. Sino ba yung mga stakeholders natin? Suppliers, tayo, the end users, of course the management. So all those involved with the project, you have to sense ano yung need, ano yung purpose, and what is the function of that particular project or service. Then outdated inappropriate design standards. Like for example, you're still using the working stress design, the ultimate and plastic design na ngayon ng since you are born in the 1970s, ang working stress, ang working stress mo, strength mo is still a 45% safety factor, hindi na po ganun ngayon. So you need to do sa National Building Code. It's being revised every now and then, as well as the Structural Code of the Philippines if you're doing some projects. So dapat related lahat. In services, kailangan sa civil service, you know the latest of the civil service. Every information kailangan you need to be updated. Otherwise, there will be a failure in design or there will be a poor in value. Then incorrect assumption based on poor information. Fixation with previous design concepts Ay, ganun ang ginawa namin sa 12-story building eh. Cut and paste lang yan, the same area. Ganun na rin ang gagawin natin sa susunod na project. Sometimes it works kasi we have now some software to do the structural design analysis. Meron ng STAAD and other structural evaluation. Sa ano naman sa design, sa detail engineering, meron na tayong magagamit na regularly. Pero definitely you have to customize. You have to customize, you have to organize your thoughts, you need to be you need to know all the information regarding a specific projects. Then yung honest long beliefs, yun na nga, no? Ay, sandali, huwag natin ilagay yung pintuan dyan, bawal sa yan sa puksoy. Minsan okay na sumusunod tayo on those beliefs. Minsan naman, of course, it's not called for. Like for example, sige, bawal sa puksoy or whatsoever. But what is the cause of that bawal? Remember, value engineering is cost avoidance. Value engineering is something that's being reviewed as to the function. Kung yung door na yun kailangan nyo for the safety and health and for the safety of employees or fire exit, ilagay po. Hindi ho pwedeng pungsoy na wala yun doon. Kaya patay na ho si Confucius, matagal na. No? If that it is necessary and it is serve the function, go. No? Medyo ano na po tayo dyan, medyo tumutugma na po tayo sa tayo yung mga engineers, tayo yung mag-technical po tayo, no? We're thinking individuals. So kung nararapat, ilagay. Hindi po pwedeng hindi ilagay dahil magagalit si ganito, si ganyan, ang management. Of course, you need to defend. So pag management, you need to defend, justify bakit yun ang approach. At hindi ka pwede mag-isa doon. You need a team, a committee, or otherwise, another proponent. Kung lieutenant colonel yung nagbabawal, sorry mga sir, mga ma'am. Kung lieutenant colonel yung magbabawal, kailangan lieutenant colonel din yung kasama mo doon sa committee. Para, di ba, sabi nga ni Isaac Newton, the law of opposing forces. Diba? Kailangan equal ang size at equal ang mass para may equilibrium. Okay? Common misconception of value engineering. So value engineering has to be administered at the right time by the right people. Okay? Timing. As I told you before, yung function ng multipurpose building ng NEDA, it does not already serve the function as the conference room, as a mother-child friendly facility, and a fitness center. Kasi po, sino pupunta ho sa NEDA? Sino magdadala ng anak? Probably the fitness center pwede pa, but you will be regulating the fitness center, di ba? Or the social distancing. So it's being renovated right now. Hindi pa naman tapos yung project. At yun ang kasama sa case study nyo. It's now being renovated to serve another purpose or another function. And again, you need the right people to do that. For that committee, hindi na ako sumama. Why? Two things. I did the multipurpose building. I did the conference and daycare conceptualization. Ayoko naman ho yung pinaghirapan namin, sisirain lang ho ng panibagong committee kasi magkakaroon ng maraming renovation. Sasakit ang loob ko doon. No? Magbinakbak ng binakbak yung mga pader, yung mga hagdanan, etc. etc. So I don't, sabi ko gano'n, please give me some respect. Medyo kayo naman dyan. Something like that. So it's need to be administered by the right people. Now, kung tingin mo you're not comfortable with doing the project, be honest with your superiors. Yun lang po yung papapayo ko sa ating mga personnel sa Philippine Air Force. Be honest. Kaya-kaya. Obey as a good soldier, obey first before you complain. But definitely, kung hindi na kaya, medyo taliwas sa ating mga naisip, then be honest. The value engineering degrades project performance. So hindi ho binabawasan ang performance ng project. Like for example, as I told you earlier, yung conference room gagawin ng mga opisina. So it is still the function, the evaluation of the function is there. Sino naman ang gagamit ng conference room? VideoCon na ngayon. Diba? Zoom meeting. Wala na ho yung large participation na nakaupo lahat. Baka nga Christmas party po natin, ganito tayo lahat. Ako, hirap naman nung mag-Christmas party. Magsasayawan ng naka-video, no? Pero definitely, it needs some innovation. Other misconception, it's just another pad. Maraming management pad. Nandyan yung just in time. Nandyan yung time management. Yan yung mga management principle. I did my business administration I did my master's in business administration and I'm aware of this management principle. Ang dami po niyan. Hanggang huling-huli, meron pang Kaizen, meron pa then bottom line is still ang lahat, it all boils down to sa isang organization, mahalaga ho para sa opinion ko, ang may respeto, yung mga respeto at kooperasyon ang isa't isa. Kahit anong management principle ho yan, kung wala ho tayong respeto, wala ho tayong kooperasyon sa isa't isa, bagsak po yan. Kahit engineering po yan, just in time and everything else. Then this value engineering was developed in 1943 during the war kasi nga kailangan nila ng lahat ng for the war effort, lahat ng yung mga materials were used to build airplanes, tanks, sa mga ammunition. So nawalan ng materials sa production ng refrigerator, most of it yung mga stove nila, etc. So doon nagsimula talaga yan, yung value engineering and value analysis naman in the manufacturing. Value engineering is not just cost cutting. Hindi ho tayo gumagawa ng value engineering to cut costs. Tandaan nyo, ang definition ng value engineering, ang unang pagkaka-define niya is to review and study the function. Hindi ho sinasabi doon to reduce costs. So value engineering actually is a review of the function. It's the review of the operations and the review of the services. Okay, magbabrowse na lang ako dito kasi most of the topics I already explained. So value engineering definitely is on the first stage, no, of our planning. So it seeks to improve the performance of a particular product. Okay, let me cite an example. Yung electric fan na lang ho natin sa basic household appliances sa bahay. If you notice yung appliance, yung natin, yung electric fan natin, dati, no, yung National pa o yung Hitachi. If you notice the screen, iba na ho yung screen ng electric fan ngayon. Oscillator na. Hindi na ho yung diretsuhan lang ang blow, but ang blow ng aircon, ng electric fan ngayon is paikot na. Like parang tornado dati. No? It's circular kasi that particular function has a very identified. Pag direct ho ang buga ng ating air, specifically hindi nagkakaroon ng disturbance. So the temperature of the room hindi ho na ibababa. So that is value engineering for you. Binago ho nila yung component na yon para yung flow of the air magbago or magkaroon ng the room temperature kahit electric fan lang can be reduced up to 4 degrees Celsius. And if you notice yung dati mga electric fan, mahaba yung motor. Why? Because it functions at a 240 volts. Right now, maliit na lang ho yung ating motor. Kasi kung mapapansin nyo, mahilig kayo sa kotse, maliit din ho yung motor na auxiliary fan. Why? Because it's only 12 volts. So this design the entire the value of the motor at binago nila lahat as to the function of the motor. The motor now is being run by a 12 volt. Nagkaroon ng maliit na inverter doon sa loob. Kaya hindi na masyadong malaki na yung mga electric fan right now. Okay? And they call it oscillators. No? So those are the things that value engineering contributes to the society or to us. No? So, okay, as sinabi ko na rin yan, no? Value utilizes the objective of multidiscipline team and train facilitator. But yung facilitator or chairman of the committee, hindi ho neutral po lagi yan. Lagi po tayong neutral kasi we want to get the best idea or the best result for our meetings. So minsan, china-challenge pa natin yung thought na yon sa ating mga group members. So you need to be trained to doing that. So merong mga what is this? Merong mga personal seminar that you can boost your confidence and learn how to be a leader, something like that. Ang civil service is doing that, yung kanilang program for supervisors. No? Hindi ko naman plug yung kanilang kasi definitely we have to, minsan kasi may natural na leader and minsan yung leadership has to be earned. Paano mo ma-earn yan? Through knowledge, skills, and your attitude, yung character. Pag medyo suplado ka, sino makikinig sa'yo during the committee meeting? Okay? So, cost reduction, ito yung mga cost reduction, particularly dun sa BE value engineering concept na yun. Hindi ko na ho elaborate kasi paulit-ulit na lang yan and you can read it. So, ito po ang father ng value engineering, si Lawrence D. Miles. So, as I told you, siya yung CEO ng General Electric. And definitely, yung concept, yung SABE or Society of American Value Engineers, sa kanya ho galing ang roots of that particular organization. And under that organization, meron ng foundation created para sa kanya. Okay? Because of his contribution to humanity. No? Yung mga principles na to are contribution to us sa generation ngayon, sa kaya future generation. Okay? So timing ng value engineering effort. Ito medyo nedang dating, medyo economista ang dating, pero let me explain it through layman's term. Okay, the stages of the project life, meron pong planning, meron design, may final design, then construction. Then of course, on the left side, may dollar doon. Ibig sabihin, that's the cost of the project at the planning stage. That's the cost of that. Yung sa curve na yon, yung curve na tumaas na yon, ibig sabihin, pataas ang cost, yung red. That would specifically involves the cost of in a particular stage of the project, there is a cost. Now, kailan ginagawa ang value engineering? Value engineering are being conducted on the planning and the design development stage as well as the final design. Hindi ho ginagawa sa construction stage. Kasi po, tapos na po tayo lahat sa ating assessment and we know that we already had been prudent or stringent sa ating mga analysis. Now, what is the meaning of that yellow line going down? So it's a matter of quality and quantity. No? Yung if you will administer, ganito po yan, no? Yung nakita niyo yung curve going down, this one. Okay? Bakit siya pababa? If you will do the value engineering on the planning stage, mataas po ang cost niyan. Why? you need an expert. You need to outsource your expert. You need to hire consultants. You need to hire architects, engineers, etc., etc. And it goes down here kasi as the moment that you have organized, bumababa na po yung cost nun. Okay? While yung performance naman or the quantity or effort pataas. Ibig sabihin, yung quality ng trabaho natin from the planning to the construction dapat pataas. If you notice, there is a point of equilibrium here, neutral. Sa economics, so, ito po, the law of supply and demand, if you recall your economics 101, kung hindi kayo nakakuha ng economics, imposible, no? Lahat tayo nagkaroon ng ekonanay. No? The law of supply and demand, lagi nating sinasabi yan, no? Pag kumonti ang produkto, mas mahal. Pag marami yung produkto, mas mura. Right? Right. So there is a point of equilibrium here. Sa economics po, sa point of equilibrium, kahit ilan pang i-produce mo na product, it will boils down or it will equalize to a single price. Ano example nun? Cellphone. Kung yung cellphone na yon naka-achieve na siya ng 5,000 per unit, kasi yun ang model niya, kahit mag-produce ka ng 100 nun, hindi mo na rin maitataas ang presyo nun. Kasi nakapeg na ho yun. Yun na yung appreciation ng market. Yun na yung normalization ng market na hanggang doon na lang ang presyo nun. Remember the face mask before, it was selling at 450, right? Per box. Right now, it's about 100 per box kasi nag-normalize na. Mag-produce ka man ng maraming face mask, hanggang 100 na lang po yun kasi nagkaroon na na sinasabi nating neutralization ng market. Similarly, sa value engineering, nag-neutralize na ho dito sa zone na to ang ating quality and quantity in terms of price, in terms of our procedure. Ibig sabihin, at this point of construction, pag nag-value engineering pa ho tayo, wala na rin contribution yon sa final effect of the project. Or kung nag-value analysis tayo at this point, hindi na rin makakatulong yon to lower the cost or to improve the performance of a particular product or service. Yun na po yung point of equilibrium. Okay? Let me tell you, sino pa yung nag-maintenance ng aircraft dyan? Can I see some hands? Wala bang nag-maintenance ng aircraft? Puro building lang? Say yes or no kung merong nagme-maintain na aircraft. Okay, there's no response. So puro building saka civil works lang po tayo. Right? Now, sige, let me manage my thoughts kasi yun yung lecture ko sana, yung maintenance ng aircraft saka procurement ng aircraft. Pero sige, I'll go with it. For example, yung maintenance ng aircraft, we maximize the skills of our people to how many aircrafts they are maintaining. Diba? Every day or every month. Now, there is a point of inflection or equilibrium that kahit dagdagan pa sila, hindi na sila makakatrabaho or they cannot pursue the objective of maintaining the aircraft because of scarcity of resources. Wala na sila magagamit. So yun lang yung point nito, no? So there is a stage wherein you need to stop doing the value analysis. You need to say tama na. And of course, if you're doing so many projects, meron nang sinasabing this economy of scale. The more that you utilize the people, the resources, it does not contribute to the function. Bumabagsak na yung effort, bumabagsak na yung accomplishment, or bumabagsak na yung objective of the project. Dito sa area na to, no? Yung economy of scale, you are maximizing your resources. No? You're maximizing your manpower. Siguro yung skilled mason mo, pwede mong gamitin sa ibang area of the building. But definitely, paano kung yung another project will involve the use of that same carpenter, same mason, same electrical engineers. So, meron hong point of time, ito ho yung in the long run, hindi na ho nakakayanin. Kagaya nyo din ho sa ating Philippine Air Force, gaano man din kayo kadami, hindi na rin kakayanin kung sakasakaling magkaroon tayo ng challenges that will exhaust our resources in terms of soldiers and ammunition, etc. etc. Kung sobra ng dami. Kaya nga noon, sabi ng US, we cannot fight two wars. Hindi kami pwedeng mag-engage sa dalawang gera, lalo na kung East and West yan. Remember when ito ang dalawang war yan, no? Ano ba to? Yung on the war on terrorism, and at the same time nagkaroon ng kaguluhan sa Middle East. Of course, it will exhaust all their resources. No? Hindi nila kayang i-cover lahat yun to be a national or international police and at the same time fight their own war. So ito na po tayo. Okay, just in time, no? 10:40. Ito na po yung pinaka-meat ng ating value engineering. This I need to see, or I need to determine or to assess if you get how it will be the computation, or otherwise if you learn the basic skills on computing or assessing a project. Kaya kung may tanong po, well, don't be shy. Magtanong kayo anytime na just speak out loud. Sir, hindi ko naintindihan, ibalik niyo ulit. Kasi ito po dito ako binabayaran. Kailangan maintindihan niyo itong life cycle cost. Okay? Yung kanina, blah 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 lang ho yun eh. Naintindihan niyo na yun. The manner that we assess things is by the function. But itong life cycle costing, ito po yung the meat of our module. So bear with me. Pinaghalo hong financial management to sa economics. Madali lang po. Huwag kayong bibigay. Madali lang po ito. At common sense. Okay? Okay. Life cycle, the concept of economic analysis is the concept of economic analysis which is used in life cycle costing requires that comparison be made between things similar in nature. So you cannot compare an apple and an orange. Laging sinasabi yan. You have to compare both products with similar functions. Hindi mo pwedeng i-compare yung vacuum cleaner. Hindi mo pwedeng i-compare yung vacuum cleaner sa dishwasher. Pwede mo pang i-compare yung vacuum cleaner sa sweeper o yung sa walis. How effective yung pagwawalis mo dun sa pagbabacuum mo na lang ng floor. Both serve function and both has cost. Something like that. Sa life cycle costing or life cycle analysis, you have to compare both functions. Okay? And not only to the functions, kaya nga life cycle dyan, we're talking about womb to tomb, no? Kailan, what will be utilized most at gaano katagal? Kasama sa comparison. In value engineering, all alternatives can be compared using life cycle costing because the alternatives for each project component are defined to satisfy the same basic function or set of functions. Diba? May primary function tayo munang isa-satisfy prior to the secondary and third function. So definitely, ano ba yung purpose kung bakit natin itatayo yung project na yan? What is the purpose of maintaining this facility? Something like that. First things first, no? Kung ano yung dapat mauna, yung dapat muna. No? And the rest will follow if we already satisfy yung first function na yun. When the alternatives all satisfy the required function, then the best value alternative can be identified by comparing the first the cost, and the life cycle. Again, it boils down to the cost. Sa life cycle, kahit maraming alternative yan, 1, 2, 3. So definitely, for those alternatives, you have to compute for the net present value of the project. Ang ibig sabihin ng net present value of the project is that if we're talking about the duration of the project to be 5 to 30 years, definitely, sa 30 years siguro, you will be disposing that project or you will be disposing that train or that car. So definitely, you have to analyze it now. Ngayon, kaya nga sinasabing present value. Kasi yung future, hindi mo alam yan eh. Yung future, hindi mo alam kung talaga tatagal yung aircraft na yan, vehicle yan ng 5 years. Pero alam mo ngayon. So lahat ng cost niyan, maintenance niyan, upgrading yan, you put it in the first year. You put it on the first year of the utilization of that equipment or the first use of that project. So that is net present value technique. So the net present value technique is being utilized by the life cycle costing analysis. Okay? Maliwanag po yun, no? Mamaya ho, mas liwanag pa ho yan kung paano i-compute yung mga yan. So for many projects, there is a viable sustainable development, alternative or enhanced. Ngayon ho, hindi na ho pwede yung pagbili natin ng isang bagay o paggawa ng isang proyekto, yun na yun. At maghihintay tayong mamatay, it die a natural death. We're looking at upgrading. We're looking at sustainable development. We're looking at in the event that it will sustain some damages, it can be repaired. For example, a building, no? We're looking at if there is an intensity 6 or 7, minor damages, and we can use the building afterwards, probably in a week, something like that. So how it can sustain some yung big one, and of course sa mga cars naman, we are also looking pag binili mo yung kotse, binili mo si Fortuner o binili mo si BMW mo na Series 7, no? So you're not buying it as if after 5 years i-dispose of mo na. Probably pamamana mo sa anak mo, probably pamamana mo sa iba o pagbibili mo. You're looking at the car as how to upgrade it. Papalitan mo ng wheels, papalitan mo ng i-upgrade mo into furnitures, etc., etc. So that is life cycle costing, and that is life cycle analysis, no? So you're looking at a project hindi lang ngayon or how to dispose it later on. So you're looking at sa services naman, how to streamline the service. Kung ang payroll system ay 10 steps bago ma-approbahan ni Lieutenant Colonel, no? Ang payroll, baka pwedeng yung 10 steps na yon gawin na lang 5. So you're looking at value engineering for that or value analysis. And you're looking at the life cycle costing then kasi iniisip mo din how the near future value or a particular function is being affected, no? Hindi po kayo naisip lang. So you have to justify, you need to see the risk, may risk involved, no? Siyempre, yung mga signatories, baka mamaya less signatures, yung accountability, no? Mawawala din. And the review of the payroll or the review of the procurement of your supplies or your materials sa construction. Value engineering methodology can be provided for the identification of alternatives, sustainable or efficient design features, tradition, design features on an equal playing field for comparison. Okay, as I told you, hindi pwedeng apple to orange yan. If you're doing a project, you have to do it by comparing the function. Yan na naman tayo. Mga sir at ma'am, confidential. Di ba there is a decision on the Philippine Air Force whether we buy the tank buster ng US or the Brazil aircraft? Of course, siguro hindi isa sa inyo hindi naging involved sa decision making na yon, di ba? But looking at the function, ano ba yung function ng isa't isa? Ano yung purpose why the Philippine government is procuring that? And of course, kahit tingnan mo sa YouTube, yung bibili natin sa Brazil is now being said that yun ang pinaka magaling na aircraft natin, mahusay na aircraft natin yung mga darating. I think the jets are being, yung mga unang jets pinili natin, but later on, wala nang procurement yun. Because, of course, yung decision making na yan, dinidecide yan as to the function of the aircraft. So, on the comparison, we compare not probably on the speed, not probably on the response time to attend to some disasters or to attend to some emergencies or whatsoever. Probably the function of the aircraft. So, doon pa lang pwede nyo nang gamitin yung value engineering and value analysis. Sabi ko nga, hindi lang pang construction to, maraming gamit yung ating value engineering. And we always level the field. Ano ibig sabihin ng level the field? Of course, the product that has similar function, yun lang po pwede nating i-compare. And of course, we also associate that function to the cost. Baka mas mura yung isa pero it will serve the function or it will serve the purpose. Diba? So, sino ba magdi-decide yan? Minsan ginagamitan natin economics. Minsan ginagamit natin ng gut feel, intuition. But basically, if you will decide, probably don't decide by yourself. Diba? You need some experts. Yung piloto, tanungin nyo. Yung maintenance, tanungin nyo. If you're constructing a building, what for the purpose? Daycare. Tanungin nyo yung nagbabantay ng daycare. No? If the area of this much is already comfortable na yung mga bata doon, or what are the things that to be installed doon sa daycare para accidents will be prevented. So you need a good communication skills in order to provide a good a successful project or to manage the performance of a service. Okay, so yung diagram na to specifically projects the product life cycle in terms of the design and on the design and operations side. No? Nakikita nyo ba lahat? I think hindi, no? Nababasa nyo ba yung mga nandiyan? So definitely sa project life cycle, meron tayong pre-project, meron tayong conceptualization, we have the design, then implementation, and of course yung handover. No? Sa construction, sa conceptualization pa lang, nandun na po yung ating value engineering. In the design, you look at what? You need to know the topography of the location, hazards, kasi sustainable development, yung resistance, o yung sustainability of the project. Paano kung nag-earthquake? Anong intensity ang involved, or what would be in terms of if the big one will be occurring, what would be the maximum earthquake intensity? Or paano ba ang galaw niyan? Pataas ba yan? Horizontal? Something like that. Most places, location of the buildings, like dito sa Pasig, ang tectonic namin, ang plates namin pataas. So most buildings dito pag nag-earthquake, ganyan. Never ganon. No? And you need to identify that in your design. And you need to identify that in maintaining your structure. Diyan ba sa Villamor, anong intensity ang tatama sa inyo when the big one? Do anyone know kung anong intensity dyan sa Villamor? At paano ang plates niyan gagalaw? No? Yung mga information na yon, you need to secure, you need to gather. Bakit? For two reasons. One, kung magkakaroon ng disaster, sana evacuation area ng most personnel. Kung magdi-design ka ng kagaya namin, earthquake resilient building, ano ang dapat palakasin? Of course, the shear walls is doing its function to resist lateral horizontal load. Alam niyo yung shear wall, no? Anyone, yung shear wall, no? Ito yung shear wall, ito yung vertical na buhos, diretso. Hindi ho pwedeng hollow blocks to. No? Dapat ito buhos. Kasi this will resist the horizontal. No? So ang design mo nito is, medyo ine-elaborate ko lang. No? Kasi you need that information, no? To your conceptualization of the design. And of course, pag naitayo mo na yung building, maintenance naman, magiging problema mo. Sa maintenance na yun, of course, you will also conceptualize the maintenance. You need to plan for the design and implement the maintenance and of course, hand over of the maintenance. For example, fire sprinkler, yung ating fire equipment devices sa building. Is it working? Maintenance. Sino ba nag-maintain sa inyo ng mga building nyo? Is the fire extinguishers working? Baka expired na po lahat. No? So definitely, kung magkaroon ng sunog pa dyan, ano ba yung mga drywall nyo? Ano ang fire rating? 2 hours? 1 hour fire rating? Have anyone assessed that? No? Gaano katagal bago matupok yung buong building? You need to know that kung ikaw ang maintenance ng building. Bakit? 2 reasons. Yung evacuation mo ng manpower, ng occupants of the building. Gaano katagal, gaano kabilis. Sa earthquake naman, anong response time nyo o evacuation time? Sa NETAHO, pinaperform namin yun, inoorasan namin per minute. Kasi alam namin ang fire rating ng mga walls na dadaanan as far exits. So sinasabi namin sa mga empleyado, kailangan nakalabas na kayo ng ganitong minuto or oras kasi yun lang ang fire rating ng ating mga materials sa building. And upgrading, like for example, COVID-19. No, hindi na pwede yung ganitong close facilities. Kailangan may exchange of air. Specialists now are saying that there should be a pre-cooling system. Anyone? Sino mong nakakaalam ng pre-cooling system? Yung sinasabing, pagpasok mo sa kwarto, buksan mo muna yung aircon, open the door, open the windows. No? Kailangan makalabas kung ano may yun nandun sa loob. Then after that, after 30 minutes, you close the door, you close the windows, and that the air conditioning function. And the air conditioning right now is being upgraded. Naglalagay na ng HEPA filters. Diba? Naglalagay na rin kayo ng air filters ng, sa mga kwarto na siguro ng mga executives o ng ating mga officials or ating staffs. No? And definitely, kaya yung iba sa inyo nakamask, probably to reason. Halos dikit-dikit siguro kayo dyan sa room. So naglalagay na rin ng, what is this? Yung plastic, no? Yung acetate. No? Sa amin, yung mga workstation namin, kala mo may bubble, naka-acetate ka. Hindi lang sa harap, sa gilid pa. No? So those are the things that being upgraded right now. So of course, those maintenance, those upgrading, may cost yun sa project. Kasi yung project, you're not looking at it at pag natapos mo na, okay na siya. You're looking at something that need to be upgraded. Remember yung mga projects natin, lalo na if it reaches $500,000 more, it's already considered by the COA or the Commission on Audit as capital expenditures. Diba? Pag capital expenditures yan, sumasama sa libro ng accounting yan as assets. Assets ng gobyerno, assets ng Philippine Air Force. So definitely, if those are considered as assets, there is a proper disposal mechanism. Kaya nandito po yung disposal sa ating project life cycle. Okay? You need to dispose that. You need to declare that unserviceable. You need to declare that as obsolete, obsolescence. Okay. Sa disposal, again, meron kang concept planning, meron kang design. Do you know how to implement it and hand over? Sa disposal, there is a committee involved for the disposal of services, for the disposal of assets pala. For example, yung ating mga sasakyan, yung ating mga computers, no? May committee involved, no? There are committees involved, and definitely this is being submitted to the Commission on Audit on our inventory. What is the salvage cost? Diba? The salvage cost of the vehicle, the salvage cost of our aircrafts, the salvage cost of the building facilities that will be demolishing or rebuilding, something like that. So, yun po yung scope ng project life cycle. As I told you, from the wound to the tomb. No? Kaya tayo mga soldiers, nag-iisa daw tayo lagi. Sabi nila, from the womb to tomb. At minsan, yung pag nasa battlefield ka daw, nunod kasi ako ng mga Korean telenovela eh. Yung what is this, parang gano'n, no? Sinasabi nila, yung shroud, kung saan tayo mamamatay, yun na yung uniform po natin. No? Descendants of the Sun. Medyo sinubaybayan ko yun hanggang episode 16. Kung ano daw yung uniform natin, yun na rin yung ating burial shroud. No? Kaya we honor our uniform. We are proud of wearing our uniform. So definitely, sa life cycle natin, nandun din ho yung after serving the military or the Air Force for so many years, dapat po may exit plan din po tayo. Diba? Ano na ba ho tayo after 10 to 20 years from now? Hindi naman ho laging nasa servisyo tayo. So kahit tayo, kahit on the personal opinion, we also respect or we do also some life cycle analysis. May ano pa, no? May commercial pa. Okay? So, all right. So, some value engineering study objectives. Objective of value engineering is performance improvement. Another is cost savings or cost avoidance. Then we optimize or we maximize our resources in terms of time and money. No? Kaya nga nauso yung bakit mo pa kailangan bumili ng yung vacuum cleaner na pwede naman siyang tumakbo mag-isa. No? It's being promoted sa Facebook, sa internet. Yung robotic vacuum cleaner, bayaan mo siyang mag-vacuum ng room. You don't need to yung malalaki, something like that, because you're optimizing your time. Sayang yung time mo for doing the cleaning of the house when it can be a robotic appliances. Review of technical objectives or optional objectives. Then coordination. Yung objectives ng value engineering is a multidiscipline coordination relation with skilled and talented personnel. So again, the skills of good human relation. No? Dapat meron kang good human relation to be successful in any endeavor. Then transfer of innovative technologies. When we acquire those aircrafts, when we acquire some technologies from our allies, definitely there is also a transfer of technology, innovation, no? Kasi minsan ang Pilipino magaling mag-upgrade, di ba? Yung mga sasakyan natin, like nakakita ka ng lumaki yung gulong dun sa ordinary na ano. So magaling ang Pilipino mag-isip ng ganon, no? And definitely probably natural sa Pilipino ang hindi maging sapat sa kanya yung nakikita niya lang. Then of course, doing the value engineering study, have fun. Dapat masaya lang. Walang stress, no? It's not a competition between intellectuals or talented individuals. Hindi naman tawag ng tanghalan yan na magpapagandahan kayo ng kanta kay Colonel. Pero it's an output-oriented thing, no? So your weakest link is yung isang tao na medyo mahirap makasundo. So those are the weakest link. Pero kailangan good communication skills, the team is performing well, so you need to do that. You need to have that. So comparison of alternatives of the process for identifying the best value alternative is accomplished using life cycle costing along with the first cost estimate. So as I told you, yung function, no? Like for example, my earlier example is the electric fan. Yung electric fan na commonly that we see in our as appliances in our home, it was devised, no? It was reconfigured to be not only for energy efficient, but also to maximize the ventilation ng room. And of course, the purpose of which is to lower the temperature, lower the room temperature by 4 degrees Celsius. So, will you buy a 800 common standard fan against a 3,000 or 2,000 oscillating fan? So those are the appreciation when you're doing life cycle costing or value engineering or value analysis. No? Yung appreciation of the end user or the user to meet the function or the purpose of the procurement. So sa akin, no, hindi na ako bumibili ng common pan. Why? Two reasons. Una-una, magastos sa kuryente. Of course, I paid around 2,500 for the oscillating fan. Maliit na siya. Maliit din yung makina, but the airflow is efficient. Mas malakas pa nga dun sa ordinary fan. So definitely for me, for the end user or the customer, I would rather go for the 2,500. And of course, it is less maintenance for two reasons. One, if you notice sa mga car natin, madalang masira yung auxiliary fan. Like, hindi kagaya ng ating normal electric fan na malaki ang makina, malalaki ang motor. Medyo 1 year or 2 years sila na. Why? Probably it's because of the efficiency of the motor. Nag-iinit agad. Unlike kung maliit ang motor, hindi masyadong mag-iinit. So you look at it as in case of performance, in case of the function of the motor. Diba? And of course, the function of the motor is to be not only efficient, but also in terms, not only energy efficient, but also it serves the purpose of ventilating the room. Diba? Yun yung pinaka-importante. Life cycle costing, okay, life cycle costing will be in the most cases be able to accurately estimate the first cost and the full life cycle cost differentials of each alternative. So hindi ka pwede magkaroon ng life cycle costing kung wala kang i-compare na alternative. You have to have another product, similar function to compare not only the function and the cost, but also the efficiency and the efficiency of the product. Okay. Okay, it's a typical business example. When Toyota had to compete with BMW and Mercedes-Benz as well as Jaguar. Dito na ho pumasok yung reverse engineering, no, ng Toyota. Bakit reverse engineering? Bakit kaya tinatawag it's a reverse engineering? Kasi it's called reverse engineering because meron ng produkto eh. Nakita mo na yung product ng competitor. Meron ka ng information about iPhone 11 na ba ngayon? iPhone 11 o iPhone 12. So you know the function of that iPhone. And you're comparing it with your phone that it will produce. Reverse engineering is that you're taking the function of that phone to your phone. So baliktad, hindi ka nag-iisip ng paabante o ano yung additional or enhancement of the current phone. Ang what is reverse engineering will do is that you're taking that function so that you can apply it to another product or to your own product. Yun yung ginawa ni Toyota. Tinignan niya yung function and efficiency na pinomote sa BMW, Mercedes, and Jaguar. Unang-una, the concept of yung itsura niya. Ang model ng cars, kung napapansin nyo, pati ilaw, iba-iba. Di ba? Yung na-produce ng 2016 na car, ibang-iba na ang ilaw niya, ng headlights, and of course the taillights, iba na. And of course, iba na rin ang itsura. Pero ang makina halos pareho pa rin. So, normally, this car manufacturer, nag-spy yan sa isa't isa. The best car na magaling mag-spy is Mazda. Si Mazda, kuha niya yung concept design ng mga bagong lalabas sa BMW. Kung mapapansin nyo, si Mazda laging up-to-date in terms of yung itsura ng car. Okay? So you call it reverse engineering where you're taking some function and applying it to another product. Like for example, building, okay? Or conference room. Nakapunta kayo sa conference room, iyayabang ko ng konti. Ng NEDA, nakita nyo yung LED. Like for example, when secretary, sino ba yung secretary ng finance? I forgot his surname. So pumunta yung secretary ng Department of Finance sa NEDA. Pagbalik niya sa Department of Finance, pinatawag niya lahat yung kanyang engineers. Bakit ang NEDA may malaking LED? Bakit ang NEDA may malaking conference room? Dati maliit lang yon. Anong ginawa nila? So yung mga engineers nila, pumunta sa amin. Tinignan ano yung nagustuhan ng kanilang secretary. Pinag-aralan, then they apply it to their by replicating the function of a particular. Kasi bakit ba nagkaroon ng maraming LEDs like ito sa likod ko? You know, di ba? Oh, bakit may mga ganyan, no? So, what is the function of those LEDs during meetings? So tinignan and they develop, their facilities is more technologically advanced to the NEDA. Medyo lamang lang kami right now when it comes to Zoom. Nauna kasi kami doon, no? Ang mga mics namin are can take a meeting or can accommodate Wi-Fi facilities as well as wireless facilities for Zoom meetings. Kaya andiyan pa si Lieutenant Colonel ng RSN 1, nakita niya yung boardroom namin. So nandoon lahat, no? Pati mga regional offices. So dito sa example na to, nalugi si Mercedes-Benz, no? You can read naman the examples. Kasi ang mga kung kaya mahal sila, Benz and BMW, sila yung nangunguna sa concept design. Sila yung nangunguna sa when it comes to engine upgrading or engine performance. Minsan they have to compete to promote their engine, to promote their product. They need to compete sa mga car racing competition, di ba? Lalo na siguro sa mga, alam niyo na siguro yung mga car racing competition. But yung iba kasi is that they're only maximizing their resources. Pag nakita na kasi nila yun, wala na. Like for example, China. Ang China ganon. When it see a particular product, reverse engineering laging ginagawa. Kaya nakakatipid. Dinidismantle nila lahat yung mga parts, look at its function. Yung mga hindi secondary function at hindi na mahalaga doon sa parts na yon, hindi na nila ini-include as major component. Kaya nga sabi, madaling masira. Kaya like yung mga diode, the diode that suppress or protect the electrical equipment, no? Minsan inaalis na nila yon. Why? Kasi mahal eh. Mahal yung mga IC. So why would you need it if you can directly associate it to another component? So those are the things that they do when they do the reverse engineering. So those things in the conceptual of preliminary activity, we call it value engineering. Okay. So what are the roadblocks to cost effectiveness? Paulit-ulit tayo. Wrong information, wrong beliefs, habitual thinking, risk of personal loss, reluctant to seek advice. Kasi nga, mayabang ka, matalino ka. Bakit ba ako maniniwala sa iyo, First Lieutenant? Major na ako. So yung mga ganon. So in concept design or if you have an objective to improve things, kahit janitor, makikinig ka. Kahit driver, makikinig ka. You need to develop some communication skills. Pasensyoso ka, no? And of course, again and again, good human relationship po. Of course, may chain of command. Pero definitely, lamang po yung medyo, yung medyo makatao. Medyo mababa ang kanyang kalooban. So negative attitudes and failure to recognize creativity and effort. Pag nakikita mo yung janitor, like for example, dito sa building na to, nagulat ako doon sa ginawa ng janitor. Walang host and everything else. So what he did is that ginupit niya yung coke, sinaksak niya doon sa faucet, at yung bottle ng empty coke, yun na naging conveyor para bumuhos yung tubig doon sa jumbo. Wala pong host. So isipin mo yung ganon siguro sa araw-araw ayaw niya ng buhos o tabo ng tabo. So nag-isip siya ng paraan. May available resources o materials. Ginawa niya yun. So, hindi ho lahat sakop ng ating alam. May mga bagay na mismo maliliit na tao or yung mga nasa management ay alam. Ako, I learned from bottom up. Sa pinakamataas na management, to the personnel na naglilinis ng mga mesa natin. Something like that. So in concept design, lahat po yan, skilled, lahat ginagamitan natin. Then, again, cost. Yung kanina, binigay sa akin, sabi ko nga, walang mali doon. 25,000 per square meter, I think it's good. Kung per story lang. But definitely, wag naman masyadong mahal. No? Like for example, sabi ko nga, the COA, DBM, the DPWH DBM circular already established the fact that ito po yung ating parameters to estimate the construction of the building, and the authority to identify and to validate our estimate is none other than the Public Works and Highways. Pwede din naman sa mga business sector, pero definitely it has to be validated pa rin ng ating ng national government institution or agency. Okay? Mahaba pa itong lecture na to. Please bear with me. Sana makatapos tayo kasi mahalaga yung technology that I have to share with you, and that is life cost cycle computation. So the value engineering job plan. So we have almost 35 minutes to go, no? So, tatapusin ko muna ito. The value engineering job plan provides a systematic approach, divides study into distinct work elements. So ano ba yung value engineering job plan? Okay. We're talking about the process, the sixth process, from the information gathering to the production of a particular output or service. Tandaan nyo, we are doing things to satisfy or for the end user. Diba? Maging product yan o maging services yan, kailangan natin ng proper information to manage, to design, to manage, and as well as to provide an output. So the value engineering job plan is the organized problem-solving approach that separates value engineering from the cost-cutting exercises. The simplest job plan follows a six-step approach that is integral to value engineering methodology. Key questions are answered at each stage. So, sabi ko kanina, the value engineering, kanina, it was defined as a systematic and a review and study, no, an organized review and study of a function. So definitely, to be systematic, to be organized, nag-identify ho tayo, o nag-identify sila ng 6 approaches until we have completed our study or our analysis. And this is what they call the job plan. No? Yung plano. From gathering information, to organizing a committee, to identifying the function of a particular product, to know the limitations of the function, to know the limitation of the study. Engage, pagkatapos ng engagement, implementation, maintenance, and after which, of course, the life cycle, ito na yung disposal. So this is the structure of a value engineering job plan. The first phase is the information phase. Ito yung sinasabi kong sa ating military, ito yung sinasabi nating reconnaissance team, no? Nag-gather ng information. So the function, that's the first phase, gathering information. Nasaan ba yung nasaan ba yung tropa ng kalaban? Ano yung terrain nila? Sabi ni Confucius, win the battle, kailangan alam mo, you know the terrain, you know the weather, di ba? You know the terrain, you know the weather, you will know the enemy, and you will know yourself. You know yourself. Dito sa bioengineering, wala ho tayong enemy. Pero kung kayo nakikipag-compete sa ibang business, of course, competitor. Tayo naman sa government, hindi enemy ang tawag natin doon, but the end user. We need to know the function kung bakit we need to construct a conference room or renovate a conference room. Kasi we need to identify the function. And identifying the function, we need to gather information. Like, for example, anong information that we need to gather? How many horsepower of air conditioning is needed for 300 participants on a particular room area? Tama? Yung electrical load ba ng nire-renovate na conference room, sapat? Something like that. Then we need to know the functional analysis is the identified area suited for what the purpose will serve. So, information phase, we have the functional analysis phase, the creative phase, yung pangatlo, then the evaluation phase, and to re-evaluate, sa creative phase, we identify po alternatives. Kanina sabi, primary function is for meeting. Secondary function po, para sa social gathering. Pangatlong function po, para tumambay. Para magbasa ng newspaper or magazines or whatsoever. And of course, pag mag-Zoom meeting, pwede tayong mag-Zoom meeting. Then the evaluation phase is that, ano yung function nun? So, we need to satisfy kung ano yung dapat mangyari doon sa conference room. So that is the time that we evaluate the alternatives. We identify or we choose the function that will suit the need and the purpose of the user. Then the development phase, ito na po yung conceptualization, kasi may napili na ho tayong produkto, may napili na tayong services, may na-identify na nating approach. Ito na po yung development phase. Like for example, yung multipurpose building namin, sabi namin, we have to construct another annex building adjacent to the 3-story building, and this time it should be a 6-story building. So yung 6-story building, while wala pa siya sa plano, we already look at saan nilalagay yung elevator. Yung 3-story, walang problema eh. It does not need an elevator. It does not need a fire sprinkler system. No? Kasi mababa lang naman. But of course, sa 6-story building, kailangan na ng elevator. Kailangan na to install the fire sprinkler. So at the first phase or phase 1 of the project, you need already to identify the location of the elevator and the location of the machinery, pumps, yung wastewater treatment, etc., etc. So those are the things that you need to consider on the development phase. Okay? And of course, the presentation of your project to those who will be deciding if it will be funded or it will be pursued. No? Top management po yan. Sa atin, sa amin po may committee, and we call it the NEDA Financial Resource and FPR Committee. No? Ito po yung nag-evaluate first and foremost kung yung budget will be allowed for a particular project. And of course, this is the NFPRC is also the committee to recommend the same to top management. Yung top management naman, yung MANCOM, is also being chaired by, of course, the Secretary of NEDA. Pero eventually, tinitingnan din yung rationale of things. No? Like for example, nung gagawin nga namin yung multipurpose building, dumaan po sa proseso po ng in-evaluate, pinondohan. Sabi ang pondo, 20 million lang. Sa first floor lang magagawa natin doon. So what we did is that after the approval of phase 1, humingi na kami ng saklolo sa Public Works. Sabi namin, kulang ang pondo namin, ito yung gusto namin building. So they provided the funds for the second and third story. Ganun po yun. Ganun ang istorya po ng aming multipurpose building. Medyo mahirap tayo, mahirap talaga ang pondo. No? Ang NEDA kasi hindi pwedeng mag-lobby because we evaluate plans. No? So definitely projects to ICC. So those are the things na sabi nila, it's unethical na nauuna pa ang NEDA sa lahat. Okay? So again, in-elaborate lang dito yung steps, how to conduct information gathering. No? You need to answer this question. What functions are being provided? Nakikita niyo electric fan? Ito na ho yung mga re-engineered o yung bagong mga product na electric fan ngayon. Maliit po ang motor and you notice yung harap niya, hindi na ho diretso. Diba? Medyo naka-curve ng konti para ang point dyan is that gumagawa ka ng disturbance sa sa air, sa wind. And by doing that, nakakapag-create ka ng you lessen the temperature of the room. Kaya pala yung tornado, no, gano'n, no, iikot. That's the purpose. No? Siguro nakita nila, na-evaluate nila. So, yung design ng mga electric fans ngayon, halos ganyan na lahat. Maliliit na ho yung motor, hindi na yung malalaki kagaya ng araw. Because it's running on a 12-volt, tapos may maliit na inverter sa loob. Ako, isa lang yan, but I'm satisfied dun sa room. No? The room is about 24 square meter, and what I noticed is that the air bounce, no, sa mga walls. So, what do the functions cost? From the regular electric fan, siguro 800 na. This cost me around 2,500. No? Medyo mahal, pero definitely, tingin ko it satisfies my need. What are the functions for? No? And what functions must be accomplished? So the function of any natural or ventilating fans is of course ventilation. Pero kasi yung function nito, it's not only ventilation, but also the objective of which is to reduce nga the room temperature to 4 degrees, which nagagawa naman yun. No? Number 2, phase is the creativity and idea generation. Ito yung sinasabi ko that walang mali. In a committee, in a group, everybody has an opinion and suggestion. Nasa skills na po yun ng ating chairman. Which of these opinions and ideas has to be accommodated and incorporated in the plan. Okay? Nasa galing na ho ng ating management yun or kung sino man yung group leader. Then how else may the function be performed? No? Yung creativity. So, yun nga. Kagaya sinabi ko kanina, yung electric fan na yan, hindi lang siya to ventilate or to give air cooling, room air cooling sa but the function is to reduce the room temperature to less than 4 degrees of the normal or the ambient temperature. Number 3, analyze the ideas, evaluation, and selection. Actually, etong 3 and number 3 is analyze and number 4 na yung evaluation. Pinagsama na lang po. Will each idea perform the required function? How might each idea be made to work? Okay. So step number 4 is actually step number 5. Kasi sabi ko 6 eh. Pinagsama ko yung analysis sa evaluation. But definitely, it should be separated. Kaya ho dito sa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kaya ho dito sa susunod na slides, ganun din ho, no? 6 na. Development of the proposal. How will the new idea work? Will it meet all the requirements? How much will it cost? And what is the life cycle cost impact? As I told you, ang life cycle impact hindi lang sa production ng product or service, it's also considered the maintenance, the upgrading, and the disposal of a particular product and the completion and termination of the service. Handover of the product, handover of the service. Kung may IT ka, i-design po lahat yun, i-test, titignan kung functioning, then pag kung functioning, may handover of the service na. Andiyan na ho yung handover of the system and we hand over the technology to the user. Then presentation, implementation, and follow-up. Of course, meron na tayong product, na-design na lahat yan. So how will this new idea be promoted to those who will be approving the project? And tatangkilikin po na ating user. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, minsan maganda may chismis. Kasi pag may chismis, nalalaman nyo kung maganda yung proposal o hindi. Like for example, na-chismis namin that magkakaroon ng fitness area and daycare center, mother-friendly facility, lactation room, merong room for special child, something like that, para hindi halo sa sa population ng So meron ding nursery room, something like that. So kung pinopromote namin yon, siyempre may mga kumontra, di na kailangan ng nursery room kasi di naman pwedeng dalhin yung bata pag baby pa. Mahirap i-travel. So slash, at inalis na namin yon kasi may nag-comment ng ganon. Then by gathering more information, we limit the daycare center or the mother-friendly facility to the group age of the children that can be accommodated, and yung lactation room, mahalaga yun. Yung lactation room na identified during the project conceptualization. So the disadvantage and advantage and benefits of producing that product or the project, ano ba yung advantages niya saka disadvantages? We identify the advantages as that magkakaroon ng facility for large participation in meetings kasi nga bulwagan siya. It can serve 300 to 500 personnel. 300 pag nakaupo, 500 pag nakatayo. Something like that. So definitely parang we have a large meeting rooms where we can have our Christmas party, or otherwise if the president will be visiting NEDA, kasi siya po naman ang ating chairman. NEDA is a board. NEDA is a board, no? Headed by the president. And definitely the president can conduct the LIDAC, the meeting of the Congress here sa NEDA, no? The last time that we did it, panahon ni President Ramos, the former president wanted to conduct the meeting here sa central office. Wala kaming mga facilities. Ang ginawa namin, lahat ng tables, dinala na namin lahat sa basement. We cleaned up the entire second floor to be a large conference room. Lahat ng empleyado, nirelocate muna namin sa iba't ibang staff. Then yung payroll system, lahat yung critical services, nilocate namin sa isang maliit na conference room. And the cabinet meeting was held here. Wala kami ganong kalaking facilities, but nakaupo lahat yung 45 participants ng cabinet meeting na yon, including the reporters, etc. That was the first time na nakita namin that we need a large conference room for cabinet meetings kasi ang presidente is the chairman of the NEDA board. Okay? So here, in-identify lang lahat, no? Yung flow chart, sabihin natin flow chart, from gathering information to the presentation of the proposals. So nakita nyo, naging 6 na po yan kasi i-divide na yung analysis and ideas, so yung generating ideas to analysis of ideas. No? And each particular steps has a particular specific activity. Sa analysis ng function, yung column, the second column, mapapansin nyo, pero make pass diagram. That diagram will be explained later. No? So, the generation of activity, yung column number 3, mapapansin nyo, yung brainstorming, nandyan. And of course, yung quantifying ng mga ideas na yan. Nababasa nyo naman po lahat yan. So, I have to breeze through the what is important in the BE job plan steps is, of course, management of time. Remember, we have no luxury of time. Pag sinabi ng management, we need the plan 2 weeks from now. Yun ang problema. Pag sinabing 2 weeks from now, dapat yung grupo o yung tropa assigned to do that special project, masipag lahat. Hindi pwedeng tutulog-tulog yung iba. Yung iba naman, uaasa lang sa output ng isa. So the chairman has to delegate each with accountability and responsibility in sharing an output. Okay? So this is only the flow chart. No? From the study activity, from the information stage. So pinakita lang dito yung evaluation stage. Kung ang resulta niya is okay, then diretso sa development plan. Kung hindi naman, babalik siya sa creative, mag-identify na naman ng mga alternatives, pag-alter options, tapos evaluating na naman yun, at titignan kung yung naisip na yun is in accordance with the function of a particular project or service. Then it's a typical flow chart, no? It identifies kung anong gagawin in the event that we didn't satisfy a particular pace. Okay? Then value engineering, again, it's a typical flow chart. It explains the step-by-step procedure. And mind you, this is step-by-step procedure. If you will do the report, if you will submit a written report to management, dapat lahat po nito, subsection na to, nandun sa report. Hindi ho pwedeng wala. Kasi saan nanggaling yung evaluation nyo? Yung evaluation nanggagaling sa speculation sa creativity. So yung step, hindi pwedeng mawala. Ano ba yung mga generate na ideas in order, ano ba yung evaluate nyo? Ano ba yung dinevelop? Something like that. So definitely, in doing your communication, in doing your write-ups, in doing your report, each step has to be specified or indicated in the report. Pagalingan na lang ho ng writing skills yan. Okay, dito, didetalye na naman po yung nakita nyo doon sa flow chart. So ano yung purpose ng information based? You can read it. Hindi ko na ho elaborate. If site visit is necessary, like for example, de-develop po kayo ng another headquarters. Ilang bang headquarters ng Air Force? Ilang ARCEN? 6 lang ba? Nakalimutan ko na pero litas sa screen namin yun, yung buong Pilipinas. May ARCEN ba ho sa Palawan? Nakalimutan ko na ho yung sa ating sa Palawan area. May ARCEN ba doon? Meron. Meron sa Sir Jeffrey sa Palawan. Okay. Pero nakita ko yung defense natin. Meron na pala tayo noon. Galing. Yung ating radar system. No? Akala ko wala pa tayo noon eh. Meron na rin pala tayong surface-to-air missiles. No? Pwede na rin pala ng Pilipinas. We have already almost secured our the entire country or the entire island. So I think the RSNs are strategically located in order to monitor yung air defense system natin. Saka siguro kung saan pwedeng i-maintain yung ating mga aircrafts. Nalaman ko din, hindi naman ako na ang Philippine Army and Navy pala may sarili ding mga aircrafts and may sarili mga piloto. No? Kasi I'm looking for Captain Mark, yung pala nasa Philippine Navy siya. No? So captain siya doon, nagpapalipad din siya ng aeroplane. So information gathering, nababasa niyo naman yan. So ito ang techniques in gathering information. Ayan. May lunch na ba kayo? Dumating na yung lunch ko. No, sa susunod siguro kailangan participant natin si Grab saka si Grab saka si Food Panda. Kanya-kanya order doon kay Grab saka Food Panda. Anyway, some innovation. So information techniques, get all the facts from the best possible sources. Now, if we're constructing a building, let's invite some engineers, no? Local governments, kailangan natin in constructing kasi kailangan alam natin yung kung saan dadaan yung truck. Mamaya harangin nila yung mga mixers. Kahit Philippine Air Force yan, makikipag-away ka pa ba sa kanila? No? Dadaan sa munisipyo or sa city sa national road. Baka harangin nila. So we need to know all the facts. Local government codes, local government rules and regulations. We need to know sino yung building engineer kasi kailangan ma-aprobado yan ng City Engineering Office. And of course, yung siyempre nga, safety and security, no? Ang mahalaga ngayon. Mahalaga ngayon ang safety and security. Then the develop cost models. Walang problema kung meron ng produkto or otherwise meron ng naitayo na similar project. Pero paano kung wala? Nagsisimula ka sa wala. So definitely you need to gather those information. Then sa information phase pa lang, prepare na po yung past. No? Yung past diagram. Then we identify the 1147. Identify and define project performance criteria. So sa information phase pa lang, dinidefine na yung function performance criteria. Diba? Para saan yung multipurpose building? How many participants or how many seat aids shall it accommodate? Yung room ba niyan kailangan merong manifold para to separate it to individual small meeting rooms, di ba? May malaki, may maliit. So meron kang divider na foldable wherein you can subdivide the multipurpose building on the large hall into smaller conference room, parang ganon. So dapat na-define pa lang yon sa information phase kasi two things, yung availability ng materials, baka mamaya yung iniisip yung polyphone, hindi available sa market, nakita nyo lang pala sa nakita nyo lang sa magazine, no? Something like that. So, lahat kailangan available, lahat workable, and reliable mo lahat yung reliability of the information. Okay. Functional analysis, this is the second stage. Okay? You can't always get what you want. No? Tatlong beses sinabing you can always get what you want. You can always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try someone, you just might, from time to time, you get what you need. Function analysis defines users' needs through verb-noun pairings. So, yung NEDA handbook ko namin, meron kaming handbook. It already specified doon kung ano yung mga noun o yung mga verb na gagamitin natin in our report sa functional analysis. And isi-share ko sa inyo yung electronic file na yun. And if you have some time or otherwise in the near future, kakailanganin nyo, you can download it naman din sa net, but definitely I'll send the electronic files kay Jan. The handbook was also used as reference for this lecture. Okay? So, each part, each component of the project may function, may cost. Okay? Kung conference room yan, may cost yan kasi ilang ilaw ba, ilang aircons ang ipuput up mo dyan to construct a large meeting room. Sa daycare, ano kailangan mo dyan? So, every area of the project or every area of the function may cost. So, you need to identify this cost, not only on the primary function of a certain a project, pati yung secondary and the third function of the project. Kailangan may proper costing ka. Kasi you need that to your evaluation to making a criteria or making an evaluation. Okay, ito po yung past o yung the function analysis system technique. Okay? So if you'll notice, meron tayong arrow going to the right, how and why. So the functions are identified on horizontal kasi we're looking at function 1, function 2, function 3, function 4. Yung sinasabi natin ng use of the conference room. No? When we look at a project like yung multi-purpose building, may function for the conference room, may function for the daycare, may function for the fitness center, and may function for offices. Yung offices na to, it can be a cashier, it can be an accounting office. So if you notice, merong how and why question doon. How and why? Bakit kailangan? Bakit needed yung function na yon? Bakit needed yun establish sa isang lugar na malayo sa main building? Okay, question. Bakit nga dapat pagsama-samahin yung conference room na yon, yung daycare and the fitness area into one building? Para magising tayo, I have 7 minutes. Whole day, saved by the bell. So, sige, ano muna, volunteer. When we conceptualize the multipurpose building, we put together yung conference room, yung daycare, and fitness facility, as well as critical service in one building. Who can tell me kung ano yung rason or reason of that? Walang mali po dito. Everybody can have the opinion or can help me know the justification of that. Sino po kaya ang pwedeng magsabi? Ang pangalan ng building is 2-story multi-purpose building, earthquake resilient. may I see some raising of the hands or talking to the ano para lang maging lively po yung ating class. We have 6 minutes more. Yeah, John Arnie. John Arnie, are you raising your hand?
No, sir. Sorry, sir. I was talking to Lieutenant Colonel Ramirez.
Okay. Kala ko you're raising your hand.
We're discussing
sige.
about value engineering, sir, kasi galing siya sa conference, sir. Nire-review ko lang. Thank you, sir.
Saan?
Dinidiscuss ko lang sa kanya yung mga naging topic sa atin, sir, kasi nanggaling po siya ng conference, sir.
Okay. So you're sharing. Okay. So definitely, sino kaya ang makakapagsabi sa akin? Sir Ulysses? Bakit kaya pinagsama sa amin namin yun into one building? May idea ka? We're practicing the value engineering approach here. May idea po kayo kung bakit naisama yun sa isang building? Hindi layo sa main building?
Mas tipid siya sa space, sir. Kumbaga sir, sa lupa, kung vertical structure, mas ma-maximize natin yung usage ng lot area natin, sir.
Okay.
Then yung facilities natin, sir, multiple yung gamit niya, sir. Kunwari yung ilaw and other amenities, sir. Pwede siyang magamit ng iba't ibang areas ng building, sir. And then mas tipid siya kasi sa isang building lang siya, naka-incorporate na doon yung paghiwa-hiwalay kasi yun, sir, mas magastos siya.
Magaling si Sir Ulysses. Paghiwa-hiwalay nga naman lahat yung mga, hindi kasi siya, hindi siya frontline or hindi siya core service, di ba? Parang we are looking at personal welfare. Pinagsama-sama yung personal welfare sa isang building. Tama ka doon. Para yung facility na yon, it's isolated from the main building. Okay, good, very good. At least medyo nakakakuha tayo ng some learnings on value analysis. Salamat po, Sir Ulysses. Tama po yun. Meron pa bang idadagdag yung iba? Why the NED had to construct a multi-purpose building, identifying the function of the building to cater conferences, daycare, physical fitness, and office for critical services. Yung critical services kasama ho yung payroll system kasi kagaya ng COVID, hindi na pwedeng hindi tayo sumweldo lahat, di ba? Tuloy ang sweldo, tuloy ang generation ng payroll. So sige po, meron pa ho bang iba? Sir Carlito, okay lang ba?
Sir, para sa akin, sir, unang-una siguro, yun yung ang gusto ng client, sir. Management. Pangalawa siguro, sir, naisip nila na space maximization, sir. Maximize yung space, sir. And siguro, sir, naisip ng management na, sir, kumpara mo yung cost, nasa okay na siguro yung sir, yung life cycle ng 2-story kaysa dun sa mga single ground floor lang, sir. Yung mga location ng mga function, sir. Ilang, sir.
Maganda yung sinabi ni Sir Carlito that tinignan yung life cycle ng project, no? Kasi yung daycare kasi comes and go yan eh, no? Pwedeng maliit, pwedeng malaki. So yung physical fitness ganun din, no? So kung ilalocate mo siya sa isang lugar na malayo dun sa main building, yung office space na inallocate mo dun sa main building, 'di ba? Magagamit mo pa 'yon for office facility or staff room na it will service the core function of NEDA. Ito kasi inilayo for the purpose din na yung mga bata secured. no? It's a multi-purpose earthquake resilient, meaning kahit intensity 7 or 8, hindi magigibaw po yung building, hindi siya luluhod, no? Kaya medyo masinsin ang ating mga poste at pati ang tie beam niya, no? Hindi ganun talagang binuhusan yung in terms of foundation. We adopted hindi isolated footing, no? We isolated, gumawa kami ng mat foundation sa tawag nito continuous wall footing ang structure niya. Okay? Salamat po doon. So definitely yung past diagram kasi, if you notice, na-identify na yung mga function as yung critical, secondary, tertiary, and of course yung latter part of the function. So bakit nandoon yun? Sa past diagram, hindi lang how and why ang sinasagot mo. When, pati yung kailan. Kailan mangyayari yung isang bagay. Like for example nga, sabi ko nga sa inyo, wala dito eh. Yung mousetrap, di ba? Yung mousetrap has a mechanism. Meron siyang pampatay, may triggering device siya. So nandun siya sa isang ano. So when will it the spring will be triggered, and depende yon kung kukunin yung mouse yung bait o ma-activate yung spring dahil naging ano yung sensitivity of yung pinaglagyan ng bait. So each component of the mousetrap may particular function. From the primary, kasi yun yung papatay sa daga, yung pag-ipit niya, to the pinaka-least important of that product. Okay, sa pen na lang, sa pencil. Sa pencil po, di ba yung wooden pencil? Meron siyang wood covering tapos may lead. So ang primary function ng pencil, of course, para sulat. Meron kang may use of that. But yung primary kasi function niya is yung pinaka-lead. Yung parang black na carbon. Then secondary function niya or secondary component of the pen is to protect the lead na yun. Binalutan ngayon ng kahoy. Right? Secondary na yung kulay, secondary na yung branding. So that is the function analysis system nung specific product na yon or yung pen. So ano doon sa pencil na yon ang pwedeng mawala? Pwede bang mawala yung lead? Siyempre hindi. Pwede bang mawala yung wood covering? Mapuputol naman siyempre yung pen, di ba? So anong pwedeng mawala doon sa pencil na yon? Probably the eraser kasi yun yung least na ginagamit o least ang function. Saka mahaba yung pen, hindi naman din sapat yung maliit na component ng eraser para, di ba, mabura niya lahat yung lead ng pen. So most of the pens, inaalis na yung eraser. Gumagawa na lang sila ng produkto na separate yung eraser at may mas quality. Now you are learning from di ba? From what you call value engineering. Yung value ng function nung what is this, nung eraser, ginawang minimal na lang siya. Inalis na siya dun sa buong concept. Ma-utilize siya all throughout the, sabi ni Sir Carlito, life cycle of the pen. Tama mga sir, mga ma'am? Diba? Ang haba ng pen tapos ang liit-liit lang ng eraser, alisin mo na lang yon. Kasi it does not serve the function of supporting yung function ng pen or yung objective o yung utilization ng pen. Very good. Medyo nag-gets nyo na yung ating module, and masaya ako dun sa salamat Sir Ulysses and Sir Calvin. Siguro and Sir Jan, yung iba kasi hindi ko nakikita sa sa video eh. So, medyo magsiship ako ng konti para natatawag ko rin naman kayo. Okay? So, the purpose of the path diagram, is to show the specific relationship of all functions with respect to each other. So, ibig sabihin, the parts and mechanism of the mousetrap is dependent on the other. Di ba yung mousetrap? Yung pinaka, ano niya, in the trigger, kahit yung ano nyo, yung galing na info ko ngayon eh. Yung service weapon nyo ngayon, ng clock, di ba yan ang pistol niya ngayon? Lahat ng mechanism ng barrel na yan is dependent on the other. Anong inalis dyan? What is the comparison between the 911 and the clock? Ano yung nawala in terms of function of the parts? Sige, Sir Russell. Ano ho yung difference between the clock and the 911 right now?
Sir, nakita ko sir mas compact siya sir, mas maliit sir.
Mas maliit? Ano pa po?
Sa weight sir, mas magaan sir.
Mas magaang, no? Kasi polymer ano siya, no? So ano pa po yung na-notice niyo? Kukulitin ko kayo one last time. Ano pa yung na-notice niyo between the 911 and the
Ano sir, in terms of ano sir, yung sa bullet niya sir?
In terms of bullet, mas madami, no?
Yes, sir.
So sa magazine ng 911, ilan lang, di ba? 7 plus 1, yung nasa chamber. Sa clock yata 17, no? Ang isang full metal. Okay, so yun yung value engineering doon. Pinagaang siya kasi yung component ng 911, nakita naman hindi naman dapat bakal lahat. Tama? Definitely kinakalawang din naman or otherwise mahirap ang maintenance. Tinignan yung maintenance cost ng barrel and at the same time yung functionality niya. Ang functionality niya is of course dinagdagan pa in terms of bullets. Tama po kayo doon Sir Russell. Pero in terms of firepower, patay siguro yung no, at close range do sa 45. Sa clock siguro pag tinamaan mo sa katawan, kung medyo malaki yung tao, makakatayo pa siguro. Mag-hello pa sa iyo. Something like that. Pero definitely ang mga pistol kasi natin right now, ang purpose niya, ang function niya is to disable kasi nga sa mga human rights, di ba? Hindi not necessarily pag binaril natin ngayon patay agad. Sampala ka lang, no? So more on disabling, kaya siguro ganun yung. So let me call on another ano pa ho yung na-notice niyo pagkakaiba Sir Jeffrey sa 911 saka sa ano ho yung ginawa nilang value engineering doon sa clock saka sa 911 45 caliber.
Sir, good afternoon sir.
Good afternoon po.
Sa sinabi sir ni Sergeant Hamidon, tama sir, pina-lightweight siya sir kasi sir some of the parts nung medyo secondary parts is mga na sir, mga polymer plastic.
Thank you po.
1911 na lahat siya sir is metal. Pero sir with regards to security kasi sir ng firearm sa akin sir, medyo nawala kasi sa yung security niya sir. Yung sa safety sir, yes sir, medyo nabawasan siya sir. Unlike kasi sir sa 1911, may dalawa kasi yung safety niya sir function. Nandoon yung safety sa safety grip at saka mismong safety sa sir, sa Glock kasi sir parang iisa lang sir. Yes sir. Yun lang naman po sir sa akin. Thank you.
Tama si Sir Jeffrey. Actually, tatlo yung safety ng 911, pati yung half cock, di ba? So definitely yung mga safety features na yun nawala. Bakit? In terms of function, kailangan ba yung mga safety na yun? Kasi sinasabi nila ang safety is ito. Ito na yung pinaka-safety. Pag ito, hindi mo inilagay agad doon sa trigger housing group, naka-safe. So bakit kailangan mo pa yung grip safety? Samantalang tinatali nga at nilalagyan ng masking tape yun pag competition. Diba? So why would you need those safety features? Something like that. So in a less, so in terms of cost, nabawasan ng konti in terms of production. Right? Tama din. Salamat doon, Sir Jeffrey. Yung secondary part ng firearm, ginawa na lang siyang magaang at less maintenance. Diba? So if you notice, lahat ng bagay may value engineering sa value analysis. No? Hindi lang sa mga ginagamit natin, kahit sa uniform natin, actually may value engineering and value analysis din yan. Bakit naging digital na ang uniform nyo ngayon? No? Yung ating camouflage. No? Binago na ho yung design, something like that. So, yun po yung past diagram, tinitignan lahat yung function na yon. Sa function na yun, inihilera. Ano to? Bakit nandyan yan? So yung safety pictures ng 9/11, yung tatlong safety features ng 9/11, nawala na lahat. Halos. Safety features na lang ng clock doon sa trigger niya. Diba? So definitely, salamat po sa training niyo sa amin. Tinuruan kami magkalas, disassemble, sa assemble ng clock. Si Master Sergeant, nakalimutan ko yung sa RSN1. Sila yung pumunta sa NEDA. Tuwa kami doon, excited kami. Okay. Next slide is ito yung diagram. Ito na yung sinasabi kanina ni Sir Jeffrey na primary, secondary assembly. So yung function, yung higher order of the function, ano yung purpose ng gun, ano yung purpose ng parts, diba? Ang mahalaga dun sa parts probably is yung firing mechanism, diba? Dapat hindi sumasablay yun, pak, kasi yun ang magsisave ng buhay natin. Dapat yun ang hindi, yun yung primary function niya, no? Pero doon sa secondary, sa yung third function, yung mga ibang parts, ginawa na lang siyang kinostomize or ginawa na lang siyang low cost. Okay? So, yung when, so kailan babalik, kailan kakasaulit yung firing pin na yon, was also identified at anong mechanism ang gagawa nun. So, ito yung past diagram. It answers the how, why, and when. Yeah? Another diagram, ganun din. Kung meron tayong scope of the project, in-identify natin yung conference room, in-identify natin yung daycare, in-identify natin yung fitness area, in-identify yung critical activity. Pero dun sa function na yon, kailan ba magagamit yung daycare? Ilan ang beses siya magagamit? Ilang beses magagamit yung fitness area? Ilang beses gagamit yung daycare? So definitely nakakatipid ng kuryente kung isasama-sama mo siya sa isang building, no? Tama si Sir John doon, kung pagsasama-samahin mo, yung nagsabi na pagsama-samahin mo siya sa isang building, makakatipid ka sa cost. Kasi hindi naman yun yung core services. Very good. I think masaya ako sa grupo, sa tropa natin. No? Ito ba yung first batch ng certification sa Philippine Air Force? Matatalino pala kayo lahat. Very good, ha? Kala ko tinutulugan kayo. Tinutulugan nyo ako eh. Saludo ako sa inyo lahat. No? It's a thinking group. Jan, first batch to or
Second batch po, sir. Pero Sila po yung pioneer sa online, sir.
Wow, sila kayo yung pioneer sa online. Pero magandang reaction nila, no? So ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Yes,
Opo, sir.
salamat dyan. Palagay ko it's already 12 o'clock.
Opo, sir.
Pwede nang mag-lunch break po tayo, mga sir and ma'am. Salamat po sa active participation. Sa mga teacher ho, sa mga lecturers, masaya kami when the reaction or ganyang kaganda. Okay? So, mag-lunch muna po tayo and we'll be back around anong oras dyan?
12:15 po. So let's have a 1 hour lunch break, sir. Okay lang po ba
Okay
yun?
lang.
Sa
Okay
inyo, sir?
lang. Sige. Ano naman sila? Military time. Sinabi mo 1 o'clock. Nandiyan na po sila. So,
let's be back at 1:15, sir.
1:15. Okay. Sige po. Nag-overtime tayo ng konti. Thank you, Sir Jan.
Thank you rin po, sir. That was a very engaging lecture po, sir.
Sige po. It's an hour.
Thank you po, sir. Happy lunch po sa lahat.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's almost time po. So we will resume na po for yung afternoon session ng module po natin. But before that, Engineer Sasot,
Yes.
meron lang pong
Yes.
clarification kanina, may nagtanong,
Yeah.
sir. Galing
Yeah.
kay
Okay.
kay Sir Bolick.
Yeah. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah. Sandali lang.
Yung okay lang sir, basahin ko na lang po.
Sige po.
Yung question po sir ni Sir Bolick regarding dun sa nabanggit niyo po kanina yung sa estimates po.
Yeah.
So sir, meron po ba pwedeng gamitin na reference sa budgetary estimate na 30K to 50K per square meter na accepted sa government,
Yes.
sir?
Sir, tanong ito ni ni Sir John Bonite.
Opo sir, tapos ni Sir Bolick, Jerome Bolick.
Yes. Meron, actually, please send me your email. Yung buong DBM, joint DBM and DPWH circular, ipo-forward ko sa inyo. That will serve as a reference.
Okay, thank you po sir for that.
Actually, hindi ko nakikita kasi yung chat during my presentation. Pero naman pala, nasagot yung ordering agreement kanina ni Mama Almira Ramirez. Performance-based logistic to ordering agreement or framework agreement. Yeah, galing sa inyo to, Mama Almira, itong concept na to. Then, dito, Sir John, building thing, okay. Sino pa bang may tanong? So far, si Sir Jerome. Yes, Sir Jerome, please give me the email. Send it to John, then I'll forward the circular of the DBM, joint DBM and DPWH circular regarding the matter na to. Then yung sinasabi ko namang budget call, makikita mo sa GAA, yung mga budget call, yung mga requirements to when you are proposing or requesting DBM to finance project. Okay, so nandiyan na pa lahat. Can we start?
Yes sir, we can start na po. Thank you sir.
Okay. Yes, nababasa ko naman yung mga chat nyo, pero ngayon ko lang binasa, no? Okay. So,
Sir,
yeah.
Okay pong email ko na lang po sa kanilang lahat yung circular para may reference na lang po silang lahat, sir.
Yes, sige dyan. Actually, it's downloadable sa net. It's publicly accessible. Just type the Google joint DBM and DPWH circular for infrastructure buildings. Makikita niyo yan. Pero mamaya, nasa wala ako sa workstation ko, nasa 5th floor conference room. At yung laptop na gamit ko, wala dito yung mga files ko. So, okay, shall we start?
Sige po, sir. May lang sir, may nagpahabol ng question. Okay lang po ba, sir?
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. Kahit during the discussion, just ask the question. I would rather ask you to use the microphone kasi hindi ko nababasa yung chat. When I'm presenting, wala naman kasing moderator monitoring the chat. Wala. Kung alam ko lang sana, I requested a staff to... Sige, Jan. Salamat. What is the question?
Galing po kay Sir Bautista. Sir, tanong ko rin sa construction ng runways or roads kung magkano daw po per linear meter.
Yeah, yung runways sa airport, Saka sa roads, okay. For the runways, I think wala akong info doon. But I can get the approximate cost estimate for that. Kasi currently, okay pa rin naman ako sa DPWH. I'm getting some information from them. Sige, sasama ko sa email ko yun. Yung cost estimate ng construction of roads, no? Per linear meter. National load ba ang kailangan natin? Siyempre. So far, meron pa bang tanong?
Wala na po, sir. Thank you very much po, sir.
Okay, salamat dyan. Okay, let's proceed. Yung past diagrams as I'm talking to you a while ago, mas maganda kasing explain it this way sa mousetrap. Alam natin how it function. So meron siyang swinger or striker na it's being locked by here, no, at the farther end. So if we will do the past diagram, so the main function of the mousetrap is to eliminate mice, no, and kill mouse. So yun yung pinaka-function niya. Kaya natin siya pinipili. Supposedly, dapat makahuli siya ng, makapatay siya ng malalaking daga. Unfortunately, yung mga mice matatalino no? Nakukuha pa minsan nila yung mga bait without triggering kasi medyo light yung kanilang action except for the mouse nga, no? And the mouse naman, the moment that nakapatay ka ng mouse dito, unfortunately din, pag nagkaroon ng dugo yung device, hindi na bumabalik o hindi na sila natatrap ulit, no? Probably the same with human, meron silang intuition o meron silang yung kutob, no? At naamoy nila, yung sense of smell nila, naamoy nila if there is death. No? If there is death dun sa area na yun. So nandito yung again the diagram, yung how, why, how will each function will work. Dinisect yung mousetrap into the swing striker, the trigger striker, the attract mouse mechanism, and the hold bait, no? Yung lalagyan ng bait. So doon yung function, if you notice, inihilera, no? In such a way that this is the primary function. Kailangan mag-trigger mo na yon. As to when that striker will function, pag-release ng spring. Something like that. So in a project, gumagawa tayo ng past diagram just to know yung of each and every function of a product, of a project, nabivisualize natin. Similarly dun sa Glock, siyempre nakikita natin lahat dapat yung major parts ng gun and ano yung parts ng gun na hindi naman ganon ka-significant or sinasabing ang secondary in nature kaya ginawa na lang polymer yun. So let's advance. Mahaba na yung ating discussion dyan. That's the past diagram. If you're doing the report, if you are a certified value engineers, no, required, or if you are submitting a value analysis, required na mag-submit kayo ng past diagram. Kasi this is a perspective or this is the visual view of how do you diagnose the function or the function of each element of your project or component of your project. Okay. Similarly, in constructing a dam, diba? Yung ating dam, hindi natin mako-construct yan if ever that there is a flowing water, no? So normally, the water is being diverted muna on the side, or otherwise it's diverted muna on another area, on another lake or another river. And this diagram is an example again of a past diagram. This is a large water reservoir, no? So you notice that two things. Yung mga minor components like yung securing site, control operations, more on administrative and safety features ng nandun sa farther right of the diagram. Pero yung major activity ng dam nandito sa left. Ganun din doon sa mousetrap, di ba? Yung primary function ng mousetrap nandun nakalocate sa diagram sa left at yung minor nakakalocate sa kanan. So that's another sample of a past or function assessment system technique. Okay, this is some elaboration ng function analysis wherein yung fuel storage system was presented. So, sino na ba sa inyo ang nakapagbukas ng hindi. Particularly, binuksan niyo na ba yung yung water closet, yung lalagyanan ng tubig? Di ba may float doon? Ang triggering mechanism is the float at yung magbubukas para i-release yung what is this? I-release yung water to the water tank is a flapper. That's the old system. The new system, isang buo na siya. And of course, yung mga tangke ng kotse, ganito din ang system. No? So there's a node, there is a, this is the closing and opening device if ever the fuel storage is filled up. So if we will do the function, the function of the storage, so yung primary function of that particular drawing is to store fuel. Okay, of course, it can be a tank, it can be a bin, silos, pools, etc., etc. And the primary of course, primary function pa rin yung obtain fuel for manufacturing, purchase, recycle, and the dispense of fuel, siyempre, goes, if you store, you have to dispense. So if you notice, it's the functional analysis is all aligned, as to the mechanics or as to the primary and secondary. Kumbaga sa it's it's descending from left to right, something like that. Or the primary or the majority of the function decrease from left to right. No? Tama ba yun? Yeah. So, okay. So another phase is speculation phase. No? Ito na yung if we generate ideas, if we assess the generated ideas or alternatives into kasi if you're doing the what is this, the value engineering steps or phase to a job plan, it's like a sipon, no? Ibig sabihin, from the major, malaking concept, bumababa siya, lumiliit na lang siya until you have already identified what is more convenient or what would be the most what the user will appreciate in terms of the use of a product or use or function of the component of the equipment. Remember, each function has a cost. No? So, yun, from the large, really. So, speculation or creative-based techniques, of course, no rules, no limits. Like yung sinabi ko kanina, yung sa air conditioning, it can be bet, it can be challenged. Kagaya nung 25,000 per square meter, it can be bet, it can be challenged. So there's no rules, no limits. Mas magandang, mas maraming ideas, mas creative, mas okay, but basically it should be supported by one, accurate information. Number two, It has be supported by, of course, existing or regulating rules and procedures, or our office systems, yung office circulars. Sometimes may mga office circulars tayo that would be consistent or consonants to what we are proposing as a project. Then of course, if you don't look for the second right answer, you won't find it. So definitely more alternatives, more ideas, it's okay. Then of course, on the manner of elimination, you eliminate the function or the ideas that seem not fit to the project. No? So sabi ko nga, it's not a one-man team. It's a organized review and study. The value engineering is an organized review and study of a function or a product. No? So kailangan, of course, pagdating kasi sa management, kung ayaw nila yun eh. But again, the manner of promoting it, the manner of justifying it, depends on the viability of the project or the position of the group. Kaya gumagawa po tayo ng white paper, gumagawa tayo ng report para the management would decide whether to accept the project or not. So why do we need to conduct this creative phase? Because we want change. We want some modification. Yun lang po ang bottom line. Why we do some alternative ways, alternative thinking, and being creative. We want some change. Minsan we need to be comfortable. Like if you're cleaning your room or your house on a weekly basis, you are also looking at how you can clean it in a shorter or a minimum number of hours. So if you're cleaning it in 3 hours, probably if you will be buying some equipment or etc., you can clean it in 1 hour. So it's about changing something. Okay. Okay. So rules need not be broken, or guidelines need not be sabi ko nga, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. But definitely on certain occasion like yung pandemic po ngayon, the one manner of thinking medyo nagbabago na lahat. Like for example, if the work office space partitioning, napapansin nyo noon, is on a straight line, parang ito ako ngayon, yung susunod na katabi ko is on front of me, then the other one is on the front of the other, para bang on a firing order siya, na nakalo o nakakolumn. Similarly, they're looking at it as parang ang modular partitioning or setup ng open space is parang clamp. Ganyan po. Na yung mga tables nakalocate dun sa edge ng clamp. And the center of the clamp, nandun po yung air filter devices and storage, no? Yung may lateral cabinets. So bakit hindi inalign yung mga tao? It's because kung sakasakali nga naman magkaroon ng infectious disease at airborne, ang tendency kasi ng spread of the disease diretso muna bago kakalat eh. So if nakaklamp siya ng ganon, medyo lihis ka dun sa line of fire kung tawagin. So those are the manner or way to reinvent the arrangement of the tables. Hindi na yung alternate, no? Yung iba alternate, hindi na nasa on the row o na column, something like that. So yun yung creative thinking because of the pandemic. Now this is a cartoon of creativity. No? What do you think you're doing there? Getting out of the lab, thinking outside the box. So sabi kasi, look, think outside of the box. So just a committee strip actually para medyo malilip tayo ng konting formality sa lecture. Okay. So creativity. So we entertain. In our evaluation, we entertain all thoughts, but we don't criticize. Hindi mo tinitira yung opinion ng iba. Let's be open-minded. Baka naman may opinion talaga siya. Tapos freewheeling, spontaneous yung discussion. Let the ideas flow. Then, of course, we combine each other. It's a consensus agreement of the talented and of course yung sabihin natin professional with skills to handle the project. And of course we have to record all the ideas kasi if we're going back to the drawing board, di ba? Pwede nating balikan, uy, may naisip na pala natin yun noon eh, di ba? Bakit hindi natin na-consider if we're going back to the drawing board? So definitely lahat ng ideas isulat lahat. Baka ma-miss out lang natin kasi ayaw ng grupo yun. Yung pala, yun ang gusto ng management. So babalikan nyo ulit yung idea na yun, yung proposal na yun. Similarly, this is a comedy strip, yung CR. No? Naalala ko tuloy yung multipurpose building, nagalit kasi wala pang partitioning. Wala pa po yung partition ng mga CR. Siyempre pag wala pa, very stupid na makita mo yung dalawang inidoro, ganyan. Harap-harapan. Kasi wala pa nga ho yung partition. So nagalit si DE, bakit district engineer ng public works? Bakit magkaharap yung anong yan? Paano magkahangitaan naman yung dalawang yan? Of course, hindi pa kasi nalalagay yung partition in between those sa water closet. So definitely, natawa na lang kami doon kasi may nag-picture nga tapos may nag-send sa kanya through Viber. So these are dumb ideas pero pwede, di ba? Paano nga naman yung kampal o paano nga siya twins? But anyway, basta entertain all thoughts, no? And the bottom line doon is generate ideas, generate creativity. Then after we generate ideas and activity, we analyze, we evaluate. Tama ba yon? So parang may scoring system ka. Probably you rank it from number 1 to number 5. You do some statistics to the most important or the most functional or the most cost-effective, so forth and so forth. So the alternatives is the best combination of design and ability, no? Constructability. Yung operation is quality assurance. Of course, nandun yung customer satisfaction. And kaya tayo nag-aaral ng value engineering is dapat merong low life cycle cost. No? Dapat mababa yung life cycle cost niya. Among all alternatives. If we have 3 alternatives, siya yung pinakamababang low life cost tawag nito. Computation. Lahat siguro sa inyo may cellphone or calculator, probably you read it them kasi kailangan magko-compute po tayo mamaya. Kahit sa cellphone lang, no? Kasi mahirap mag-manual pag exponential yung computation. Huwag mo kayong mag-ano at madali lang po yung ituturo natin. At pinaka-basic, but you can apply it to any project that you want. Okay? So the analysis phase. So mahalaga, like for example, yung selection po ng resource person to any webinar or any seminar. Of course, yung prior experience count, maganda kasi yung sharing. Maganda yung ay, ganun ang nangyayari noon sa amin eh. So, may sharing na ganun. Hindi naliligaw yung grupo, lalo na if wala pang experience yung grupo na yan to handle such project. Of course, merong gut feel, may intuition, no? Palagay ko, okay yan, something like that. So counted yon as part of the analysis. Then yung inputs ng mga shareholders. Shareholders hanggang supplier po yun, up to the supplier, up to the value chain, no? Up to the logistics, yung mga storage natin, yung handling of our materials, etc. etc. And yung cost reference. CMTF is attached to the Department of Trade and Industry, right? So noon may piniprescribe silang market value or market price ng construction materials. So it's still available, yun nga lang medyo a month old yun, no? So that can be a good reference if you want to know the value of your construction materials. And another source is of course yung TBM. No? Or otherwise, siyempre kung bumibili ka naman araw-araw, utusan mo na lang yung clerk to make you a summary listing of the regularly procured materials. Okay? So, apply matrix techniques, define performance measure, weight and rank measure, evaluate alternatives. Okay, make sketches. Yung matrix na tinatawag po, siyempre kung may dalawang alternative, mga ma'am, sir. Ako, personal opinion ko, paano ako nag-evaluate ng mga alternatives, hindi ko ini-evaluate sabay-sabay. Para bang ginagamit ko, kino-compete ko yung one after the other. Alternative 1 against alternative 2. Alternative 1 against alternative 3, alternative 1 against alternative. Tapos may point system ako doon. Then alternative 2 naman against alternative 3, and so forth and so forth. So ganun yung matrix. So the highest, of course, the highest rank, para bang ano yun parang tawag ng tanghalan or Star Trek matrix ang ginagamit. So kung sino yung pinakamataas, yun yung pinaka-best alternative. Then ibabalik ko yon for rational. Rational meaning, tama ba yon? Baka naman nagkamali lang sa numerical value. And the ranking system, hindi lang isang tao gagawa dapat. It's the whole group. Hindi pwedeng if you are suggesting a committee or if you are employing professionals for the specific project, dapat po lahat yun nagre-rate. Okay? So make sketches. Yung alternative base, for example, yung multipurpose building namin, we did around 5 floor plans. Then I think yung pinakatatlong floor plan ang pumasa sa management, something like that. Kasi yun yung pinaka-ideal, no? At malapit sa yung far exit, malapit sa yung taker, malapit po sa far exit, something like that. Or malapit sa street where we can easily, no? During emergency, we can get them out, something like that. Okay. Of course, the life cycle cost analysis is the systematic evaluation of alternative design and comparison of their projected development, design, constructions, operations, operations, maintenance, disposal cost, or salvage value over a specified time period. Okay, ang life cycle cost for, as I told you, analysis, hindi pwede sa isang alternative lang. It has to be 2. Ngayon, ang tanong ko sa inyo, you cannot compare nga apple to oranges. But of course, kung apple to apple yun, maganda. But when will that apple expire? tandaan nyo, lahat ng product may kanya-kanyang expiry. So if we're talking about life cycle cost, yung Apple 1 saka Apple 2, for example, Apple 1 will only last 5 years, 5 months. Yung Apple 3 will last for example, 3 months. So how will you evaluate yung life cycle? Kung sinasabi dapat on equal footing sila or equal ground. Ipapark ko po yung question na yan at babalikan natin mamaya. Okay? Kasi yan din ho ay tatanong ko sa inyo after explaining the numerical analysis of the life cycle cost. So simply put, the life cycle cost is equal to the initial cost, yung pagbili mo ng equipment and product, plus the ownership cost. Ano ba yung ownership cost? Siyempre, pag bumili ka ng kotse, mag-maintain ka na after 5 years, o maggagasolina ka, or otherwise, dahil COVID ngayon, probably you have to put some accessories like air filters, or otherwise yung air conditioning mo, palilinis mo every 6 months. Probably, no? Probably lang. Or otherwise, kung may nakasakay kang may inuubo at sinisipon, you have to sanitize, disinfect, etc. etc. Yun yung owner cost, yung parang maintenance and operations of the car. Plus the salvage value or disposal cost. So yun yung sabi ko nga, from wound to tomb. From the initial cost of acquisition of a product or the initial engagement of the service to the disposal of the product or completion or termination of the service. Security service, kinommission mo, kinontrata mo. So siyempre, meron ka ding end of contract. Ang end of contract mo, ano yun? And during that contract, ano yung mini-maintain mo sa kanila? Mini-maintain mo sa kanila, of course, dapat observant ka na security services. Kung nagpe-perform sila ng functions sila, may mga nawawala ba sa Philippine Air Force? Baka mamaya, ang dami nang nawawalang laptop o na iuwi yung buong steel cabinet na ilalabas, something like that. So those are the things that you need to consider on life cycle cost analysis. So, dati, ang security and health, minimal. Again, in doing your estimate, meron kang direct cost. Okay? Meron kang direct cost, meron kang contingency cost, or indirect cost mo includes contingency cost, miscellaneous, and taxes. For project, ito tatanungin nyo na naman, no? For project more than 5 million, normally less than 5 million, the overhead contingency cost is about 12%. Miscellaneous about 10%, and of course the VAT is about 12%. Ang problema, that is the standard prior to COVID. And right now, ang mga laborer mo, magsusuot na ng face mask, magsusuot na ng face shield. Then, yung construction site, it is also required that you sanitize and disinfect the construction site every now and then. May guidelines, may circulars na nilabas ang IATF regarding that matter. So, yung parameters ng indirect cost amounting to, sabihin natin 30%, medyo tataas because you have to consider the security and health of the laborers as well as those engineers in operations and administrative personnel. Yung magpapasweldo, paano pa sila pasisweldoin? Aba, GCash na. No? Aba, hindi naman pwedeng i-abot yung pera. Something like that. Or ATM. O ano bang pinakamabilis pagdating sa petty cash? So those things you have also need to consider in doing your life cycle cost analysis. Lahat ng pwedeng pumasok as cost. Kasi hindi naman pwede pag nag-bank transfer ka, walang transaction cost. Ngayon lang, hanggang November siguro, wala. Ay, at end of October, wala. Pero comes November, may 10 piso na sa GCash. O di pa kada deposit mo ng, withdraw ng mga tao sa GCash ng dineposito mo, babawasan sila. Not to mention yung deposito mo na more than 5,000. May service cost yun sa GCash, sa PayMaya. So those are the things kahit maliit, deceptive nga yung mga nakakapuwing, no? Yun ang mahirap alisin. No? Pag napuwing yung mata mo, di ba mahirap siyang alisin. So similarly, yung mga minimal or minor cost na yun, you need to consider it also as a major concern. Okay. Ito na, malapit na po tayo. Handaan nyo na yung ating mga calculator. So, life cycle cost gives decision makers a complete awareness of the big picture. No? Kasi kino-consider mo lahat. Kino-consider mo lahat from moon to tomb, paano ka kakain, paano ka matutulog, saan ka titira, etc. etc. So, para bang inalalayo, para bang you're looking at it as a person, yung product na yon, or paano ba mabubuhay yan at paano mamamatay, something like that. So the life cycle cost actually analysis or computation is based on the formula we call it in finance and accounting as the net present value formula. Yung net present value formula ho, lahat ng cost mo, dinadala mo sa present, sa 0 year. Kung meron kang naiisip na maintenance cost on the 4th year, dinadala mo siya sa 0 year. No? Maliwanag ba ho yun? Kung hindi ho maliwanag, kindly call my attention. So, lahat po ng cost na mag-surface between the life of the product, probably sabihin natin yung product is 10 years. Example, from 0 to 10 years, lahat po ng cost na pwedeng mangyari during the lifetime or the duration of the project or product or service, dinadala natin sa 0 year. Bakit po? 2 reasons ba't natin dinadala sa 0 year. Para magkaroon ho ng baseline. Para magkaroon ho ng basis for our analysis. Sa accounting po and economics, we call it the net present value formula. Okay, ito po yun. Yung ating initial investment, negative po yun. Labas ng pera. Normally, pag cash out, negative. Labas Pag cash in, positive. Kaya positive po itong summation. Mas maraming pasok ng pera kaysa sa labas. Kung business-minded ka, di ba? Mag-invest ka ng $500,000 for stocks. Kailangan po, hindi. Deposit na lang, time deposit. Pagta-time deposit ka ng $500,000, dapat may pumasok sa iyong pera on a monthly basis or semi-annually. Di ba? So, yung mga pumapasok na pera na yon, tandaan nyo, yung 100 mo ngayon, hindi na 100 yan bukas. Yung 500 mo ngayon, hindi na 500 yan 6 years after because of inflation. And kaya ho, tinawag na net present value to. Dinadala ho natin lahat yun sa present. Okay? So, again, the formula, yung initial, ito na yung picture. So yung C1, C2 to infinity and beyond. Alam niyo yung cartoons na infinity and beyond no, sa Toy Story. Yung C1, C2 are the cash. Cash na pumapasok on the first year, cash na pumapasok on the second year, cash na pumapasok on the third year, and cash na pumapasok sa uh, sa future. If we're doing the life cycle cost analysis, baliktad. Yung ating initial investment, kasi we're looking at which project is lesser ang cost. So yung investment natin, hindi ho siya negative. Baliktad sa life cycle costing. Pero it adopts the formula, the net present value. Yung initial investment natin is positive. Yung unang cash natin is positive. Yung pinang-maintain natin dun sa project, yung pinang-operate natin dun sa project is all positive. Ang negative lang po na ilalagay natin sa equation is the disposal. Bakit? Kasi kaya negative po yung disposal kasi pumasok na pera yun eh. Yun yung salvage value ng project or ng equipment. And kung equipment yan, meron din tayong tinatawag na depreciation cost. Yung depreciation cost, normally ho kasi in accounting, bakit ba ho, sige, kayo tatanungin ko, no? Kasi alam ko yung sagot eh. Bakit ba ho sinasama sa accounting ang depreciation cost if we are to acquire? Or ano lang ho to, walang tama o mali. Gusto ko lang malaman if you understand why is depreciation cost important to accounting. Okay? Sino pa hindi ko natatawag? Si Sir Edward Ramos, nandiyan ba? Sir Edward? Yes, sir. Sir Edward? Background, may accounting background ka, sir? Mahina, sir. Pero alam niyo yung word na depreciation? Yes, sir. Okay. Ano ang medyo mahina kayo, sir. How can you explain depreciation? One is sa kotse. Ay, depreciated na yan. Ano ibig sabihin po nun? Sir, yung pagbaba ng value ng isang bagay. Okay. Like for a straight line, thank you po doon, Sir Edward. Tama po yun. Yung depreciation, yung pagbaba ng value ng isang bagay. Normally, kung 5 years yan, kung ang depreciation ay straight line, so yung value ng kotse, kunwari 5 million, i-divide mo sa 5, so ang depreciation niya is 1 million a year. So on the second year, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin ipagbibili mo yan ng 5 million pa rin sa akin, di ba, Sir Edward? So that would mean na 1 million yung baba nung sasakyan. So sa life cycle cost, okay. By looking at it, ano siya? Money out, money in, yung depreciation. Pagpasok ng pera siya o paglabas? Yun muna ang tanong ko. Ang depreciation, paglabas siya ng pera o hindi? Virtually speaking, siyempre walang pera involved doon. Diba? Kasi depreciation, hindi mo naman nakikita yung physical value ng money doon. Pero palagay nyo, the depreciation cost, pasok siya ng pera o hindi?
Yung value ng pagkakabili mo, sir, bababa kasi siya eh. Hindi ko, sir, paglabas yun, sir, ng pera.
Yeah. Alam niyo ba yung depreciation cost it's also considered as your money back. Kasi iniisip mo, kailangan pag yung 1 million, isi-save mo yon para makabili ka ulit ng kotse after 5 years. No, Sir Edward? So, ibig sabihin, kung 5 million yun, kung nag-depreciate siya ng 1 million, dapat may pumasok siya yung 1 million. para after 5 years, depreciated na yung sasakyan, pwede ka makabuli ulit. So parang on the life cycle, pwede kang bumili ulit. Okay, sa life cycle costing po, ang depreciation, we can consider it or kung major ang kanyang effect dun sa life cycle. Normally yung depreciation cost is associated with the maintenance of the car or the maintenance of the property. Or yun yung sinasabi ng depreciation cost. So, wag ho kayong patitinag pag sinabing life cycle cost, i-consider yung depreciation cost. Kasi walang physical money involved. Thank you, Sir Edward. Okay, let me... sir. Yes, sir. So, let us do this exercise. There are two options. Either we do an asphalt pavement or we do a concrete road. Okay? So, sa isang kalsada, sa isang national road, pwede tayong gumawa ng asphalt wherein we call it a flexible pavement kasi flexible nga yung asphalt kasi, di ba? Kahit sa mga runway, yung taas ng runway, we applied asphalt layer dun sa concrete. Kasi siyempre yung bounce nung nung gulo, no? Hindi kaya nga flexible yun, medyo ano siya, yung masusustain niya yung stress or strain nung pagbaba nung aircraft from the asphalt. Okay. So these are the initial computation, mga sir, ma'am. Sa initial cost, labas tayo doon sa particular project na yon ng 383,835. Kunwari lang po, o kaya million. It can be million or thousand. Labas tayo doon sa project na yon ng Salapi. Yun po yung initial cost ng project. Tapos na yung project. After 6 years, kailangan mag-patch tayo. Di ba? Yung asfalto, ipapatch yun. At lumalabas na after 6 years, by experience or by maintenance or yung regular maintenance ng ginagawa sa ating highway, lumalabas that after 6 years, naglalabas tayo ng almost 5% or 2,000 para i-maintain siya. After 6 years, ibig sabihin, medyo meron na siyang konting mga tawag nito, potholes or etc. Then on the 8th year, ito na yung kailangan i-resurface natin yung lane. Ibig sabihin ng resurface po, yung manipis po na asfalto. Kung asfalto natin is mga 3 inches, siguro lalatagan lang. Ang tawag po doon, asphalt overlay. Para nang medyo tumagal pa. Sayang kasing investment kung 383 million yan. Diba? So lalagyan muna natin ng asphalt overlay. That would cost around 2 million. Okay? Sabihin natin 2,000 is 2 million. 2 million yung 2,000 na yun. Then of course, i-replace na naman natin. Medyo yung ibang portion ng kalsada bumigay na. Alam niyo yung asfalto, kalaban niyan tubig di ba? Pag nagkaroon ng panding, yung portion na nagpanding, lumulubog po yun. Pag lumubog po yun, ang gagawin po sa kalsada, remove and replace. Yung portion na yun, yung sinasabing road, yung black repair, pati base course nun, kakalkalin, bubungkalin, papalitan yung base course, lalagyan ulit ho ng asfalto. Ganun lang po yun. No? Then, after 20 years, kasi iniisip natin yung ang tagal nito, no? Wala yata kalsadang tumatagal ng ganun katagal. 20 years, magpapatch siguro sa US, yes. Then sa 24, nagkakaroon na naman tayo ng yung sa track lane, maglalagay na naman tayo ng asphalt overlay. And on the 28th year, magpapatch tayo. And of course, on the 30th, wherein i-dispose of na natin or bubungkalin na natin yung lahat ng aspalto na yon, na ang salvage value is around 191 million. Malaki pa, no? Siguro yung salvage value dyan, kung merong embankment o pagbibili mo yung embankment, pwede mong ibenta, something like that. But this is our fictitious value, no? Pinapakita lang dito, gusto lang ipakita dito is how we do the life cycle costing. Okay, ang life cycle costing po, etong nasa 6 years, yung value ng 6 year, dadalhin mo sa 0 year. Pag dinala mo po yan sa 0 year, of course may inflation involved. So may proper computation paano mo siya dadalhin sa 0 year. And so forth, yung 8 year, dadalhin mo sa 0 year. Yung 12 year, dadalhin mo sa 0 year. And yung 28, dadalhin mo. And up to the salvage value of the third. Yung 191.97 na yan, dadalhin mo sa 0 year. Now, yung annual maintenance cost, no, yung annual, pag sinabing annual maintenance cost, taon-taon, ito yung maintenance mo ng asphalt pavement na yan. 5,600 pesos or 5.6 million for example. Yung hurdle rate, inflation rate po, saan ba ho nakukuha ho to? Hindi ho tayo tumitingala sa kisame para malaman yung hurdle rate o yung sinasabi nating value of money. Minsan ho, yung inflation rate, nakikita nyo sa NEDA yan, sinasabi ng NEDA, average inflation rate, ang yabang-yabang ng NEDA, kunwari, ano lang, nasa 5%. Pero actually, nasa 10 to 12% ng inflation, national inflation. So yung hurdle rate is dito yung sabi ni Sir kanina, Ramos, Edward, ito yung pagbaba ng presyo ng car o pagbaba ng presyo ng value ng pera. So yung 4% na yan, it can be an inflation rate or yung interest rate sa bangko on an annual basis. O, tandaan po yan, ha? So yung hurdle rate na yan, it can be anything. It can be a CPI, it can be an inflation rate. Hurdle rate, kaya hurdle, tatalunan mo, di ba? Or it can be the bank rate, kasi value for money. Kasi kung meron kang ganung pera, kung mag-i-interest siya ng 4% annually, kailangan alam mo. So, ang mahalaga lang dito, ma-identify mo kung ano yung gagawin mo inflation rate. Okay? Para magkaroon ka ng subjective, quantitative analysis ng computation mo. Okay? This is the first alternative. Asphalto po ang ilalagay natin. Any question, mga sir and ma'am? May tanong po kayo sa aking mga sinasabi? Going twice?
Chat box po sir, wala po so far.
So far, sige. Okay. The second alternative, ang second alternative natin, konkreto, matibay, maayos. No, nakikita niyo yan, may mga dowels, may mga temperature bars, may concrete paving. And of course, similarly, we're looking at the project to last 30 years. Parang tulay, no? Pero wala akong pavement na ganun katagal. Sinasabi ko nga, this is for the purpose of looking at the life cycle cost analysis. Okay, initially, magkano ngayon ang konkreto? Kung ang asphalto is 300 million, ang konkreto siya, sabihin ng engineer mo, 512 million o 512,000. So that would be your initial cost. Okay? So after that, siyempre yung naalala nyo, may mga may mga sa mga expansion, may mga asphaltong binubuhos minsan sa kalsada. Yes. Tapos minsan yung mga joints na yun nag-crack, kailangan i-repair kasi pag hindi ho ni-repair yun, pumasok ko yung tubig doon sa pavement, sisirain yung base course. Tandaan nyo, ang road natin naka lang po sa lupa. Kung yung lupa na yun lalambot o magkakaroon ng water saturation, doon na masisira yung kalsada. Kaya dapat maganda yung drainage. kahit konkreto yan or asfalto. Mas maganda din dapat ang drainage ng asfalto o asphalt. So patch for the 6 years, seal of joints, ito yung mga maintenance na ng kalsada. Ibig sabihin, ito yung medyo nakakapuwing, no? Yung sinasabing kanina na minor, kala nyo minor, pero may cost. Ito po yun. So yung seal of joints, so magkakaroon ng, nakita natin yung concrete, medyo hindi na, nakalabas na yung mga, nagkaroon na ng scouring o lumabas na yung mga bato, yung mga pebbles doon sa surface. Minsan nilalagyan na lang ho ng overlay yan. Asfalto ho yun, manipis. Di ba napapansin nyo yung konkreto ay na-asfalto na manipis, na 3 inches overlay. So yun yung, no, yung konkreto, papatungan mo ng asfalto para lang tumagal pa kung wala kang budget ng gobyerno. At kung very busy kasi, kung national roads kasi yan, or yung traffic, masyadong heavy ang traffic, ganun muna po yung ginagawa. Kasi that could tawag nito, patatagalin mo pa yung usability ng road. No? So again, lahat po yan, identified na, no, dadalhin mo yan lahat sa, what is this? Sa 0 year, including the salvage cost and yung annual, sabi ko nga, taon-taon meron yan, no? Okay. So, nakahanda na ba yung calculator natin, sir, ma'am? So ito po yung analysis, no? Ang tatanong nyo lang naman sa akin, kasi ito given yan sa problem, yung cost, tama? Yung 0, 6 years, 8. Ang tatanong nyo sa akin, paano na-compute itong 1? Kasi yan yung present value. Yung 6 years, then yung 8, etc. No? Similarly, that's alternative 1. Mamaya ko ho pakikita yan para isang lecture lang. Then, if you notice, lahat po yan, diniscount or dinala sa 0 year. Yung 2,000 on year 6, pag dinala ho sa present value at ginamit ho yung net present value formula, lumalabas ho yung 2,000 o 2 million mo, 1.5 na lang after 6 years. Kasi dinala mo yan sa 0 year. Okay? Yung 32,000, after 8 years, 23 na lang siya due to kung ginamit mo inflation. So lahat po itong cost na to, lahat po ito dinala sa 0 year at ito po yung factor o ito yung discounting rate o ito yung hurdle rate. Yung hurdle rate pertains to the year. Ang hurdle rate is 4%. May formula ho yan. Kada year ho, kinocompute po yan. Okay? And if you notice, pagdating dun sa recurring, ito yung recurring cost, inad lahat plus yung 0 year, lumalabas na 456,962. Lahat. Okay? Then, iniles po yung maintenance cost, kaya ho malaki to 17 kasi it's from kinompute ho yan from yung factor from the first year to the 30th year. Kaya ho 17 yan. Mamaya pakikita ko ho sa inyo kung paano na-derive yung 17 na yan. So yung 5,006 is the annual cost. So ito po yung total cost niya on the present year. And of course, dinidak po yung salvage cost after 30 years. Ito naman po yung discounting rate. And the total life cycle cost for this alternative, yung asfalto, is around 494,645. Okay? Yan po yung sa asphalt pavement. Okay? Ngayon, let's look at alternative 2. Ito yung konkreto wherein our initial cost or investment for the project is 512,000 or 512 billion, something like that. So andito rin po yung sinasabi nating recurring cost o yung mga nakakapuwing na hindi natin pwedeng baliwalain. So yung 1,525 after 4 years 1.3 na lang siya, no, because of the discount being applied. And ganun din po yung computation, but definitely pag ang konkreto ang ginamit natin, it's around 575, 685 lahat, no, ang total cost. So if you'll notice, for both alternatives, mas mura pa rin po yung asphalto. Talaga naman po mas mura yung asphalt payment kaysa sa Portland cement concrete pavement. Common sense will tell you that kahit sa pagdating sa maintenance, something like that. Pero definitely, tinatanong kasi dito yung function. Yung function pa ng asphalto, okay, lumalabas, for example, na mas mababa. But for definitely, does it serve the function? Kung ang function lang ng road na yon is to provide the egress and egress dun sa particular town or city, it already serve the function and the purpose. Pero kung sabihin natin, kagaya yung tanong kanina, sir, paano yung runway? Di ba? Paano kung runway yan? Ano yung consider mo? Cost effective o yung functionality? Di ba? So that decision remains on how much cost can you absorb. Naintindihan niyo ba yung ibig sabihin na how much cost can you absorb? Parang bumibili ka ng BMW sa Toyota. Can you afford the BMW? Di ba? Bakit bibili mo yung BMW in the first place? So kailangan i-serve yung function ng particular cost na yon. Now I'll show you how it's been computed, no? Nakikita ba ho lahat tong Excel? Diyan, nakikita yung Excel?
Yes po sir, medyo maliit lang po kasi naka-minimize. Pero nakikita po kanina sir.
Hindi masyadong maliwanag.
Oh, yung ano po ba sir, yung nasa PowerPoint na table po?
Hindi. Ito pong may pinilas akong kailangan i-news share ko siya. Okay. Okay. Yan.
Ayan, sir,
Nakikita
kita
na
na
Excel.
Opo
Yan.
sir, malinaw
Okay.
po.
Okay. Ito na po tayo, no? Alternative 1 and alternative 2. If you notice, ito yung 0 year, 1, 2, 3 hanggang 30 years. Sabi ko, paano kinocompute itong discounted factor na to o yung present value factor. Remember, lahat po ng cost na to dinadala natin sa 0 year. So yung cost multiplied by the discount, yun ho yung present value ng 32,000. So ito po yung formula na yon. Yung cost o yung money o yung value ng pera divided by 1 plus the hurdle rate interest, then over yung end po yan, yung year. Kung nasa 6 po yan, year 6 din po yun. Ang interest rate mo is 0.4%, di ba? So that is 1 plus 0.04 raised to the power of 6. Okay? So, ang computation mo, kaya ko nakuha yon 1 divided by this. Kung ano yung product nito. Pwede nyo i-check kung tama yung mga values na to. Kung hindi nyo makuha, I'll elaborate it. Ito, nakikita nyo yung formula dito sa ano. How can I do this? Ito, Zoom. Okay. So if you notice yung formula, ito yung interest rates to 0.04. Yung E6 represent yung number year. Diba? Kaya 0.962 yon. Yung 6 years Okay? Yun. Niraise sa 6. So kaya nakuha po yung 0.7903. Okay? Maliwanag ba po sa inyo yan? Sir, ma'am? Maliwanag pa po yung computation ng present value? Kung saan nakuha ho dun sa example yung 0.7903, you can check dun sa mga calculator nyo para if you will do the life cycle costing evaluation, meron kayong iuuwi sa ating mga general na may natutunan naman ho kayo sa life cycle costing. Okay? Paki-check lang dito sa 6. You can see the formula. Yun ang hirap, no? Sa virtual, no? So you need to compute muna the denominator. That's 1 plus 0.04. Then raise it to the 6th power kasi year 6 yun. Then what you get there, then 1 divided by what you get there. So ito po yung lalabas, 0.7903. May nakakakuha ba ho kahit so sige, okay, sandali lang po. I'll call the group of Lieutenant Colonel Almira Ramirez. Kilala niyo isa't isa? May nakakuha ba ng sa year 6 yung 0.7903 using the formula? Kirby, nakuha mo ba? Kirby, are you there? Sir Kirby Bautista?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hindi pa, sir. Still computing pa, sir.
Sige. Unahin muna natin yung denominator. Kunin mo yung value ng denominator. Interest rates kasi or hurdle rate is 0.04. So 1 plus 0.04 kasi 4%. Then when you get that sum, lagay mo, erase mo sa 6. Ibig sabihin ng erase mo sa 6, meron naman dyan exponential 6. Ibig sabihin nito, yung 1.04, bumultiply mo ng 6 beses. 1.04 times 1.04 times 1.04. Kung ima-manual mong ganon. Pero merong sa calculator naman, kung sakasakali, scientific, pwede mo erase sa to the power of 6. So yung 1.04 po, gawin mong 6 na beses. Okay? Nakuha nyo na?
Sir, may tanong lang po.
Yes. Sino dyan?
Yes po sir, may tanong po si Sir De Chavez kung constant ba na 1 yung numerator sir na CF?
Kaya 1 po yun, yung sa numerator. Kasi po, we already, yung pasok ko ng pera, yung labas ng pera, na-identify on the 6 years is 2,000. Tama? Doon sa formula kasi is CF. So that is CF. Kaya ginawa ko na lang 1 yon kasi we have to compute yung numerator and the denominator on the discounting rate. Yung CF po, kung titingnan nyo, 2,000 po yon. Okay? sa formula, yes, constant yung 1. Pero it has to identify, kaya ho 2,000 nasa alignment o nasa numerical value. Okay, sandali lang ha. I think I need to use the board. Kita ba ho? Kita niyo yung whiteboard? Ma'am, sir, kita niyo yung whiteboard?
Kita po, sir. Sir.
Okay. Ang formula kasi natin, okay, yung net present value is equal to CF over 1 plus I raised to the n. Yung CF po na to, pwede natin ilabas, di ba? So it's also equal to CF, kita ba? CF multiply by 1 plus I raised to the n. Ayun. Yan. Nakikita ba ho yan? Dito ho nang galing yan. Sa formula na yan, di ba? So yung CF na yun, inilabas na ho natin. Kaya meron hong, kaya ito lang muna yung ginagamit natin para ma-compute yung discount rate. Yung CF na yun, on the 6 years, nakalagay po doon, that would be around 2,000. Okay? That would be around 2,000. So itong I na ho na to, it's 0.04 raised to the, yung N na yan, 6 doon sa 6 year. Nagets na kung bakit, bali inano lang muna by math. Ito muna yung in-apply natin. Kaya 1 yon. So nakita nyo sa Excel ko, kaya naging 1 yon. Kasi I need to do the formula on a particular, kailangan kasi ito yung common formula sa lahat eh. 'Di ba? Hindi naman din lahat ng year may lumalabas na pera or for the operations and maintenance of the road. If you notice ang maintenance ng road, yung sinasabi nating incidental expenses is, or alternative number 1 is identified at the 6, at the 8, at the 12 year, the 12 year, 16th year, and the 20 year. So, ang mahalaga ho sa akin is kung nakuha nyo itong yellow. Kung nakuha nyo lahat yung value na yan, kahit dalawa lang para masaya ako. Sa group 1 ba may nakakuha? You need a scientific calculator or pwede din naman yung sa cellphone. Pero pag yung input dito is 6, you have to multiply it, yung 1.04 raised to the 6, ibig sabihin yan, you have to multiply the 1.04 6 times. So, okay ba ho tayo? Sorry ha, medyo ang life cycle ko, ang value engineering kasi merong konting accounting. So you have to bear with me kahit ito lang makuha niyo, masaya na ako. So Kasi sayang the certification kung hindi nyo mapag-aaralan to. So on the first year, if you notice the formula, nandun yung 1, yung 0.04, yung E6, yun yung raised to the first power. Okay, kaya 1 divided by 1.04, you got 0.962. Okay, then susunod, 1.04, okay, let's do this together, no? Nakahanda na ba lahat yung ating calculator? Can I see you all sa video? Pakihanda ho yung calculator sa yung cellphone. Yung cellphone natin. Can you raise your cell phones? Kung may cellphone, yung calculator, can you raise it? Sir Ulysses, may ano ka ba dyan? May calculator? May cellphone?
Negative po. Cellphone lang po.
Cellphone, sige. Okay na po yan. Sino pa bang nandito sa... Yun, no? Yun, mamaya yung mga scientific na yan. Actually, pwede kayo mag-download na scientific sa calculator ay sa cellphone. Okay, sige. Game. Let's go. Ito muna yung manual computation. Kasi kung walang raised to the power yung ating ano. So how do ito muna, first things first, yung 0.962. Remember the formula is 1.04 raised to the first power. So since 1 raised to the 1 power naman, walang problema. So 1 divided by 1.04, makukuha niyo po yung 0.962. 1 divided by 1.04, makukuha niyo po yung 0.962. Nakuha lahat? Sir, ma'am? Yung year 1, yung discount year ng year 1. Nakuha? Okay, good. Very good. Sir Richard. Ma'am Hazel, kamusta? Wow. Okay. Sino pa? Yan, yun ang galing. Raised to the 1 power. Sige, equal mo sa ma'am. Ma'am, Sir Ernesto, equal mo yan. Lalabas 0.962. Okay, so sige. Doon tayo sa second year. Ma'am, sir, sa second year tayo. So doon sa walang raised to the, yung walang yung normal So yung 1.04, multiply mo ng 2 beses. 1.04 times 1.04. Then, kunin mo yung product. So the product is 1.0816. So 1 divided by 1.0816, makukuha nyo yung makukuha nyo 0.925. Kung wala kayong exponential. Kung nakahanap kayo sa computer, I think yung calculator ng computer merong exponential. Okay? So Sir Ulysses, okay na tayo? Second year? Sir Arnel, Edward, okay, good. Sir Jello. Okay, basta isa lang sa grupo ang makakuha. So, and so forth po yun. 1, 2, 3 hanggang sa third year, ganyan lang din po ang computation. Okay, if you notice, yung value ng initial investment is 1 kasi nasa 0 year siya. Yung value ng 2,000 on the 6th year, doon sa presentation ko, na-discount siya ng 1,581, right? Etong 2,000 na to, kung i-equate ko to, magiging equal to 2,000 multiplied by this value, lalabas 1,580.63. Yung po yung nandoon sa ating table earlier. Then this one, 32, okay? Yung 32, okay, multiply by this value. Up. No. Dali lang ha. Multiply by itong value na to. Lalabas po dyan, 23. Kaya 23 po yun. 23,882. Okay? Nagets na po? So lahat po yan, ganun na ganun lang. No? Sa Excel, madali. I-copy paste mo lang. No? Here, paste. 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 So bakit po ginagawa natin to? Ginagawa ko natin to para magkaroon tayo ng way of evaluating the project. We're considering all the cost. Tapos for comparison, dinadala ho natin lahat yan sa 0 year. Ganun lang po yung manner of application nito. Ngayon ang tanong ko po sa inyo, with that concept, tandaan nyo, dapat if we are comparing a product, meron siyang similarity o meron siyang similarity in terms of assessment. Now, ang tanong ko sa inyo, how about kung yung isang kalsada tatagal lang ng 3 years at yung isang kalsada tatagal ng 5 years? Paano mo ngayon gagamitin yung life cycle costing? By common sense. Mga sir, ma'am, paano mo ngayon kukumpitin yun? Kasi wala silang, hindi equal yield, unequal yung year. Yung isa tatagal lang ng 3 years, yung isa tatagal ng 5 years. Paano mo ngayon i-compare yon sa life cycle costing? Kailangan kasi parehong year. Okay, sino pa ba hindi ko tinatawag? Si Ma'am Betalu, Lupin? Are you there? Ma'am? Wala yata si Ma'am. Si ano po? Si Ma'am Almira Ramirez. Are you there, Ma'am? Ma'am Almira? Hello? Okay. Last. Si Sir JB Cruz. Nandiyan ba si Sir JB? Yes, Sir JB. Tanong ko, paano kung unequal year? Yung isang project will last 3 years, yung isa will last 5 years. How will you do the numerical computation?
Sir, sa akin lang sir
Yes.
Sir, yung kunin lang natin siya pareho dun sa 3 years niya sir. Yung isa kasi sir, di ba 5 years?
Yes.
Yung sa pan-third year niya sir, doon natin siya i-compare sir.
Paano yung 2 taon?
Yes sir.
Good answer At least analytical yung sagot na yon, di ba? Pero paano yung 2 taon, di ba? Paano mo siya ilalagay sa present value? So sige, konting tip. Di ba naalala niyo yung common denominator? Paano mo i-plus yung 1/5 sa 1/3? 1/5 plus 1/3. Paano mo i-add yun, mga ma'am and sir?
15 years.
Yeah.
15 years sir.
Yes. Gagawin mo yun. Gagawa ka ng life cycle cost.
For 15 years sir.
15 years. Ibig sabihin, on the end of the 5th year, papasok mo ulit yung initial cost. Kasi gagawa ka na naman ng kalsada Di ba? Doon sa 3rd year naman, after each 3 years, ipapasok mo yung initial cost. Tapos magkakaroon ka ng common year. Doon mo na sila i-evaluate. Ang tawag doon is pag nagkaroon ng unequal life yung product and service. Sa financial management po, ginagawa din po yun. So that's it. Yun po yung yun yung pinaka-ingredient o yung pinaka-mahirap dito sa ating module. Na-survive nyo yun. So congratulations po sa lahat. Balik po tayo sa lecture or gusto niyo muna magmerienda? Ano mga ma'am, sir, anong palagay niyo? It's already 2:39. Magmerienda muna tayo for 15 minutes para medyo makarelax ng konti at para siguro makita nyo, ma-evaluate nyo how those things were computed. Yung Excel file po, isa-send ko din po yan kay Jan for your reference. Okay? So, Sir Jan?
Okay po, sir. Ilang minutes po yung gusto niyong break, sir?
Konti na lang naman to. May group work kasi sila di ba? Kaya pa ba ng powers natin yung group work? Mga ma'am and sir, madali lang yung group work. It's just tawag nito, evaluation of the plan. Hindi ko kayo kasi gusto ko talaga na ma-impart ko yung technology and skills eh. Gusto ko pagdating niyo sa kanya-kanyang mga workstation o kanya-kanyang mga division, meron ho kayong hindi lang bala, hindi lang barel ang dala nyo, kundi pati bala sa mga reserbang tools. So 15 minutes, then I hope mga 4 o'clock nandun na po tayo sa group study. Konting slide na lang naman po yung papakita sa inyo. Okay ba ho yun?
So we'll have a 15-minute break po, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir. So let's be back at 2:56 p.m. So it's 2:41. So pahinga muna yung mga utak natin. We can have some coffee and some snacks.
Yes. Session na po. Salamat po.
Sir, for that very interesting na sir, na topic. provide ng content. So, okay na po siguro. We can resume na po, sir.
Okay, salamat dyan. Let's continue, no? We already completed the life cost cycle analysis. So we're almost done with the steps. Nasa development phase na po tayo. And the purpose of the okay. And the purpose of this phase is to select the best alternatives to develop complete report and oral proposals. So yung best alternatives kanina dun sa sample sa pavement road construction is of course the lowest, no? Ang sabi, ang value engineering, we adopt or we consider the lowest life cycle cost, and that is the flexible pavement for that particular case. Okay, but still, sinasabi ko nga sa inyo, it's a matter of re-evaluating it as to the function, as to the objective of the project, no? Minsan kasi the manner of decision making is yung durability din. That particular case, pinakita ko lang sa inyo how at pinapakita ng NEDA handbook how life cycle cost computation is being done using the net present value principle or formula. Okay? So development phase technique. Flash ko na po lahat yan. Okay? Recommend specific, not generalities. No, ibig sabihin, for all alternatives, kailangan may mapili lang ho tayong number 1 and number 2. Hindi na ho pwedeng lahat. Yung number 1 is the best and the second to the best. Para ho meron namang alternative ang ating decision maker or management when it comes to our proposal. No? But specifically, if we're competent doon sa report natin, it can only be one. Sabi nga ng Highlander, no? Sa pelikulang Highlander, it can only be one. So make sure your report describes the disadvantage as well as the advantages. So if you are presenting two alternatives, kailangan pareho yung may disadvantage and disadvantages. So side by side, ito yung disadvantage, ito yung disadvantages. Something like that. Then gather convincing facts, assure technical adequacy, spend your client's money as you would your own. Ibig sabihin, if you're doing government projects, ito laging sinasabi ng mga management dito sa NEDA, kung sa iyo yung building, ano dapat gawin mo? No? How would you maintain it? Kailangan bang pinturahan mo ito taon-taon kung ikaw ang may-ari ng building. So, laging ganun ang sinasabi that we have to treat everything as it is ours. Kahit yung ating service vehicle, kahit owned yan ng Philippine Air Force, kailangan inaalagaan yan, pinupunasan. If it needs maintenance, dinadala na sa motor pool o sa maintenance service, and so forth and so forth. Kasi the longer we extend the life of an asset, the more it is beneficial not only to the government but to yourself. Diba? Kasi ikaw ang gumagamit ng vehicle na yun. No? Then prepare the proposal. Finalize the PAS diagram for proposal. Ano yung PAS natin ulit? Function, Analysis, System, Technique, yung diagram. Kailangan maliwanag yung diagram sa whoever will evaluating it. Ang NEDA ho, if you will be submitting the proposal value analysis proposal to the ICC or the IMPLACOM committee, kailangan ho maliwanag yung PAS diagram. Sell the idea through the justification. You are selling something uncomfortable to most people. If it is uncomfortable o hindi ma-appreciate, then change everything. Kung hindi siya pabor o hindi siya mahalaga sa maraming bagay, or otherwise alam mo yung management would be sinasabi natin lagi pinabarel, no? Or you're disappointed that it will be rejected, no? Mahirap kasi na babalik ka na naman, so you have to do some convincing, no? To the management that this is okay. Minsan kasi kung tayo nag-initiate, mahirap mag-propose, mag-present. But pag nanggagaling sa management ang project, mas madali. Kasi it's a matter of presenting to them yung cost-benefit analysis, yung ginawa natin kanina, yung detailing of the cost. So para alam nila kung magkano yung babudgetan. Mistakes will cast doubt on your validity. So any information, any misinformation or any information na hindi valid doon sa lagot na. Like for example, I did this on a private capacity. I did this feasibility study for the BTS. Ano ba ho yung BTS? Ito yung vehicular traffic system, no? Pero hindi, ito po yung sa mga boats, sa mga ships, na pagpapasok sila sa atin, sa territory natin, parang radar na monitor na sila ng ating Philippine Navy or the Philippine Port Authority. So we have a consultant before nung nagtayo kami ng maritime navy. Lumapit sila sa amin that they have a system, siyam lang yung itatayo nila sa buong Pilipinas, then it will capture, no? Yung parang radar sa eroplano, it will capture all na pumapasok na sea vehicle sa Pilipinas. But of course, it's a Norwegian company, but of course, it didn't push through kasi yung aming kasamahan doon, tatlo kasi kami doon, medyo nag-back out kasi of course, kailangan ng Norwegian company na yon na maglabas din ng pera yung kanilang counterpart sa Pilipinas. But it's a good project. It can be a security tapos gagawing public-private partnership o BOT project yung So parang it will be may manner of recuperating yung expense for the construction of the tower and the devices. So something like that. Ang mistakes na-identify noon is yung sa Sangli. Mababa pala yung mababa pala ho yung lalim ng area na yon, no? So hindi pwede yung malalaking mga barko doon or pwedeng taungan. So those are the mistakes na kulang dun sa feasibility study na yon, or what you call value engineering analysis. Okay? Presentation phase purposes. Ito na yung tapos na tayo. Ito na i-present natin sa decision makers. Nagsisik na tayo ng approval, no? So we present first things first, the value engineering study. Yung proposal natin. Yung 6 steps na yon na-identify na maigi, no? Then we have to obtain yung approval and support ng management in terms of funding, in terms of support, meaning hindi lang siguro on the moral support na kailangan natin, but during the implementation stage. Dapat maliwanag sa atin kung when will be the project be implemented at kailan matatapos, no? And we had to enhance the potential implementation, yung implementation phase ng project. So sa sa ating mga engineers, meron tayong sinasabi na Gantt chart, meron tayong activity. So maliwanag dapat 'yon. Kung kailan dapat simulan, early start of the project and earliest finish. Kasi remember, lahat ng materialis po natin, saklaw po yan ng inflationary pressure. Meaning, lahat po ng materialis pwedeng tumaas. Nung nagka-COVID ho, delikado dahil you cannot employ as many as number of personnel kasi limited nga po, no? Ang trabaho. Hindi pwede silang hindi naka-face mask, etc. etc. And they are being required to do the rapid test doon bago sila mag-engage to work. So those are the things that need to be clear, need to be presented, yung sinasabi nating project scheduling and sa implement from the start to the completion of the project. Okay? Kasama sa presentation po yun. Presentation technique. Okay? Mahalaga, brief ka kasi mga executives, mga managers yung magdi-decide. Ayaw nila ng maraming boladas. As I told you, kailangan meron kang force field analysis. Ano ba yung force field analysis? Remember, sa any presentation, any project may kontrabida. Hindi maganda ho ang istorya pag walang kontrabida. Tama ba ho yung aking dialogue na yon? Lahat po yan may kontrabida. And the manner na to subdue yung kontrabida na yon, pabubugbog ka muna. Di ba? Fernando po Jr. Bubugbugin ka ng tanong nun. Pero you have to be preferred doon sa mga tanong na yon. Kasi once that you satisfy those inquiries, yung kanilang mga tanong-tanong, matutuwa sa iyo yon. They will get you will get their approval. No? Basta anticipated mo lahat yung pwede nilang itanong. Ganun pa rin, you gather information. Kung may sekretary yun, siguro ligawan mo na, loko lang po. Yung kumbaga sa gather information, ano yung gusto niya dun sa project na yun. Mahalaga, you need to know bago mag-present. No? Tip ko lang po yun kasi mahirap talaga mag-present ng project. At kailangan may alay ka sa loob that is a proponent of the project or hindi halata na sinusuportahan ka. Something like that. So be brief, convincing, and keep it simple, yung presentation mo. Simple lang. Kung may mga plans, kailangan na elaborate, maliwanag. So everything else will follow. Okay? Ayun nga, anticipate and remove the roadblocks. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, siguro kung 5 yung magdi-decide, dalawa kalaban mo. Yung dalawang kalaban mo, ma-win mo lang yung trust and confidence at mag-oo sa project yun, panalo ka na. Something like that. And of course, don't overload them with information. Yun ang hirap eh. Ang daming information sa Google, ang daming information sa net, meron pang reference materials. Do not overload them with information. Laging sinasabi, less talk, less mistake. Konti lang ang sasabihin mo. Kung ano yung gusto malaman, yun lang yung bigay mo. Okay? The presentation, nandun naman na lahat yun. The report, nandun naman lahat yun. Pwede nilang basahin. Make an executive summary po. Okay? Kasi mga managers, gano'n. And of course, you need to have a good relation with your boss, your management. Definitely, mahirap kasi yung umuupo ka pa lang nagagalit na sa'yo. Yung nagsasalita ka pa lang asar na sa'yo. Ayun, mahirap yun. You have to get someone to present the idea na neutral. Hindi siya galit doon. Hindi masama ang loob niya doon. Alam mo naman, we are only humans. Kailangan itingnan mo lahat ng aspeto na. Tip lang po yun. So the implementation phase and follow-up. Management must assure that the approved recommendation are converted into action. Ito na yung sinasabing scheduling. Project scheduling. Actually, it's another course. Ewan ko kung kasama sa module na to. Yung mga project scheduling, yung mga BMI softwares, hindi ko alam kung kasama. But definitely, those are good learnings. No? Malaman mo. Meron kasi mga software, titignan mo lang sa cellphone, makikita mo na kung ng area ng building or project ang ginagawa. So maganda yon, for monitoring. Saka kahit kulitin ka ng boss mo, isi-send mo lang yung picture dahil nag-gather mo sa information dun sa cellphone, tapos na. Hindi ka nakukulitin ulit. No? So you need to do the implementation phase and follow up until this is done. Savings to the offset, the cost of the study will not be realized. So sabi ko sa inyo, ang value engineering hanggang sa beginning lang on conceptualization. Ang value analysis hindi po pwedeng sumagad yan hanggang completion of the project. May point of inflection or may point na pwede, kahit anong gawin mo, wala ka na magagawa pang iba. So yun yung curve kanina. The quality of your output is already been arrested by that point of inflection or equilibrium. Kung kailan yun, mararamdaman nyo yun kasi hindi naman limited lang resources and materials mo eh. So definitely, saka medyo makikita mo, may mga bagay-bagay na hindi ka na pwedeng palitan. Something like that. Kasi it will affect the entire structure. Okay? So usage of the BE in the construction sector, specific na po tayo ngayon. Companies in the construction sector have a better enhancement of getting jobs when they use the resources of the country in which they work reasonably, keep their costs to the lowest level, and decrease their offer price in comparison with their rivals. Lamang daw tayo minsan doon sa ating foreign counterparts. Alam niyo ba na there will be a law? There will be a law that foreign ito major threat no sa ating mga engineers. Pwede na silang kumuha ng mag-employ ng foreigners, no? Mga civil engineers, architects from abroad, no? That would give value or make the project in the implementation side faster, no? So medyo may threat yun sa ating mga local engineers, architects, ano pa. And of course, threat din sa ating, sa ating mga contractors. Siyempre, mas may pera yun. Kayang dumive. No? Ang value of pera nun, yung $1 nila, 50 pesos sa atin. No? Kaya pwede talaga silang bumaba ng presyo. So, I think it's being tawag nito, bet Congress. But the low offer price is not only the factor for a specific company to get the job. Project must have a high value. So hindi naman porke lowest bidder ka, ikaw ang panalo lagi. Normally sa procurement natin sa government service, ganun talaga. Kung sino yung pinakamababang offer, yun ang nanalo. Meron tayo sa procurement na quality-based pero mahirap i-implement kasi may mga COA rules and regulations. Probably, if you can identify what is the uniqueness of a specific contractor to undertake the project, pero mangyayari na naman nun, parang pinapaboran mo yung supplier o contractor. Kaya mahirap. Tama yung assessment ng iba na ang hirap ng ating procurement system. So, value has different meanings for producing company, owners, user, or designer. So, ibig sabihin, may kanya-kanyang aspect or kanya-kanyang appreciation ng value both on the manufacturing and the customer or client side. Okay? So let me explain about this graph. So again, yung concept is specific, production, bids, construction, and time. If you notice, ang breakpoint nito is nasa schematic pa lang because we're looking at value engineering. Remember, ang value engineering hindi sumasagad dyan hanggang sa manufacturing or production. Hanggang sa concept level lang. If you notice, yung break-even points niya in terms of quality and cost, nandoon lang sa schematic after the concept designing. Okay? Ibig sabihin, may mga errors lang sa plan, may mga details lang na dapat iayos prior to going into production. Okay? So iyan lang ibig sabihin ng graph na to. Sinasabi that ang value engineering talagang rest on or nandun lang talaga sa concept side. Kaya nga doon sa graph ko kanina, the end of the beginning, doon natatapos ang value engineering. The end of the beginning. Okay? And the beginning of the end, doon naman ho natatapos ang ating value analysis. Okay? Medyo parang poetry in motion, no? So some methods that increase the value of construction sectors are explained as follows. Okay, you can read this, no? Reduction construction production cost. So may mga materials kasi out there na pwede nang gamitin, no? Like for example, bakit kailangan mo mag-buhos ng slab kung meron namang precast? And the structural engineer as well as the architects are approving the precast. Why would you use the hollow blocks kung pwede ka na lang mag-precast o ng walls, something like that. So during the construction stage, madaming pwedeng mangyari. But of course, it was already identified sa conceptualization, no? Yan na naman tayo pumapasok. It's the function. Ano ba yung function nun? It's a wall. It's a non-bearing wall. Kung non-bearing wall yon, then definitely many materials are available now, no? Na you can adapt in terms of building your own structure. So finishing the job before the time schedule. Nung panahon ho ni malabas na tuloy, matanda na ako. Ni Bila, Secretary Bila. Nauso ho yung Quality Assurance Unit. Ito po yung mga nag-i-inspect sa project. Pag meron kang mali o anomaly o whatsoever, nire-report ka diretso kasi diretsuhan to kay sa office ni Pilar. Then you don't need to explain sa public works. So, pag sinabihan ka ng boss mo na pagod ka na yata, magpahinga ka naman. Ibig sabihin nun, magli-leave ka. Papipilitan ka mag-leave. Hanggang hindi ka niya pinatatawag, hindi ka pwedeng bumalik. And currently, yung mga engineers na assigned dito sa, of course, inspector sila, hanggang ngayon, ganun ang confidential po to, no? Ganun pa rin ang culture. I don't know the culture ng Philippine Air Force kasi meron naman tayong military discipline. Meron naman tayong code of ethics na sinusunod. But ang mahalaga ho dito is for any project, it needs to be finished on time. The moment that it is being delayed, meron yung ibig sabihin nun. Iba ho iutak ng management pag nadidelay ang project. At ang daming extra work order or variation order. Okay? You know what I mean. So you have to finish the job on time para ma-minimize, ma-avoid mo yung chismis, ma-avoid mo yung avoidance mo ng cost, and at the same time, magandang record mo in terms of project as a project manager or project engineer. Then yung quality improvement and collection, all extra order, change order, or any violation order for the specific project, kailangan ma-identify na doon sa middle. Wag ho doon sa, di ba? Beginning, middle, and end. Sa middle pa lang, o sa beginning pa lang, ma-identify mo na the change order. Of course, ang avoidance mo is cost, no? Ina-avoid mo yung extra cost. And at the same time, you need to complete the project on time. Kasi the more that tumagal ka, the more na tatagal ang pasweldo mo, the more that hindi mo masusustain yung momentum mo to keep the project clean and clear, no? So quality improvement and correction should be done as part of your cost avoidance strategy, no? Hindi siya ginagawa para ano, para kumita ng gusto yung contractor at et cetera. Pero definitely change order and extra work order are being done, of course, to apply it to actual field condition. Kagaya yung sinabi ko nga sa inyo, dun sa Wawa, dun sa huling project na ginawa ko sa DPWH, which is a JICA project. Nung nakita ko na malmol yung ilalim nung tatayuan ko ng foundation, inatras ko po yung ano, yung pagdadrive ng file, something like that. Okay, we have, malapit na po tayo, no? Ito yung sample case study. I want to revise this sana kasi microscope ang specific dun sa topic na to, sa sample case study. Naghahanap kasi ako ng sample case study na appropriate naman po sa atin, no? But I think yung ating group work mamaya, it would give something kung talagang may na-absorb kayo sa akin. Then tinitingnan ko yung value analysis handbook ng NEDA. Sabi ko baka mahirapan kayo kasi actually this course, yung value analysis sa NEDA, 3-day seminar to eh. So yung ginawa natin kanina na parang financial management, mga sell and ma'am, alam niyo ba sa college, dalawang session yata yun. Pero ginawa niyo lang ng ilang oras, no? Yung life cycle cost. So those are the things that bumilib din ako sa inyo, talagang yung maturity ng absorption nyo dun sa materials, no? And tama, no? Tama yung human resource hiring nyo, no? You're getting the best of the best now for government service. Hindi ako nambobola doon kasi otherwise mahirapan ako na mag-explain yung computation na yun. Okay. So, shall we do this by votation? Gapangin natin itong ano. Actually, this is the most simplest na nakita ko na case study. It's about assessing the functionality of the parts of a microscope or a medical microscope. Okay ba sa atin to mga ma'am and sir? Kasi ang mahalaga dito is the ranking of the function and the manner that we evaluate a particular product or service. Sa product na to po, we are evaluating yung focus adjustment knob. Alam niyo yung microscope, di ba? May knob yun. So, ini-evaluate po natin yung functionality ng knob na yun. Do we need to do this? Silence means yes. Okay, let's go. So value engineering is applied in the focus adjustment knob, no? So we need to assess if this knob do sa particular model na yon would be appropriate in terms of cost and functionality. So again, the steps, no? We need to have the product selection plan. We need to gather information of the product, probably hindi lang yung product na yun, but of course doon sa ino-offer ng competitor. Number 3, yung functionality analysis. Creativity worksheet, we need to prepare that. Evaluation sheet and the cost analysis as well as the result of our evaluation. Sa pagpasa nyo, kunwari ho, may mga projects kayo for ICC approval or the IMPLACOM nga, no? Investment Coordination Committee project proposal, hinahanapan ng NEDA ng value analysis yung proponent. So ito po yung content similarly nung ipapasa nyo sa NEDA for NEDA to act on the proposal. Pag hindi convincing sa NEDA yon, babalik ni NEDA yung documentation saying that may kulang o ano yung kulang dun sa value analysis. Hindi sasabihin ng NEDA na mali. Sasabihin niya lang kung ano pa yung dapat i-supply. Kasi may mga information information na hahanapin pag specific to the project. At minsan kumukuha din ho kami, hindi naman ho magaling lahat ng tao dito, kumukuha din naman po kami ng consultant o ng pagtatanong yan kung tama yung aming assessment. Okay? So step 1, step followed during the analysis are given below. Plan for production. Product selected is focus adjustment knob for slit lamp in microscope, which is used to adjust the focus of the lens for magnification purpose. The present specification of this part and its material used are costlier than the average industry cost. Mas mahal daw. Value of this product can be increased by maintaining its function and reducing its cost, or keeping the cost constant and increasing the functionality of the product. So in this particular case, yung microscope, mahal yung part na yon na nagmamagnify o ginagamit. So ang function talaga ng knob na yon is magnification. At yun yung function ng microscope. Diba? Para makita mo, ma-determine mo kung ano yung sinisilip mo doon. So this is the major component of the microscope. Okay. So we need to obtain some specification nung focus na knob na yon. So the material is made of aluminum bronze alloy. The diameter of the base is about 30 millimeter. The thickness of the plate is 3 millimeter. The cost of the stamp is 293 per kilo. Pieces produced annually for the microscope is around 8,000. The process uses CNC indexing mixing. The cycle time is 2.5 minutes. Ano ibig sabihin ng cycle time? Ito yung manufacturing time to produce one, no? Microscope. So mabilis yung 2.5, no? Anodizing is about dalawang microscope per minute. Mabilis pa rin yun. Materials cost is about 65 grams. And the total present cost is 29.99 per piece. Okay? So functional analysis of present function. Ito ho, parang table to. Ito yung function, ito yung knob, ito yung evaluate natin. So we will derive ano yung basic function niya, yung basic function ng verb, ng noun, at secondary function ng verb and noun. Ano ibig sabihin po nun? Pag sinabing verb, may action. Yung noun meaning it pertains to the part itself. Okay? So yung basic function ng verb, ng focus knob sa verb is index. Sa noun niya yung lens. Ibig sabihin, ito yung specific ng major component ng focus knob. Yung secondary function niya, fix. Kasi dapat nandun na siya, di ba? Hindi siya movable. And secondary function sa noun is yung gear tooth. Kasi siyempre may ano yun may what is this? Pag niro-roll mo yon ng manually, okay, you can imagine that may mga ngipin yon or otherwise para bumaba, no? So be it. So the development alternative. So ano bang pwede natin gawin? Kasi we are analyzing yung function na yon and we are attributing the cost of the production of that knob to the entire microscope. So, siyempre magkakaroon ng brainstorming. Most of us siguro will request for the change of design, change of materials. So, pwedeng sabihin, wag na lang yung aluminum, bronze, plastic na lang. So, kagaya ng clock, make it lighter. Wag nang puro bakal, wag nang puro alloy. No? Pwede naman sigurong hard plastic. Change the production process. Ibig sabihin nun, bilisan pa. And use nylon indexing unit. Okay? Yun yung mga alternative design or methods na na-identify for that specific function or yung knob. So sa evaluation stage, for judging the ideas, the following designs were considered. Function, cost, maintainability, quality, and space. No? Yung maintenance cost niya, gaano ba siya katagal? Endurance test. Tinanong ko si Master Sergeant, kalimutan ko talaga yung pangalan, galing-galing ng Master Sergeant na yung magkalas ng baril. Kayo ba pwede yung sagutin ako ngayon? Ano yung endurance test ng Glock? Kailan siya nag-jam? Meron pang nag-rapid fire sa inyo ng 3 magazine, dire-diretso sa shooting range? Kaya ko tinatanong ho to kasi when we evaluate products, sa baril ho, siyempre kung combative tayo, mapapalaban tayo, mahalaga ho hindi nag-jam yung baril. At pag nagpalit tayo ng magazine, o yung momentum, yung kanyang accuracy, kahit mainit na yung barrel, diretso pa rin ng tama ng bala. Ang tanong ko doon kay Master Sergeant, siguro hindi ayaw niya lang ako sagutin, is that, sabi ko, sir, nagkaroon ba kayo ng endurance test? Hanggang sa 3 magazine ba siyempre pulsuhan din naman yun sa kayong accuracy ng marksmanship. Pero ang tanong, hindi ba lumilihis na yung bala after the 3rd magazine? Kasi kung you're talking about 17 times 3, di ba? So lumalabas, ganun nakadami yung pinuputok mong bala. So hindi niya ako nasagot, probably walang gumawa sa shooting range sa inyo kasi of course mahal din kasi yung bala, no? And at the same time, siyempre wala naman privilege siguro sa army na gumastos ka ng 3 magazine. Pero kasi sa private o sa competition ng pistol, di ba hanggang 3 magazine yung endurance test? Okay. So evaluation, that is how we evaluate things, no? Yung function, yung cost, yung maintainability, yung quality and space. Dito sa particular project na to. So each design criteria binigyan ng point system. 1 to 3. 3 yung major, 2 medium difference, and 1 minor differences. So binigyan ng scale from 1 to 3 in accordance to yung major difference niya kung sakasakali na we adapt to yung proposal kanina, no? So nagkaroon ng pairing. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. We pair, ito, kaya gusto ko itong example na to, hindi ko na pinalitan. Galing ko sa CDMF to. Kasi ang pairing po dito, kung mapapansin nyo, against sa dalawa lang. Hindi tinitingnan yung pangkabuuan. So A, B, C, D, E, nilalaban o tinatama yung aspeto ng design against dun sa kabila. Tapos ginagawa ng specific score. Lumalabas in accordance yung sa function, ang total score niya is about 6, sa cost is about 8, ang maintainability is about 2, mababa, sa quality 5, and the space is 0. So the above ideas were discussed and the best feasible ideas were separated, which were change the material to steel. Kasi nga, what is this? Saan ba yun? Yung cost kasi nasa 8 eh. So use nylon unit and use the existing material. So wala naman ho kasing diferensya about do sa functionality dahil yung cost talaga nakikita natin mataas. Ang problema lang talaga is yung maintainability ng knob. Ibig sabihin, madali siyang masira at maaaring that will contribute dun sa hindi ma-appreciate ng customer or consumer yung microscope na yon. The paired comparison, yung ginawa dito, mas gusto ko yan kesa din yung nandito sa NEDA handbook. Masyadong technical yung nasa NEDA handbook. No? Medyo mag-aaral ka siguro ng isang term bago mo makuha yung kaya matagal yung ano nito matagal yung tawag nito yung seminar namin for that. Pinakamatagal yata diyan is 5 days, no, kung talagang isasama pa yung ICC process. Okay? And again dito sa feasibility ranking, the same, nakita nyo pairing lang, ganun lang yung ginawa. Sa cost evaluation, of course, ang cost ng POX knob, nylon. So everything is here. Yung materials, machining, yung anodizing, kasi nga tinitingnan natin yung cost of production, how it will reduce. So systematically kailangan pakita ho natin yung mga, hindi ho lang puro blah 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 yung report natin, kailangan merong quantitative analysis, meron tayong tawag nito. Ang tawag ho dito sa ganitong comparison o yung pagbabangga, yung mga versus is differential analysis. Meaning minsan din ginagamitan ng differential calculus, that's an advanced course, pero wag na natin pag-usapan yon. In layman's term, ganito lang ho yun. Okay? So, ang resulting ng ating project proposal for the microscope, the total savings after the implementation of the value engineering are given as follows. Cost before analysis is 29.99. Di ba yun yung cost of production ng isang microscope? Then the total cost of nylon knob is 18.40. Saving per product is 11. Naka-save ka ng 11.59 per unit. So the percentage is about 38. Kung magmamanufacture ka ng 8,000, ang annual savings mo is about 92,750. Ang value of improvement mo is around 62.98% for the total production cost. Kasi hindi mo titingnan lang dun sa specific month, titingnan mo yung value improvement mo to the total production. Like for example, sila MIG merong mining sa Batarasa, sa Palawan, the operational cost is around 20 million. Pag nakapag-ship sila ng nickel sa China o Australia, nickel is lupa lang po yung kinukutkot. Ilalagay sa barge, bahala na si Australia sa kasi China mag-process ng nickel. Bebenta ho nila ng 50 million yon. So, kumikita na sila sa isang shipment ng 30 million. Ibig sabihin, on an annual basis, kumikita yung mining na yon ng 30 million. Operational cost is only 20 million. Pag nakapag-ship pa sila ng isa, masaya na. Diba? Kasi ano mo na yung 20 million eh. Pag nakapag-ship pa sila ng isa pa, kita na sila ng another 50 million. Similarly sa value engineering and value analysis, yun ang tinitingnan. Paano on the business side, paano mo kayo ngayon madi-develop yung system na pwede ka mag-ship ng 2 beses. Okay? The more the better. Mas yumayaman sila. But right now kasi due to the COVID, medyo stop yung ating mining, no? So yung tawag nito, yung kanilang kasaganaan ng araw, medyo bumagsak din. Okay? So that ends, actually that's the ending na yata ng aking presentation. So parang it's just a summary of the case study. In the case study, discuss about we have to use the concept of value engineering to analyze the focus adjustment knob. Hindi natin tinignan yung buong microscope. Tinignan lang ho natin yung functionality ng knob. Kasi ito po yung may function na mataas ang cost. And with yun, ganun din yung ating value engineering. No? Hindi natin tinitingnan yung project as the totality but to the function of the project. Inuulit-ulit ko po yun throughout the entire seminar para hindi nyo lang humasa ulo, malagay nyo din ho by heart kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng value engineering analysis and value engineering and value analysis. Various advantages have been observed in terms of cost reduction, increase in overall production, reduction in manpower, and reduction in scrap. Scrap, ibig sabihin yung wastage. Laging ganun, kahit sa construction, pag nag-estimate ka ng materials, you will be asked for the cutting list sa bars na nagkakatalo, bahalang bakal ngayon. So if you can give a cutting list na saktong-sakto, na hindi ka sumusobra ng 3 length ng bakal, ay magaling ka mag-estimate. Sa buhos naman sa pagpupuhos ng ready mix, hindi ka sosobra ng isang truck. Saan mo dadalhin yung isang truck pag sumobra ka ng estimate? So wastage. So pagalingan talaga yan ng estimate at pagalingan, and by true experience, kailangan talaga, if you make mistakes now, take note of it kasi in the near future magagamit mo lahat yun. At nagiging engineer po tayo, nagiging magaling tayong, gumagaling ang ating talent the more that we are being exposed to challenges and problems. Pag wala kang problem, walang challenges, hindi mo masaya ang mundo. Okay? So, yes. Any questions? Pwedeng balikan natin yung computation if you want to redo the computations. It's around what is the time? 3:47, 3:41. So meron pa tayong time for group reporting and case study. So saan po nyo ako gustong bumalik? Siguro at this point, maghanap ako kung nasagutan ko yung mga chat. May 8 akong chat. Sandali. Sasagutan ko muna to. Thank you, sir, for the Excel. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am na Labilin. Find the LCD. Okay. Ito yung kanina, no? Least common denominator. Tama. Kasi nga, meron tayong 5 years saka 3 years. We don't know how to evaluate it. Pag unequal life ang product, kailangan hanapin natin yung common denominator or common life cycle. Very good. Nakuha ko na po, sir. Ito si Alvin. Sino pa? Wala ba akong nagtanong dito? Sir, everyone na lang po, request kami ng circular. Okay, no problem. Madali lang po yung circular. I'll give it to John. Lahat ng materials ko, pati mga kinukode ko para well-versed kayo sa existing rules and regulations. Bibigyan ko din po kayo ng, kasi nasa construction kayo, di ba? Meron po ako kasing copy ng Blue Book ng DPWH. Itong Blue Book na to, ito kasama yung how we test, how we conduct payment of particular items sa building. Nandito ho yung roads and bridges and buildings. So, John, paalala mo. Pero, okay, sige. Okay. Ano kaya itong binigay na picture na to? Sample, JPEG. Download ni Sir Ulysses. Hindi kaya bold to, Sir Ulysses? Ano kaya to? Mamaya ako na lang bubuksan kung ano. Okay, so wala pong question. Nakuha niyo yung life cycle computation kanina. Very good. Masaya ako if 50% or almost all the class get the computation. Ganun lang po simple at kasing dali nun. May Excel na po kasi. May Excel na analysis na lang po to. Walang mali sa mga analysis. Just common sense. Yung kanina, no? Siyempre, merong pag life cycle, may disposal. Pagkatapos mo mag-dispose, bibili ka na naman ng panibago. Like that. So disregard the depreciation cost. Most of yun ang mali ng ating mga accounting. Minsan, sinasaksak pa sa analysis yung depreciation while in fact, hindi na dapat. Kasi kung isasaksak mo yon later on the net present value, i-deduct mo din. Useless din. No? So, wala na po question. We go on with the case study. Sir, ma'am? Let me see. General. Pagod na po. Nakita ko si Sir Andel. Pagod na. Okay. Iba kasi hindi ko nakikita mga ano. I think wala naman, no? Wala namang so salamat. I think nakuha nyo. So let's proceed with the case study. Okay? In advance ko yung plans, no? Sa inyo ng NEDA building. So let's talk about the conceptualization ng plan. When we were asked to make use, ganito po kasi ang nangyari nun eh. Pinatawag ako sa office ni Secretary Pernia, si Secretary Pernia pa no. Why would we need to construct a 15-story building? Well, in fact, yung mga Yolanda projects ay hindi pa nagagawa. It's a waste of government resources kung gagawa tayo ng 15-story building samantalang mas may mga nangangailangan ng pondo. And tayo yung nag-a-approve ng pondo. So make use of this 20 million. Kahit anong gawin mo diyan, yung kailangan ng natin. So antimano, sabi namin, pwedeng maglagay tayo ng multipurpose building diyan na 1 story. Kasi 20 million lang eh. So hindi, gawin nyo ng 2 story. Ako, 20 million lang. Ganito na lang sir, dadayain na lang namin. Lalagyan namin ng mezzanine para sa fitness center. Tapos, yung pang second story, yun na yung third story. Sabi kong ganon. And let's call it, para umaaprobahan ng DBM, let's make it a justification that we need it for, totoo naman, disaster preparedness, and at the same time, kasi sa GAA, priority projects yung pag sinabing disaster preparedness and mitigation, di ba? So that's why the project was called Construction of a 2-story multipurpose earthquake resilient building para lang mapondohan pa yung mga susunod pang mga floors kasi 20 million nga lang po yung salapi. The additional funding came from DPWH. Now, paulit-ulit, in-identify ko yung function of the first original function of the building. It's a conference hall, conference use, wherein doon namin ilalagay din yung daycare and what is this? Daycare and physical fitness activity. Now, ang currently is sige, ano na natin, sabihin natin you have 65 million budget ceiling for the project. The dimension of the project, the dimension of the building nandiyan na. Of course, the manner of evaluation, pwede yung tingnan sa cost, tingnan yung relevancy ng cost at kung kakasya yung 65 million, no? But of course, ang tip ko dito, you will do some value engineering assessment of the plan. Ano yung nagkulang dun sa plan na yan? Meron. And I think makikita nyo kung ano yung kulang. No? Tandaan nyo, ang function is a conference room for large participation. So ano bang kailangan ng isang conference room? Yun ang tip ko sa inyo. Does it comply with the law? Lahat ng law, no? Specific na law is siguro isang tip is yung PWD. Yung person with disability. And so paglaruan nyo lang, marami pa naman po tayong oras. I'll give you, Jan, ilang oras, ilang minuto pwede nating ibigay sa kanila for their group work?
Po siguro sir, at least 30 minutes sir.
30 minutes?
Para may enough time po for presentation.
Sige. Sabi ni Jan, we'll give you 30 minutes. Each group will present yung kanilang speaker, will present the value engineering assessment. isa lang, no? 5 ang grupo, so isa lang ang magre-represent. So let's learn from one another. Dito sa ating exercise, walang kritika, maging professional tayo. Oy, bakit kilalagyan mo ng parol yun? Gusto nila lagyan ng parol kasi magpapasko na. So, be creative. Let's do this. Pare-pareho tayong nasa pare-parehong hanap buhay. And it's an assessment also if you learn something from the module. Sige po. Pwede nyo nang simulan. We'll go back to you, Jan, mga 4:30. Anong palagay mo, Sir Jan?
Sige po, sir. Pwede po. Ibe-breakout room ko po sila, sir.
Okay.
Para pwede po silang mag-screen share sa bawat grupo po.
Sige.
Tapos pwede nyo pong puntahan yung bawat room, sir.
Wow. Okay Hindi ko akalain pwede yun Sige. What is this? Meron na silang advance copy of the plan, no? Itong mga to.
Yes, sir. Meron na po. Tapos niresend ko din po sa chat box.
Okay. Sige. Let's do this, no? Pagalingan to ng value engineering review. The review of the plans. Ito kasi yung sinabit namin sa DBM. Nagkaroon pa kami ng mga revisions dito. Be creative tignan nyo kung ano yung kulang ng plan. Marami kami nakitang kulang dito sa totoo. Okay? Sige po.
Simulan ko na po, sir, yung pagbe-breakout po.
Yes, sir.
So, to all participants, click nyo na lang po yung join. Sa mga hindi po makapasok ng breakout room, dahil po yan sa sa internet nyo po. May certain bandwidth requirement po kasi yung breakout room. Sorry po. And also, na-enable ko na din po yung screen sharing po.
Okay dyan. So hindi ako makapunta sa mga
Ay sir, ilagay ko po muna kayo sir sa breakout room 1.
Okay, sige.
Then ilipat ko po kayo. And sir, ilagay ko na po kayo na-assign ko na po kayo sa room 1. Click nyo lang po yung join sir. Engineer Sasot, pwede ko din po kayong ilipat sa iba pong rooms. Thank you po.
Yan, magkakasama kami dito sa office.
Okay po sir. Noted po.
Okay, thank you.
Mga audiovisual equipment, sir.
Kasama, yeah. So thank you for that. Nandiyan naman sa schedule, no? CCTVs kasama, audiovisual facilities, CCTV, yung security system. Ano pa bang kasama dyan sa 65M?
So dyan, mga 5 minutes pa.
Sige po, sir.
So paano natin delegate yung presentation as to the number na lang, room 1, room 2, gano'n.
Opo, sir.
Okay, dyan. Konting-konti na. Salamat dyan, ha?
Thank you rin po, sir. Sobrang salamat po.
Email ko yung mga kailangan nila pagbaba ko sa aking workstation. Yung mga DBM circulars. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you din po, sir.
Okay na kaya dyan?
Siguro, sir, i-end ko na po yung breakout room.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you din po, sir.
Shall we start, John?
Sige po, sir.
Sige. Sino kayang group ang unang tatahak ng landas tungo sa unlaran? Okay, ready?
Sir, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, John. Are we ready?
Sir, Jeffrey, sir. Sir,
Jeffrey,
umpisan ko na, sir, para makill kami. Group 5, sir.
game. Ba, nauna pa yung group 5. Sige, game. Go, go, go.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Sir, nakikita na po ba, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. For group 5, sir, actually, sir, medyo naguluhan kami. Kaya nung nagpunta kayo, sir, sa breakout room namin, sir. So, yung pala inano namin, sir. So, ngayon, sir, ito, sir, yung nakita namin for the past, siguro, mga 10 minutes, sir, ang ano namin, sir. For the past 10 minutes, sir, na nag-usap-usap kami. Ito, sir, yung mga nakita namin na mga, kita namin na kulang, sir, or wala dun, sir, sa plan, sir. First is the access ramp for PWD sa second floor. Nakita natin kasi, sir, meron dun sa first floor. Sa second floor kasi wala, which is baka magamit din kasi, sir. Kaya dahil ano, sir, nandoon yung isa sa mga pwede natin gamitin, sir. Next, sir, is additional air vent for first floor. Sa second floor kasi, sir, nakita namin, okay naman siya, sir. Meron siyang air vent sa second floor. However, sir, dun sa first floor, medyo maunti lang, sir, which is parang doon yung parang magiging main na gagamitin natin for HADR or something, sir. Next, sir, is the supply storage, sir. Wala rin po siyang supply storage sa first floor. And then sa fire exit, sir, sa second floor. Yun, sir, yung mga ano namin, sir. 4 lang, sir. Sorry, sir, pero alam namin, sir, marami pa. Pero yan po ang naano, sir. As far as the group 5 is concerned, sir, yan po yung ano natin, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Sige, bigyan natin ng palakpakan group 5. Mukhang most of the sa pool, no? Sa pool. Actually, yung 4 sa pool eh. Nakita namin yon sa 4. Now, in terms of functionality kasi, hindi na namin naglagay ng hindi na kami naglagay ng ramp for the mezzanine. It's because ang function kasi ng mezzanine kasi for fitness center, di ba? So hindi na namin nakita yung purpose of establishing a ramp for the for the fitness area. Now, yun din may problema kami. Actually, wala ding access papunta sa second floor. Tama ka, to second floor, no? Wala paano kung may disabled na aakyat sa second floor. So ang naging policy na lang namin, kung may disabled man na atin ng meeting, we might as well focus on using the ground floor or if there will be a participant kasi hindi naman madalas yun in terms of it's occasional naman na magpadala sila ng person with disability sa mga meetings and forums. Okay? So kung sakasakali, we will maximize the ground floor for that purpose. Very good. Fire exit for the second floor, nakaligtaan namin. Thank you for that. Salamat, Group 5. Who's the next group? Sinong susuong sa sinong susunod na tropa na mag
Sir, Group 3, sir.
tapos ng Group 3. Sige, Group 3. Go, go, go.
Sir, sir, same with Group 5, sir. Actually, sir, yun lang talaga napansin namin, sir. Fire exit or escape ng mga upper floors.
Sige, Jasin, wala kayong presentation?
Hindi na po. Verbal na lang po, sir.
Sige. Makinig po lahat.
Yes, sir.
Sige, ma'am. Go ahead.
And ventilation as well as yung lighting, sir. Consideration of ventilation and lighting po, sir. Ng mga up and down. Lahat po, sir.
The lighting and why do you what makes you remember it's all glass dun sa second floor. You're telling me sa second floor yung lighting ng second floor baka nakaligtaan yung lumens doon, no?
Opo, sir.
Dito guys sa ground floor that high ceiling siya tapos may mga salamin.
Opo,
So
sir.
that wala na kayong may hahabol pa?
Yun pa lang so far, sir.
Yun pa lang so far. Sige, next group.
Thank you.
Next group.
Sir, group 4 po.
Group 4. Sige. Palakpakan muna natin yung group 3 kanina dahil nauna sila sa iba. Sige, group 4.
Yes, sir. Nakikita. Yung sa amin po, sir, yung functional analysis namin. Sa multi-purpose conference hall po, sir, wala provision para sa comfort room ng PWD. Kumbaga, he or she lang yun nandun. And wala rin siyang CR para sa ibang other genders. And then, yung number of cubicles sa CR, sir, hindi siya proportionate dun sa number of tao na mag-utilize ng ang dami kasing capacity ng multi-purpose hall pero ang konti lang yung cubicle sa CR, parang 2 toilet lang yata and tas 3 urinals para sa males, parang ganun. And then yung iba naman, sir, walang elevator, access para sa mezzanine saka sa second floor, sir. Then wala kaming napansin na septic tank. Limited yung ventilation, tapos sa plano, sir, na wala rin siyang pipe layout details.
Okay, good. Wala nang idadagdag pa?
Sa ngayon, sir, yun lang po muna ngayon.
Okay, so mamaya na ako magko-comment pero mukhang naman kayo, no? Ng konti when it comes to functionality. Kasi yung multipurpose conference hall, tama ka doon, no? Nakaligtaan talaga namin yung disabled comfort room. So sa ngayon, meron na. Naglagay kami ng CR for the disabled. And of course, yung CR kasi for the phase 1 talagang kulang kasi we're opting to build another building which is a 6-story building. Na mas maraming CR yon. It's on the other side. It's na northwest of the wall of the compound of the NEDA, no? So tama, CR, you said may isa ka pa. Flash mo nga ulit yung presentation. Most of the things that nakaligtaan namin in terms of function na natumbok nyo. Although the pipe layout naman kasi may details yan, hindi ko lang naibigay. Yung septic tank, meron naman po yun. Tama yung limited ventilation, no? When it comes to the ground floor. Kasi yung ground floor talaga, high ceiling lang siya and at the same time, wala siyang windows. With the current pandemic and we're talking about air circulation, medyo pinag-aralan namin yon, no? Para para magkaroon ng proper ventilation yung ground floor. Second floor, walang problema, may mga bintana eh, di ba? But of course, ang ventilation kasi, it goes without saying, meron ka namang mechanical ventilation in terms of air conditioning units. No elevator. Under the code, hindi naman requirement ng elevator, pero just as well will be providing the elevator dun sa multipurpose. Elevator na rin yun nung phase 2 of the building, yung malapit sa dormitory. Okay, yung disabled. May isa pang hindi natutumbok actually. Actually, dalawa ang hindi pa nakukuha. Nakuha nyo na yung marami, no? Of course, the comment about the cubicles ng CR, totoo po yun, aminado kami, kulang talaga. Kasi in the first place, pinagkasya lang namin. Pinalaki kasi namin yung, if you notice, pinalaki namin masyado yung multipurpose hall. Dahil kung nagkaroon kami ng cabinet session or cabinet meetings, kailangan namin yung ganong kalaki. And tinitignan namin tuwing Christmas party, yung pwedeng bumaba lahat yung tao para magkaroon ng kasiyahan, nakaupo, pwedeng lagyan ng table, we can dine, para bang it's a social hall ng pang-hotel. Yung finishing ho nun, kung isa sa inyo bibisita dito, ay pang-hotel talaga. Okay, tapos na po ang group 5, group 4, group 3, dalawa na lang, group 1 and 2. Maliliit yung ibang group eh, tatlong tao lang sila doon. So, group 1, are you ready? Group 1?
Sir, afternoon.
Sige, group 1. Ano yan, verbal lang, group 1?
Yes, sir, verbal lang sir. Naka-list down naman dito yung mga kinontribute ng sir, bawat isa sir.
Sige. Other than doon sa sinabi ni group 5, 3, and 4, meron pa idadagdag?
Yes sir, other than sa mga observation nila sir. Ito po yung observation, no, mabilis doon sa project sa case study namin sir. Una-una pa actually kasi na mga kasama namin, malapit daw ito sa fault line.
Very good.
Yung
good information, no?
Opo.
It's around 360 meters from the fault line. Meters, hindi kilometers.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir. Tapos, sir, dahil malapit siya sa fault line, tapos medyo ang purpose nito is medyo typhoon resilient or iba parang pwedeng gamitin sa multipurpose, pwedeng gamitin evacuation center. Sir, yung glass wall, sir, mas marami siya, napakaraming glass wall. Comment lang po sir, baka mga ano po siya, hindi po siya appropriate o sa ganong purpose.
Okay, sige.
Tapos hindi naman po sir, observation lang namin po.
Tempered glass.
Okay po. Sir, tapos nakita din namin doon sa bill of quantities.
Excuse me, it's tempered glass tapos namin ng bulletproof teeth. Sige, game. Ano pa? Sige. I'm looking for two deficiencies.
Provision for na drywall partition.
Yeah.
Drywall partition po sir. Susceptible po ba yun sir sa
meron ba kaming drywall partition?
Tapos
medyo napuputol po ata si Sir Harjolin.
Kasi because dun sa
Sean.
So as I get it, sabi mo drywall partition and the glass, of course, it's a good observation. Malapit nga naman sa fault line. But of course, it's okay. As I get it sa group 2 ba? Sa group 1 o group 2? Sa group 1, no?
Hello, sir.
As I get it sa group 1, more on the crinitic nila yung architectural finish of the building, no? Definitely, yun nga how the function and the cost of that function would matter. Like for example, for that particular glass wall, good observation, malapit siya sa earthquake, but definitely kasi kaya puro glass yun. It's a matter of showing off, showcase. So, pasensya na po kayo sa amin doon. Mayabang Juaneta gusto naka-showcase eh. So, group, the last group, yung drywall partition, I think we don't have any drywall partition. Puro ano po yun? Puro CHP, puro non-bearing walls. Pati yung partitioning dun sa second floor. Siguro lang hindi masyadong nalagay sa detailed plan. Hindi siya drywall. Puro siya ano po. Puro non-bearing walls po yun. Pag dotted line po, hollow blocks po yun. Ibig sabihin. Okay. Thank you for that, sir.
May nakaano po kasi.
So, okay naman na. Wala na kayong dadagdag other than that? Kasi I'll be moving on to...
Meron pa pong... sige po, okay lang po.
Kasi napuputol eh. Can you use the chat?
Opo.
Tapos I'll move na to group 2. Ay, group 1. Titignan
okay
ko
po, sir.
Yung ano nyo, yung chat room. Kung ano pa yung itatagdag nyo. Okay, sige. Last group 1, we have we're managing time efficiently.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Opo, group 1.
Sir, actually this is not group 1, sir. Yung kanina group 1 po yun, sir. Sila
group 2.
Dealing, sir. Okay. Sir, for the group 2, sir, I would like to introduce to you my presenter, Airman Architect Boneta, sir.
Okay siya. Sige. Go. May presentation ba? Yan, very good. Architect ka pala dyan. Kunin kita.
Nakachamba lang, sir. Nakachamba.
Nakachamba ba? Sabi ko, kunin kita. Mas gusto mo magsundalo kaysa civilian. Sige, go.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. This is our presentation for the group 2. As per yung sir, as per category, nag-provide kami, sir, ng inalam muna namin, which is yung primary function, firstly, and then secondary function, lacking spaces, and yung alternatives in having value engineering, sir. In providing value engineering, sir, on the building, sir. Sir, so to start, sir, yung alam naman natin, sir, as per plan, yung primary function niya is yung conference hall or mini conference meetings and meeting room, sir, with control center located at the mezzanine floor, together with the fitness center and yung daycare center, sir. So what we have collaborated is yung mga magiging secondary function niya, sir. First and foremost, siyempre, sir, doon sa malaking conference area, pwede siya maging convention hall, sir, kapag in-slide down lahat ng mga movable partition, sir. Tapos, as per Lieutenant Colonel Catabona din, sir, kapag okay na yung sa pandemic, sir, pwede na rin tayo doon mag-held ng mga film showing, sir. Tapos, on a very timely manner, ngayon, sir, pag kinailangan siya, pwede rin natin siyang gamitin, sir, as emergency quarantine facility. And in times of disaster, since aral yung structural integrity niya, sir, dahil disaster resilient siya, sir, pwede siya, sir, maging emergency evacuation area. Tapos, in connection naman with emergency quarantine facility, yung parts ng daycare center and fitness center, sir, can serve as temporary clinic, sir, when the time comes na mangailangan ng klaseng ganong facility, sir. Tapos, as per space planning, sir, ito yung mga nakita naming mga na-validate namin, sir, mga kulang na mga spaces, sir. So, first, sir, yung inadequate comfort rooms. Kasi kung makikita nyo, sir, malaki yung requirements for meetings. Marami yung persons na pwede niyang i-house. Pero on adjacency and yung sa dami nga, sir, ng mga house, parang kulang yata, sir, yung per square meter when it comes to ratio, sir, ng mga CR natin, sir. Tapos yung one lacking space, sir, yun nga, yung main lobby, wala po yata tayong pinaka main reception or main lobby area, sir, or yung grand lobby, where doon po located yung mga information, ganyan, sir, bago ka pumasok sa actual conference halls or meeting rooms, sir. Now, yung ano naman doon, sir, pagiging adequate doon is yung back of the house, sir, nawawala din po yata, sir. Kung saan pwede, yung back of the house, sir, or yung mga service facilities. Kasi, sir, di ba, syempre kapag may mga large gathering as this, merong mga catering yan, sir, or merong preparation area para sa mga outsourced na food. Parang nawawala po yata siya, sir. Wala din siya, hindi rin namin siya nakita.
Yes.
Tapos yung pantry niya, sir, hindi rin siya adequate doon sa laki nga po ng space. Para sa amin, sir, masyado siyang maliit, kaya pantry too small. Pasensya na, sir, sa grammar, nagmamadali kasi kami mag-comply.
Okay lang.
Tapos yung storage of seats, sir, yun number 1 na I think isa ring dapat i-consider. Kasi kapag tapos na yung mga conventions or yung mga meetings, sir, dapat meron tayong space provided para sa mga seats. Kung hindi man close partition lang, basta yung naka-neatly lang siya or nakatabi siya.
Yeah.
Tapos yung God compliant na CR, sir, yung nanggaling nga po sa inyo. So parang medyo lacking lang doon, sir, sa gender
sensitivity.
Yes, sir, gender sensitivity, sir. Thank you, sir. Tapos, sir, as per SDP, napansin namin kasi parang kulang yung parking space provided doon sa lot. Well, anyway, ito naman po pwede pang i-work around. Depende naman po kasi doon sa macro level ng master development plan ninyo, sir. So, sir, yun yung mga nakita naming lacking spaces when it comes to space planning layout, sir. Ngayon, sir, to bring out value engineering to the subject, we provided alternatives, sir. So our first alternative, sir, is yung sa plan dito sa convention. As for fire code compliance, sir, kasi di ba, sir, we should have main entry and a service entry or exit. So yun yung isa na nakita namin, sir, na pwedeng i-improve. Tapos instead na one swing, gawing double swing, sir, yung operation ng mga doors para di maging fire code compliant. Kasi, sir, ayaw naman nating maulit yung parang nangyari dati sa disaster sa ozone na nag-crumpled up sila doon sa isang space kasi isa lang yung swing ng door. Kapag nagpanic yung tao, magsisiksikan sila doon, patulak. Hindi na sila makakalabas, sir. So, as per fire compliance lang, sir. Tapos yung mga movable partition, sir, wala kasing provided na sinabi na acoustically treated to, sir. Sir, so kung wala po siyang carpets, at least provide lang na yung mga partition ay sir, acoustically treated para hindi po naririnig yung kung ongoing man lahat ng mga conference na to, sir, hindi sila nag-aagawan ng sound, hindi sila nagpapatungan ng sound. Kung walang treatment sa floor or sa ceiling. Tapos yung flexibility, sir, ng furniture layout, kasi dito, sir, naka-layout lang siya na parang convention hall. Sir, so siguro ipakita rin, sir, kung paano mag-work around yung isang convention hall kapag nakahati-hati siya ng function na nangyayari yung event in the same time, sir. Tapos yun, sir, we suggest na yung roof deck, since ano lang naman siya, sir, open space, why not provide here or somewhere near dito sa stairs yung sinasabi nating storage areas for conference or meeting facilities. Tapos provide a centralized pantry for catering. Yun nga po yung nawawala dito sa plano, sir. Hindi natin siya makita.
Very good observation. Nakita namin yan eh. Kaya nagbawas kami ng area para sa disabled ramp going to the CR and another for the pantry. Very good.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Tapos as per perspective naman, sir, wala naman kaming say anything about the design other than yung sa canopy lang, sir. For ano naman kasi, sir, for tropical architecture naman
Very
to.
good. The canopy. Architect ka nga talaga. Kulang ng canopy kasi yung anggi ng ulan. So
Yes, sir, yun pa.
nakita din namin yun. Lalo na dun sa daycare, walang canopy. No? So, good. Very good. Nakita mo yung pantry.
Tapos lastly, sir. Yes,
Nakita mo yung pantry, nakita mo yung canopy. Yes.
Yes, sir. Lastly, sir, yung sa fixed glass, instead na gawing fixed glass para in times na wala siyang aircon, at least we should make the glass operable by making it awning type para appropriate din siya for tropical architecture, sir. Magiging shade na rin siya.
Ano yung fixed glass doon sa second floor? Yung dito sa may...
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sige.
Yes, sir.
Actually, hindi wala.
Para lang, sir, in case na wala ano.
Actually, dyan sa second and mezzanine, ginawa namin, hindi na namin architectural function na lang yung tinignan. Ginawa ng seamless glass yan. The same pa rin, dire-diretso pa rin yung glass. Kasi nga, more on aesthetics ang tinignan. Wala nang iba?
Yes, sir. Wala na, sir. Yun na po. Thank you po. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Very good, no? Group in terms of function, yung pantry sa ground floor nakalimutan, mga sir and ma'am. Kasi siyempre sa large gathering, saan yung kitchen, no? Yung drop-off ng mga pagkain. So, you need to have a pantry or a kitchen wherein, alam niyo na, yung mga caterer, nandun lahat. Ang hirap naman din na wala noon or pupunta pa sila sa second floor. Maliit din naman yung pantry for the second floor. It will serve the purpose of the conference room of the second floor. So there's an extra and change order for the pantry, as well as there is a extra and a change order for the disabled ramp. Doon mismo sa multipurpose, naglagay ng disabled ramp sa CR. And the additional CR, we only add up to, I think sa babae, dinamihan ng 3. Sa lalaki naman is the urinals. We cannot do anything about it kasi nung, eto na nga, no? When we're doing the value engineering, nakalimutan lahat yun. Kasi the purpose of which is pagkasyahin ito. The common mistakes and pitfalls sa mga plano at yung nagmamadali, and at the same time, nagmamadali na, and at the same time, kulang sa budget. When we're doing the plans, talagang pinagkakasya lang yung budget. The purpose of the plan actually is it's an emergency operating center, no? Tama yung assessment. Yun yung primary function sa building. Secondary na lang yung conference room kasi hindi naman araw-araw gagamitin yun as EOC. So kaya kukonti ang CR. Tama yun, yung granite yung ginamit namin, and we're looking right now in controlling yung echoing of the sound. No? Naglagay na kami ng wood laminates, but definitely yung granite kasi sa totoo lang, when it was installed, hindi kayo maniniwala, inilibre nung contractor yung installation of the granite. Una ang nakalagay doon is floor tiles. Yung tawag dito, yung carpet floor tiles, yung hiwa-hiwalay, di ba? But sabi, aesthetic, nanalo yung kasi granite yung pinopose niya eh. So it goes without saying, naging elegante yung conference room nung NEDA. And right now, it's being converted to an office space. Good, nakuha niyo yung canopy. Isa sa mga nakita namin, and sino yung group na nakaisip ng elevator, naisip din namin, since we are doing the 6th floor, kailangan lagay na rin namin yung elevator. Kasi nga naman, paano yung mga disabled going to the 2nd floor if ever hindi namin ma-prevent. No? Wala na ba akong group na all groups reported? Palakpanan natin yung sarili natin dahil you did good. No? Sipin nyo, you did that in 30 minutes while we do it ng maraming buwan. And we have the committee to look upon it. Nung kinuha namin ng architect, it's too late na. We did the concept plan. Puro engineers, eto na, no? Hindi multidiscipline yung umattend ng meeting. Puro kami civil engineers. Ang public works kasi walang electrical, walang architect yan. So, buti na lang management supported me when I asked for an outsourced architect. May architect na kami doing this and doing that. And of course, yung canopy, yung pantry, and yung canopy, yung architect din naman ang nakapauna nun. Sabi nung architect, ay paano yung mga catering? Saan nila ilalagay yung aming mga food? Something like that. So that's the very essence of value engineering. Hindi mo tinitignan mo na lahat yung aspeto, no? So you need an architect, multidiscipline yung committee mo, hindi pwedeng hilaw. The moment na hilaw yan, mas magastos para sa project, napakadaming change order, napakadaming extra work order. If funds are scarce, if funds are not available, ang hirap pa ulit-ulit hihingi ka ng pera sa DBM. Mabuti na lang merong public works and highways that would support NEDA for its construction. May chat dito, no? Babasahin ko lang before anything else. Jan, kung ano yung chinat nila sa akin.
Sige po, sir.
I think this is group yung kanina, no? Kasi choppy. Okay, group 2. Download po yung reference information. Sige. So far, you did well. Sabi ko nga, 30 minutes lang yun. Kami, ang tagal namin pinag-iisipan. Matagal namin pinaplano. Nung nakita namin yung mga defects and deficiency, ang hirap pabulin lahat. No? Ang hirap iayos lahat. That's the problem kung hindi ka gumagawa ng analysis of your project preliminarily on the concept stage. Tapos hinahabol mo dun sa meat of the project. Right now, it's almost 85% completed kasi kasi nga kulang sa pondo, tapos magkakaroon pa ng renovation. So far, did you enjoy the class today? Sana naman nakapag-impart ako ng konting knowledge, konting sharing, and salamat sa inyong participation, yung active participation, and of course, sabi ko nga, saludo ako sa inyo, yung mga boss ko, pagdating ko sa actual field training sa October 23 yata kami sa Clark. Okay, Jan, wrap up. I think it's time to summarize. Do we need to summarize the entire learning module?
Hindi na po, sir. Would just like to take this opportunity to thank you po, sir, personally and on behalf of our organization, the CMDF. Sir, this has been a very engaging, interesting, and refreshing din po na lecture. So, we hope to have future collaborations with you po, sir, and sana with the Air Force pa rin po. And I would also like to enjoin everyone to palakpakan po natin si speaker. si Engineer Sasot. Sobrang kahit po ako na hindi technical person, sir, naintindihan ko and na-enjoy ko po yung buong lecture niyo po. Maraming salamat
Dapat
po.
tayo
And
photo off sa participants.
meron po, sir. Tradition po yan, sir. With that po, pakibukas po siguro yung yung cameras ng iba para magkaroon po tayo ng photo ops.
Jan.
And ito po pala si Captain Aquino, sir.
Sir Rene, good
present
afternoon
po siya sa inyo.
Captain Aquino po.
Opo.
In behalf of the Air Force Chief of Engineers, sir, sa pangunguna po ni Colonel P.O.C. Gomez. So we would like to present the certificate of appreciation, sir. And allow me to read the citation, sir.
Uy, si Lieutenant Colonel, nagano na naman.
Headquarters, Philippine Air Force, Office of the Air Force Chief of Engineers, Colonel Jesus Villamo Orbis, Pasay City. Certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Jose Renato T. Sasot II, Civil Engineer, Master of Business Administration, and grateful appreciation for his invaluable service rendered as guest lecturer on the Value Engineering module of the Enhanced Constructions Managers Training and Certification Program during the conduct of the PAF Engineers Training 2020, given this 14th day of October 2020. Signed, P.U.C. Gomez, Colonel, PAF General Staff Corps, Air Force Chief of Engineers. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yan po, thank you very much po talaga, Engineer Sasot. And nakikita po sa mga mukha ng participants natin na nag-enjoy po talaga sila. And this has been a very positive learning experience, not only for them, but pati po sa akin, sir. Maraming
No problem dyan, anytime.
So, pwede po ba tayong magkaroon ng photo ops po? So everyone, can you please enable your cameras para maano po natin?
Nakita ko din sila lahat. Kasi bigat ng bandwidth nung may video.
Opo, sir. Hintayin lang po natin yung iba, si Sir Cercis, si Sir Ernesto, si Miss Ramirez, si Lieutenant Colonel Ramirez. Hintayin lang po natin saglit.
Sir John, si Colonel Ramirez, tinatawag lang, hindi siya makakapag
Okay po. So, pwede na po ba siguro, sir? Let's take 2 batches of picture po sa first batch po. 1, 2, 3. Wait lang po. Saglit, sorry. May Ito po, game na po talaga. 1, 2, 3, smile. Sisave ko lang po. And sa second batch po, hintayin po natin si Miss Hazel, tsaka po si Sir Daniel Lonsaga na makapag-open lang ng camera. Sir Lonsaga and Miss, wala din po. Okay. Sige po. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Wait lang po. I-check ko lang po. Ayun. Okay po. Thank you very much po, everyone. And palakpakan po natin ulit si Engineer Sasot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yung lagi ko lang pong reminder, isa-send ko lang po yung evaluation forms just to gather your feedback po. And also, may isa-send din po pala ako isa pa pong material. Nire-request lang po nung speaker po natin for the Human Relations module tomorrow. Nagre-request lang po siya na sana daw po is mabalik po natin yung forms na pinapasagutan niya by 7 or 7:30 p.m. today kasi gagamitin niya po yun for tomorrow's morning discussion. So maiksing form lang po naman po yun for the profiling tsaka sa leveling ng expectations niyo po for the Human Relations module. Sinend ko po sa respective emails niyo po. So I would so please kindly allocate lang po some time to accomplish and submit the documents. Maraming salamat po sa lahat. And yun po, that concludes our 8th day ng program na to. So konti na lang po, gagraduate na tayo at mag-e-exam sa Monday. So konting tiis na lang po.
Jan,
Thank you very much.
pahingi ako ng picture natin.
Sige po sir, i-Viber ko na lang po sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan.
Din po.
Tapos si Captain Gumawid, wala daw nare-receive na email sa email niya.
Ay, sino po sir?
Si Captain Gumawid.
Sige po sir, pwedeng makahingi na lang po ulit sir ng email niya po. Baka nagkaroon po ako ng typographical error. Tapos i-resend ko po.
Okay, Jan, thank you.
Reviewer po, magbibigay po ako ng po sa Friday ng pointers lang po. Para alam niyo po kung saan po kayo magfo-focus po ng re-reviewin. Anyway, yung mga makakasama po sa exam is yung mga natakel lang po natin. Okay, Captain Gumawid, makikihingi na lang po ako sir nung email address niyo po.
Copy, Sir John. Standby.
Thank you po, sir.
Sir John, receive, Sir John.
Ay, opo sir, nakita ko na po. I-resend ko po yung material sa inyo, sir.
Sir, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you din po, sir. Good afternoon.